Episode 63, A Worthy Cause.
I'm at Harrison Hospital,
Charlie sobbed. George ended the call and sprang up from his spot on the grass to run across campus to his car. As he started the engine, he called Charlie again to check on her and keep her talking. He did his best to comfort her as he drove to the hospital. He knew it wasn't much, but at least she seemed to calm down a little as he drove her away. As he parked, he could see Charlie sitting on the steps of the hospital with her arms wrapped around her knees. He ran over as quickly as he could and pulled her to her feet. She immediately wrapped her arms around him instead.
Thank you so much for coming.
George was happy to see her, but he was so sad about her situation. Charlie had been dealing with an unimaginable burden, and he had barely known about it. She had been working desperately as many hours as she could to earn money to support her father while he fought his illness. But there was only so much she could do through part-time jobs and random gigs in addition to her studies. She had worked hard, but it still wasn't enough to pay for her father's treatment. Now she was exhausted and losing hope. But she also felt incredibly guilty about resting for even a moment. Her feelings swung wildly between her exhaustion and her stress and her guilt. She felt useless and horrible. George rubbed her back soothingly and tried to think of something to say. "It's okay, Charlie. I'm here. I'm going to help." His heart hurt. She looked wretched. Her father was already ill, and she looked well on her way to making herself ill too.
I just want to sleep,
she mumbled into his chest.
But I can't. There's no time. The hospital wants the money, or else they can't treat him.
She tried to raise her head, but suddenly felt too embarrassed to look him in the eye.
And now I've called you and dumped all my problems on you. George, I'm so sorry. I'm so useless. This has nothing to do with you, and I'm dragging you into this. It's okay. I'm better now, E. You can go.
Hearing her say that made his heart ache for her even more. He admired her resilience and her determination to do the right thing, but her pride and stubbornness were going to get her hurt. He wished she had come to him earlier. He had the means to help her, easily in reach now. This wasn't some dumb favor, or one of their classmates flip-flopping about whether or not they liked him depending on how much money they thought he had. His black card was in his pocket, with limitless credit for him to spend. Taking care of her father's hospital fees would be easy. He gently pulled her off his chest and took her hand instead. "Come on, let's go." He pulled her in the direction of the nearest ATM. Charlie pulled against him.
What? What are we doing?
"Paying those fees. We're gonna get this taken care of. How much is it?"
About $15,000, but George, you can't. I can't let you put up that kind of money. Even if you had that much money, I wouldn't take it.
George took a deep, patient breath. "Charlie, the most important thing here is your father's life. Please, don't argue with me about it. We can work something out after we get the medical bills paid." Charlie didn't know how to argue with that. If they didn't hurry up and pay, she knew the hospital was likely to throw her father out. If George really could help, she wasn't in a position to refuse. George quickly made the withdrawal and began packing the cash into a black plastic bag. Charlie's eyes widened with shock as she watched him work. George hefted the bag, weighing it in his hands. "This should be enough. Let's go and pay, quickly. If they say it's not enough, I'll come back and get more." Charlie pushed her hands over his, crumpling down the bag to the smallest size she could.
"This isn't a great area,"
she said to him in a quiet voice.
Let's be careful, all right? Try not to make it look obvious."
He nodded, tucking the bag under his arm. They walked as nonchalantly as they could back to the hospital and went inside. Without another word, Charlie led him to the ward where her father was staying. George looked around the ward as they walked. To him, it seemed crowded with patients, with too many beds pressed close together. He wondered how comfortable it was to be sick there. It seemed too crowded for even doctors to walk through easy to do their work. George shook his head. Being ill was already scary. Being ill and too poor to afford to be treated well seemed even scarier. When they drew near Charlie's father, she rushed to his side to whisper to him in excitement.
Dad, we worked it out. We've got the money. Your expenses. All the fees. We don't have to worry about them now. It's all taken care of. You can focus on getting better.
He looked between her and George in surprise.
Sweetheart,
he said carefully to Charlie.
Where did this money come from?
Charlie pursed her lips.
Don't worry about it.
Her father, whose name was Greg, glanced at George again hesitantly. Charlie shifted her weight, hoping he wouldn't ask any more questions. If he knew the money came from George alone, he might not agree. George smiled politely at him. He seemed to sense what Charlie was thinking. It's nice to meet you, sir. I'm Charlie's classmate. My name is George.
Ah,
Greg smiled at him.
You're a friend, eh? And how is my girl doing in school?
She's outstanding, George said.
And everyone likes her a lot.
She does well. Greg patted his hand, laughing.
Does she? That's good to know. Thank you. Charlie, I'm thirsty. Could you get me some water?
Charlie darted away. She could tell her father wanted to talk to George alone. Soon enough, as soon as she was gone, Greg beckoned George to come closer.
You said your name was George? May I call you that?
But before they could talk anymore, a group of nurses walked into the ward towards Charlie's father's bed. Without a word, they took their positions at each corner of his mattress and lifted it onto a stretcher. Greg looked around them, alarmed.
What are you doing?
But none of them said a word. They wouldn't even look him in the eye.
Hey,
George said loudly, stepping into their path.
He asked you a question. He's your patient. Don't ignore him. Where are you taking him?
One of the nurses gave him a cool look and said,
Who are you? This bed needs to be cleared for another patient. We have no choice but to remove this gentleman.
Episode 64. Settling the Bill. George looked from nurse to nurse in shock.
What? So you're just kicking him out?
The nurse shrugged.
If you want, you can go find the dean and argue with him. This wasn't our decision to make. We just have to remove him.
None of them looked upset at the prospect of having to remove a sick man from the hospital and leave him to fend for himself. If anything, they looked bored. One or two of them glared at George with a nasty expression.
Put him back in bed, George said sternly. You can't move him. Can't you see he needs to be here? This can't be your actual protocol. You must be breaking the rules.
And how well do you think you know our rules? The nurse sneered at him.
I just told you, this wasn't our decision. Go talk to the dean if you're bothered, another nurse chimed in. We're here to help the sick, but it's not a refugee shelter or a charity. This man hasn't paid his medical fees. Until he does that, we can't help him. We need to prioritize the patients who can pay. You're wasting our time, the first nurse cut in. We have a lot of patients to attend to, and you're taking away from their care.
As the nurses started to lay into George, other patients from around the ward also started to take interest in the scene. One or two even called out to George, telling him to mind his own business. It wasn't his job to fight the whole hospital, and he needed to abide by the rules just like everybody else. George refused to move.
I said leave him alone. You don't understand.
The nurses scowled and tried to push the stretcher past George. As far as they could tell, George was just another poor person without money. They had seen many such people try to make a fuss about not being able to pay their fees. Dealing with things like this was an unpleasant part of their jobs, but they knew from experience that if they held their ground and put pressure on the person complaining about the rules, that person would eventually back down. But George wasn't willing to back down. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and instead of getting quieter, he kept raising his voice. He seemed hopelessly outnumbered. Besides the group of nurses trying to kick Charlie's father out of the ward, 8 or 9 patients were watching the confrontation.
"We have a lot of people to take care of, and you're in the way," one of the nurses snapped. "If you don't cooperate and let us continue, we might have to call the police."
"So call the police," said George, "but I'm right, and you're not listening to me."
"Today is the deadline for this gentleman's fees, and he hasn't paid."
George suddenly remembered the bag he had tucked under his arm. He had been so angry at the nurses for their callous attitude that he had momentarily forgotten that he had the means to fix the problem instantly. So the only problem here is that he's fallen behind on his medical fees, right? That's the only reason you're trying to kick him out. Well, put him back. I'm here to pay his fees. How much is it? One of the nurses snorted.
"Oh, please. How can you afford his fees? You can barely afford clean shoes."
George glared at her. "Just tell me how much it is."
"Just off the top of my head, I know this patient owes at least $10,000 in fees. But that's not even up to date. I know he owes more."
George rolled his eyes and reached down to count the money out of the bag of cash he had brought with him. But while he was doing this, the nurse hoisted up the stretcher between them and rushed to take Charlie's father outside. "Hey," George yelled after them, "get back here! I just told you I'm here to pay his fees! You said he could stay if his fees were paid." George stuffed the cash back into the bag and chased after them.
"We'll be happy to bring him back inside once you've paid those fees," one of the nurses called back to him mockingly. "But until then, we need to clear that bed for another patient."
They had been too busy trying to sneak the stretcher past George. None of them had gotten a clear look at the bag in his arms, or a large amount of cash he had tucked inside of it. Their argument was causing a lot of commotion in the hallway of the hospital. Finally, they attracted the attention of the head nurse. She gestured for them all to stop and look at her.
"What's going on here?"
One of the nurses stepped forward.
"This patient is behind on his fees. We have waited patiently for over half a month, but he hasn't come up with the money. According to our rules and regulations, we can only help patients who can pay. It's time for this gentleman to leave. But this boy," she gestured at George dismissively, "is trying to stop us. We were thinking about calling the police. I have a feeling he might get violent."
The head nurse frowned at George.
"These are our rules. You will need to comply."
George huffed. He was getting angrier by the minute. "I already told them. I'm here to pay his fees. You keep saying you want this money, but nobody seems to want it." He took a handful of cash out of the bag and showed it to the nurse. "If he can pay, he can stay, right? Well, he can pay. Put him down." The nurse's expression changed as soon as she saw the money in his hand.
"What a terrible misunderstanding," she said in an entirely different voice. "We should discuss this properly. Of course, we can help you if you're ready to help with his fees. Nurses, take this gentleman back to his bed."
The group of nurses nodded to her, too scared to speak. George glanced around thoughtfully. "Do you have a VIP ward?" The head nurse nodded.
"Of course. Would you like us to move this gentleman to the VIP ward?"
"Yeah, the best you've got. I want him to have the highest standard of treatment you have available." The head nurse nodded again, a little hesitantly this time.
"I would like to make sure you are aware, the admission fee to our best ward is $1,500 a day. Are you sure this is what you want?"
He had procured the money for ordinary hospital fees, but the VIP ward was another price bracket entirely. She didn't want to offer it until she was sure he could afford it. The nurses standing around them were still in shock. They knew Greg was not wealthy, and George did not look at all like a rich person himself. But the bag of money in his arms said otherwise. George shrugged. "I'm not worried about the money. I just want him to be comfortable. If the cash I have here isn't enough, then put the rest on this card." He pulled his black card out of his pocket. Everyone in the hallway fell silent, staring at the card in disbelief. Black cards were infamous. They represented an unlimited amount of credit for the owner to spend. Only the richest people in the country could possess such a card. All eyes turned back to George. reassessing his worth. Episode 65. Upgrade. George looked around the hallway, taking stock of how the expressions of every nurse there had changed once he revealed that he had a black card. When she finally recovered, the head nurse gave him her warmest smile.
Sir, how should I address you? We should sort this situation out now. I'll take you to the front desk so we can complete the necessary formalities.
Now that she knew George really could afford the VIP ward, she was excited. Bringing a new patient to the ward would earn her a hefty commission. She was also a little afraid. It was dangerous to mess with anyone powerful enough to own a black card, and she and her nurses had argued with him quite a bit. George raised his chin to look her in the eye. "My name is George. The nurses were very rude to me and my friend here. Being sick is hard enough without the people who work in the hospital adding even more stress and pain to the situation. Emotional damage can be very costly, don't you think?" The head nurse understood his meaning immediately. She rounded on the other nurses and yelled,
"How could you behave like this? Why didn't you take the time to make sure you understood the situation before trying to remove this gentleman from our hospital? This is not the standard of care we pride ourselves in. How will we even begin to apologize?"
One of the nurses opened her mouth to defend herself, but the head nurse jabbed a finger at her threateningly.
"I don't want to hear it. Anyone who wants to argue can have their salary docked, or they can leave their position and find a new job."
The nurses each lowered their heads in defeat and began to mumble apologies to George and Greg. When the head nurse snapped at them to speak up, they stepped forward one by one to offer their apologies to Greg for causing him additional stress when he was already ill. Then, they stepped toward George to apologize to him separately. Although he wanted to hear their apologies and for the situation to be set right, George wasn't entirely happy to hear the head nurse threatening to fire her staff. He knew what it was like to suddenly lose work and become stressed about money. At the same time, he felt like it might be a good lesson. They shouldn't make assumptions about the people who came into their hospital, or assume they did or didn't have money based on how they were dressed. From the stretcher, Greg watched the scene around him in amazement. Being almost thrown out of the hospital had been scary, but in some ways, this new situation was scary too. He had only just met George, but this sudden show of power completely exceeded his expectations. He had thought his daughter Charlie had just brought a friend from school to visit, not a rich and imposing person to save them. Finally, the head nurse yelled,
"What are we waiting for? Get this patient to the VIP ward."
She found herself increasingly frustrated with the younger nurses. They didn't seem to have any common sense between them, or understand how to treat prestigious guests. They scrambled to obey her orders as quickly as they could. George watched them for a moment impassively, and then turned his attention back to Greg. "I think it'll be all right. They'll take you up to the ward, and as soon as you get there, I want you to rest. I'll take care of the paperwork down here." Greg nodded. Meanwhile, Charlie was struggling to get back to her father. She had had to wait in line to get the water he had requested. When she finally made it back to his old ward, he was already gone. She panicked on the spot. She wondered if the hospital had decided their time was up and kicked her father out right then and there. She ran out to the entrance, only to find George finishing the payment for Greg's hospital fees. "Hey, slow down," he called to her, signing another form. "There's no rush."
"George, my dad is missing," said Charlie. "I think they kicked him out. Did you see?"
"Charlie, calm down," George chuckled. "Everything's okay. They took him to another ward. Come on, let me take you to him. We found a doctor who's going to treat his illness. They're saying he can have surgery once he's had a chance to rest for a little bit." The elite VIP ward where Charlie's father was now staying was on the middle floor of the hospital. Charlie started to feel a little calmer as she stood in the elevator with George. Her eyes lit up when she saw VIP above her father's ward.
"George, what did you do?"
"Let's talk about it later. We should go in and see your father first," George smiled at her. "I know he wants to see you." Tears filled Charlie's eyes as she nodded. She tried to hold them back as she went into the ward, but at the sight of her father resting comfortably in bed, they spilled down her cheeks. She ran over to hug him. They babbled to each other, each trying to explain what had happened from their perspective after Greg had asked Charlie to go grab some water. George smiled with satisfaction and stepped outside to give them some time together in private. He leaned against the corridor wall, feeling indescribably happy. It was a genuine pleasure to help Charlie. She worked so hard and was a good person. Suddenly, his cell phone started buzzing in his pocket. He took it out and saw that Gina was calling him. "Hi, Gina," he said. "What do you need from me? I owe you for your help last time, and I'm in the mood to do some more heroics." Gina laughed at him.
You're so cute. I do need to talk to you, but it's not that exciting. I want you to come to get a drink with me, and I want to introduce you to some people. How does that sound?
Drinking? New people? Sounds good. I'll head over to you in a bit. I've just got something to take care of here first. Is that all right? Said George, glancing back at the ward where Greg was now staying.
As long as you don't take too long. I'll be waiting for you at the bar,
said Gina loudly. George smiled. She was like a big sister in a lot of ways. A tough big sister who practiced martial arts and beat up bad guys for him. He always felt good after he talked to her. When George turned around, he saw Charlie had come out of the ward and was waiting for him. She smiled at him nervously.
I don't know how to thank you. The money, But listen, please come to us for whatever you need in the future. Me and my dad. We don't have much, but we want to support you,
she said seriously. George smiled at her. It was such a pure thing to say, and yet so stubborn, just like her. Episode 66. New Friends. In some ways, it still hurt George to see Charlie trying to be so brave after such an upsetting incident. But it also made him admire her even more. If he ever needed help in the future, he knew she was a trustworthy and reliable person to turn to. Of course, he would never be in a position where he would need to ask her for money, so he wasn't worried about that. It occurred to him that, really, Charlie was his idea of a perfect girlfriend, maybe even a perfect wife. He didn't want her to worry about the money. In truth, he worried that she might feel awkward about it and start avoiding him. He needed to find a way to reestablish their friendship so she wouldn't feel a sense of obligation to him just because he had provided the money for her father's hospital fees. They needed to be able to see each other as equals. He thought through this quickly. He thought he had an idea for a solution. Something that would take care of any awkward feelings about the money and allow him to see Charlie more often. It seemed so perfect. He laughed to himself in relief. Charlie gave him a curious look.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking. Charlie, if you want to repay me, then why don't you be my assistant for a while? For every month you help me, we can consider it, say, a 10% repayment of the fees. Charlie's jaw dropped. She had been imagining scrimping and saving money to repay George for the rest of her life. With this plan, she would be cleared of any debt to him in less than a year. She didn't know what to do except nod, giving him a hesitant smile. Great, it's a deal. Listen, I have some things to take care of, so I better get going. You should stay here. Make sure your dad is settling into his new ward okay. But I'll say goodbye now. Charlie watched him leave with an indescribable feeling in her heart. George got into his red Beetle and headed to the address for the bar Gina had asked him to meet her and her friends at. It took a while to make it to the Torrent bar through the mid-afternoon traffic. But when he parked, he saw Gina standing outside waiting for him. Sorry it took me a while to get here, he said as he locked the car. Traffic was bad. Gina patted him on the shoulder.
Don't be silly, you're fine. Come on in, I've got people for you to meet.
Gina led the way through the bar to a private area. A group of Gina's friends were already sitting on the couches. Like Gina, they were dressed in flashy, bold colors and spoke loudly and confidently. She waved for their attention.
Everybody listen up. This is George. He's good. He's like a brother to me.
She pointed to each friend in turn.
That's Jason, Jeff, Landon, Lily, and Jess. Say hi.
They each smiled warmly and said hello. Their smiles grew even wider when George remembered each of their names perfectly on the first try, greeting each of them one by one. "I suck at names. I don't know how you just did that. Impressive," Jason laughed. "You seem like a good guy. If Gina says you're her friend, then you're our friend now too," said Jeff. "Sit down, have a drink." George hadn't been sure what to expect. He had worried that Gina's friends might turn out to be arrogant or difficult to get along with, even though he enjoyed hanging out with her. But they all seemed to be similar to her, straightforward, plain-spoken, and down-to-earth. He was pleased. Together, they raised a glass and made a toast. But in another private room in the bar, a less pleasant group had gathered together for drinks too. Ben sat between his two friends, Chester and Rex. Alice and her two roommates had joined them. "The wine here's delicious, but it's not cheap," Ben announced to the group officiously. "But it's my treat today. We're not leaving until we're good and drunk. We'll start with a few bottles." Alice's roommate, Mary, squinted at the menu in disbelief.
Is the wine here really that big of a deal? This place seems pretty normal. The prices aren't that much higher than the drinks at Palace Garden.
She hadn't been expecting to drink with Ben and his friends. Alice had only said that the three of them were going to go out and have a good time. The guys had surprised them when they arrived. Alice was still dating Ben, so Mary knew they had to just go along with it. But she and Alice's other roommate, Lisa, both secretly felt that Ben was a waste of time. Every time he promised to treat his friends to something nice, they ended up going somewhere cheap. Mary still remembered the drinks George had treated them all to at Palace Garden. The wine here at Torrent Bar only cost a few $100s each, while at the Palace Garden, they had cost thousands. George hadn't been a perfect boyfriend for Alice, but at least he had finally taken care of the bill for something. The meal had been a real treat. Ben seemed stingy in comparison. Next to her, Lisa was nodding.
"I've never been to this bar, but it seems pretty standard. What's the big deal?"
"Hey, this bar is a huge deal," Ben argued. "I'm a member here, so I can get a better price. But that bottle of wine," he pointed to one of the menu selections, "is worth $1,500 alone."
Mary shrugged bored.
So, this is the bar that some of the wealthiest families this city has ever known have drunk in. There's tons of history here. And this is not just any wine. It's brewed with a secret process, passed down through the Williams family for generations. The market price on this stuff is at least $8,000 a bottle."
He pointed at the couch they were sitting on.
"Plus, that furniture, do you know how much that sofa alone is worth? It retails at $50,000. The cushion you're shredding with your fingernails is worth $10,000. And this table is a custom job, worth over $100,000.
Lisa and Mary finally looked appropriately stunned. Ben gave them a flashy grin.
"If I resold this furniture, I could buy a whole new house."
Alice looked around nervously.
They spent all that on some bar? Where do people get drunk? What if somebody turned over the table? What about damages? Imagine getting drunk and spilling something on the carpet. What would that cost?
Ben shrugged easily.
"That's what I'm saying. The richest people come here to get wasted. They don't care about little expenses like that. This bar was founded by the Williams family, and they only cater to the best."
He settled back and gave them a secretive smile.
"It's pretty special to get to sit in here at all. This is a private room. Do you know how much it usually costs to get in here?"
He had the girls' full attention now, and he was loving it. The smug, condescending expressions they had had on their faces before were finally gone. Now they looked at him rapt with admiration, just as they should. Episode 67, Old Enemies. Ben was enjoying showing off immensely, but technically, this was business. His father had asked him to go out and make an appearance at Torrent Bar. Their family was about to start a new business deal with the Williams family. He wanted Ben to go out and show him how wealthy they were. He also wanted Ben to keep a close ear to the ground for any gossip about the family he could dig up. This all worked perfectly to Ben's advantage. He loved showing off to his girlfriend and her friends. Alice was looking at him with a worshipful look on her face.
So, how much does this room cost per hour?
He shot a smug glance over to his friends, Chester and Rex.
Guys, tell them. How much per hour?
He leaned back and crossed his legs.
Well, this is a special area, Rex said officiously. Compared to the people who have to stand out in the dance hall or crowd around those small tables or fight for attention at the bar, we're like paying 3 or 4 times as much as any of them.
And how much is that? It's got to be over $1,000, right?
Alice intentionally made eye contact with Lisa and Mary as she asked this. She knew they had a low opinion of Ben and that they had been impressed with George. She assumed that was why they kept bringing up the prices at Palace Garden, where George had taken everyone as a treat. Today would set the record straight. They needed to see that Ben was much, much better than George. Chester grinned at her.
Thousands is right, Alice. This room alone costs $1,200 per hour.
Alice squealed and wrapped her arms around Ben.
Oh, how could you? How could you bring us to such an expensive place? You should be ashamed of yourself, she laughed.
Lisa and Mary exchanged a quick look. They had to admit they were pleasantly surprised. It seemed like Ben was finally becoming generous. They were also curious about Chester and Rex. If they were friends of Ben, then they had to have some means of their own. After all, rich people were usually friends with other rich people. Maybe they were single. But just as she was thinking this, Mary happened to look over her shoulder and spot George in one of the adjacent private rooms.
Hey, look who it is. George is here too. What? No, Mary, that can't be him. He couldn't handle a place like this,
Alice retorted. But Lisa looked over too.
I see him. It is George. That's so funny, running into him here.
Finally, Ben had no choice but to look. When he saw that it was George, he snorted and gave an arrogant smile.
Fine, I guess it is him. Let's invite him over. We should talk.
Meanwhile, George, Gina, and her friends were almost done drinking. It was getting time for them to leave. The waiter was calculating the bill for the room. George had originally wanted to pay for everything, but Gina and her friends had refused his offer.
You're our guest today. We just got to meet you, Jason assured him. We can't let you take the bill today.
When the waiter finally appeared, he said,
Guests, your total is $100,063. Do you want to swipe your card or organize a bank transfer?
Hearing the total made George sober up quickly. He was shocked that they had incurred a bill of over $100,000 in such a short time. Gina and her friends laughed when they saw his surprise.
See, that's why we insist on paying. We knew what we were getting into today, but you've never been here before.
Lily smiled kindly at him.
This bar is famous and very old, said Gina. It belongs to the William family. The furniture, the drinks, everything is very VIP. These private rooms go for a high rate. We've got this, don't worry.
While Gina and her friends knew that George had some money, they still felt that they were in a better position than him to take care of things. After all, George was a student who had no independence or career yet, while they were starting families and running their businesses. Mentally, George took notice when they mentioned the Williams family. If that was true, then this bar was one of the businesses Flora Williams, his assistant, was connected to. George smiled at them. "You're all very nice, but I really can pay. It's not a problem." $100,000 was more than he had spent in all of his nights out combined, let alone in one afternoon. But now he knew it was a small sum that he could easily afford. He gestured for the group to wait outside while he took care of the bill alone. But just as George was about to pay, Ben and Alice sauntered over, followed by their friends. Alice had wrapped herself tightly around George's arm.
George, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at one of your jobs picking up trash or something?
Ben looked down at their table and sneered. Their glasses had already been cleared away, so it looked as though George and his group hadn't ordered anything.
"You're leaving already? Why don't you get some wine or a little food? I'm sure you're not out of money already, right?" Or else, why would you bother coming to a place like this?
Ben raised his head to look George in the eye and grinned.
Hey, why don't you go over to the room I booked for today? It's my treat. It might be your only chance to see what the world of luxury looks like.
George ignored him. He wasn't worried about dealing with Ben. He had just taught him a lesson a few days ago. When Ben realized George was ignoring him, he grew angry.
Hey, look at me. Or don't you have the guts?
George raised his gaze to look at Ben head on. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. It's a kind offer. Why don't we all go together? Do you mind if I bring my friends along? When they stepped out of the room, George looked over to Gina and her friends and beckoned them to come along. They had overheard part of the confrontation and fell into step with him quickly. They understood that he wanted their support while he dealt with Ben. As they all sat down, Mary leaned over to George and said anxiously,
George, why did you come to a place like this? It was really expensive. You should get out of here.
Lisa also leaned in toward him.
You and your friends should get out of here. Ben's in a mood. You know, he's going to try to embarrass you somehow.
But then she noticed Alice glaring at her and shut her mouth. Mary ignored Alice.
Seriously, get out while you can.
George smiled. He was curious to see what Ben would do, but it was nice of Mary and Lisa to try to warn him. It's okay. He offered to treat me, right? If I left now, it would be a waste. Mary and Lisa both gave him sharp looks, their warm feelings toward him evaporating quickly. They had felt bad that Ben was pushing him into an embarrassing situation, but now it looked like George was the opportunistic one. Episode 68, Setting the Trap. As soon as George said he was happy to let Ben pay, Lisa and Mary's respect for him dropped like a rock. Alice overheard this as well. She turned to Ben and commented,
There are people who just have no class. It was generous of you to invite these people over, George, but it does feel like work.
Gina was angry when she overheard Alice saying this and was about to confront her. But before she could say anything, George stopped her with a look. He didn't want to end the game too quickly. He was waiting for Ben to make a mistake. Ben patted Alice's back, comforting her. Over her head, he called to George.
Hey, that wine. Do you know how much it costs?
George raised his eyebrows and smiled politely. That one? The label called it the Imperial Consort wine. Wow, I've never seen this one before. How much does it cost? It was exactly the wine he, Gina, and all her friends had just been drinking. It cost over $1,000 a bottle. Of course, they had sampled many other wines that cost just as much, if not more.
It's called Imperial Consort,
said Ben, as if George couldn't read the label for himself.
It's about $1,000 a bottle. Hey, I have an idea. Let's make a bet.
What bet? Said George.
If you chug that whole bottle, I'll give you $1,000. Wait, no, even better. If you drink everything we've got lined up here on the table, I'll give you $8,000.
George tilted his head. Are you sure? If I win, you have to pay up. Don't cheat me now.
I won't cheat. Look at all the witnesses we have here. But there's one condition. If you lose, you have to pay double. 15 grand. What do you say?
Ben smirked. George shrugged and took the bottle out of Ben's hand. He put it to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank the whole thing dry. When he was finished, he even turned the bottle upside down and shook it. Not a single drop spilled out. Ben and his friends were stunned. Ben turned to Rex and hissed,
Is that the wrong wine? It's supposed to have a high alcohol content. It shouldn't be that easy to chug.
Jason overheard this and sneered to Gina.
So that's the plan. I wondered why they picked that wine in particular.
Rex and Chester were exchanging panicked looks.
Ben, that's the strongest wine, Rex promised him. Look at the label. It's the stuff we agreed. Are you suggesting my friend is cheating on your bet?
Jason asked them loudly.
Here, let's do a quality check, Chester said quickly. I'll try a bottle too.
He tried to do what George had done and drink down a whole bottle in one go. But before he was even halfway through the bottle, he had to stop to catch his breath. He staggered slightly, chuckling. Raising the bottle, he said to Ben, "Hey, this stuff is really good." Then he fainted. Gina turned to George, frowning. "How are you still okay?" George shook his head at her and reached out to get Ben's attention. "Hey, I won the bet, right? I finished the bottle and I'm okay. Why don't you go ahead and transfer my winnings to me now?" Ben couldn't squirm out of paying with so many people watching. He forced himself to laugh as he actioned the transfer on his phone. "You're so ruthless. But you're right. That was our deal." But he wasn't ready to let George walk away yet. "You're not going to stop after just one round, are you? It's a great trick. Let's see you do it again. We've got a lot more wine here." George snorted. "Are you sure you want to do that?" He had expected Ben to back off after watching him down the first bottle. The truth was, he had had the opportunity to sample many fine wines from a young age. Most people in his family had a high tolerance for alcohol. Between his natural ability and further practice, he knew he could keep himself together for a good, long drinking session. "Quit messing around," Ben snarled, his stress beginning to show. "You want to show off, right? You handled one bottle fine. Why not another?" George shrugged and said indifferently, "Yeah, I don't mind continuing. As long as you can afford it, of course." "Of course." Gina and her friends shot concerned looks at George as he reached over to grab another bottle. "George, enough," said Gina. "You don't have to prove anything to anybody. It could get really bad if you have too much." Jason nodded seriously.
"You could make yourself sick. I don't want to see you end up in hospital."
Lily, Jess, and Landon also chimed in, encouraging George to slow down. They had only just met George, but they each liked him a lot and didn't want to see him get hurt over a silly bet. Landon even offered to cover the money. "Let's just put things back as they were, huh? I'll pay this guy back what he lost to you, and you can keep what you won. Everybody wins that way, and we can just stop this before it gets ugly." George was touched by their concern. After such a strange, stressful day dealing with his classmates' troubles, he was happy to have met a group of kind, sincere people. "Don't worry," he told them confidently. "This is nothing to me. I can handle it." Alice scoffed loudly from where she was sitting. "Are you kidding me? He's just showing off. That wine is off the charts intoxicating. It's not like beer. You can't just chug it like that." "Alice is right, George," Lisa said. Her opinion of him was sinking lower and lower, but she was interested in seeing him get hurt. "This isn't a normal brand of wine. You should be more careful." Mary nodded. "George, you've got a lot of people here telling you to stop. Maybe you should just listen." George had expected Alice to side against him, but he was a little surprised to see Lisa and Mary joining in too. He didn't understand what drew them to keep hanging out with Ben, but he didn't know how to convince them to change. Just as George was preparing to start on another bottle, Ben suddenly said, "Wait a moment." He turned and ran toward the stage, where the DJ was overseeing the music list. He got them to turn down the music and hand over the mic. "We're having such a good time, and we wanted to let you all in on it," Ben called out to the crowd. "We're making a little wager. My friend is saying he can drink 10 bottles of this bar's highest quality wine in one go. I've never heard of anyone doing this, and I don't think it's possible. It's strong stuff, right?" A few people in the crowd cheered in agreement, showing their appreciation for Torrent Bar's drinks. "So, I'm going to bet against him," said Ben. "I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm betting $15,000 he can't do it. And if he loses, he's paying me back double." Episode 69. Putting on a Show. The crowd erupted into gasps and whispers after Ben announced how much he was betting against George. Why would anybody drink that much? The wine here is really strong. He's going to leave the bar in an ambulance.
Did you hear what that guy said? If he loses, he's paying out double. I'll bet against him too. Safest bet I've ever made. Maybe I'll be able to afford another round of drinks.
Are you kidding? I'm betting he'll do it. Think about the odds. I'll put in $5,000. Ben surveyed the scene happily as more and more people placed wagers on whether or not George would successfully drink all 10 bottles of wine. Alice and her roommates even bet all the money they had for food and shopping for the next month that George would fail. After all, if he failed, they would get double the amount back. Gina and her friends exchanged looks. They didn't believe George was going to win the bet, but they didn't want him to feel embarrassed or unsupported either. They each put down their bet that he would succeed. Ben grew more and more excited. The bet itself had already been enough on its own to cause George some embarrassment. But now that they had a whole crowd of people weighing in, he would be humiliated. George waited until the shouting had calmed down a little. When he felt everyone's eyes on him, he picked up his first bottle and began to drink it. He kept a steady, even pace as he worked through all 10 bottles of wine. The crowd watched him in silence, stunned at his casual display of self-control. He didn't seem to be feeling the effects of the alcohol at all. As he drained the last bottle, everyone burst into applause. Ben felt his stomach flip. Rex, Chester, Alice, and the girls all exchanged mortified expressions. They had just lost a large amount of money. George stood carefully and began to walk toward the music station and the DJ. The DJ handed him the microphone. The crowd was still roaring in approval. People who had just bet against him were cheering for him by name. After a few moments, George finally spotted Ben in the crowd. He lifted the mic to his mouth and said carefully, "Ben, I've finished my drink. Do you agree that I've won the bet?" The blood drained to Ben's face. This hadn't been the plan. He swallowed and said, "I'm not sure I can accept this. I think you cheated. Something about the wine wasn't right. Maybe you switched it out with something else. How else could you still be so sober?" The crowd fell silent. It seemed like such a miracle that George could still walk and talk coherently after drinking so much. The idea that he was playing a trick on them soured the mood. George looked around, thinking carefully. "So, it sounds like you want some more proof. Is that right?" A few people in the crowd yelled their agreement. George nodded. "All right, but it's my turn to decide the bet. I don't want to drink alone this time. Ben, compete with me. Whoever finishes their alcohol first without getting sick wins. How does that sound?" Ben hesitated. His alcohol tolerance wasn't that strong. He didn't feel confident he could win that kind of competition. Then George sweetened the deal. "If you win, I'll let you keep all of your money. I'll even return the money you lost to me before." That got Ben's attention. He jutted out his chin. "If I win, you have to pay me twice as much." After all, George had already drunk so much. Ben figured he wouldn't be able to keep going much longer. George smiled confidently. "Sounds good. Let's begin. I'll let you have the first drink." He jumped down from the platform and waded through the crowd to get back to Ben's area. They kept the door propped open so everyone could peek in at them. People were placing new bets on their competition. Determined to win their money back, Lisa, Mary, Alice, Rex, and Chester all decided to drink against George. Before he could go into the room, George felt Gina pulling on his arm. "Are you nuts?" she hissed at him. "You've already had so much to drink. Even if you're not feeling the effects of it yet, you're going to make yourself sick. Why do you keep upping the ante? You're going to lose so much money." George smiled at her and patted her hand. "Don't worry about me. I know what I can handle. All you have to do is settle back and watch the show. Place a few bets on me, and you'll be raking in the cash the rest of the night." He looked over at Ben and his friends. "Hey, you're still only on the first drink. You guys need to hurry up. I'm thirsty." He gave them a few more minutes to get a head start before starting on his bottles of wine. Within the next half hour, George downed another 9 bottles of wine. But Ben and his friends were each still struggling through their second. They had felt drunk since finishing their first bottle. Ben sipped carefully at his bottle, wincing every time he swallowed. Rex was the first to give up. He raised a hand in surrender.
"I can't take any more. I'm out."
He was annoyed with how this night out had gone. He could afford to pay his portion of the bet, but the amount would make a good-sized dent in his spending for the next month. His original plan had been to find a cute new girl at the bar and take her to a hotel somewhere, so they could enjoy themselves in private. Chester's goal had been much the same. He had been happy to meet Alice's roommates, thinking they would be likely candidates. But then George had shown up, and everything had become complicated. The girls had done their best to keep up with the drinking, but the wine was overwhelming each of them in turn. They slumped against each other, barely conscious. Ben thought he had plenty of money to cover the bet, but he was more worried about his pride. He had thought getting an audience would be a sure way to humiliate George, not himself. He couldn't stop himself from leaning over a trash can and throwing up what he had managed to drink. He wasn't willing to admit it, but the outcome of the competition was obvious. George gave Ben and his friends a lazy glance. "What do you say?" Ben shook his head weakly. "I'm out. We're done." Everyone still watching the competition stared at George in shock. He didn't look the slightest bit intoxicated. Even Gina and her friends were taken aback at George's strength. George stood. Everyone noted how he didn't wobble or waver as he straightened up to look down at Ben. "I've calculated the total," he said. "Altogether, I've now drunk 30 bottles. You made a good attempt, but in total, you owe me $200,000. Episode 70. Raising the Stakes. Ben stared at George, who returned his gaze with an impassive shrug. "Technically you owe me a little more," he said, "but I thought it would be easier to round down. So just pay the $200,000 and we're even. Can you take care of the transfer now, please?" Ben flopped back on the sofa, completely dumbfounded. His family had given him a large stipend to cover his expenses, so he could treat his friends at Torrent Bar. Of course, this was technically work, not just a night out for fun. He was supposed to be using this evening to learn more about the Williams family, who owned the bar. If they found out he had blown more than twice the amount of money they had given him on one stupid bet, they would be furious. The more he thought about it, the more stressed he became. "I don't have it," he blurted out. "Somebody else has to pay. Ask Chester or Rex, but I can't do it." He didn't care if people overheard or thought less of him. He just needed to get out of there without giving George the money. But Gina and her friends stepped forward with menacing expressions. "You're not getting past us," she said. "We're not letting you get away with this kind of behavior." Ben turned on her, trying to smile. "Hey, why are you picking a fight with me? Your dad and my dad are friends. We should try to get along. This isn't any of your business anyway." He was very afraid of Gina. She seemed to have lots of support. In particular, the guys in her group looked strong. If they did start a fight, Ben knew he would lose. "My father would be pleased to know I'm holding my friend's son accountable for his actions," she said icily. "Pay up or face the consequences." "Hey now." George stepped between Gina and Ben, smiling. "Gina, you're amazing, but let me handle this." Gina raised an eyebrow at him. "What are you going to do?" He winked at her. "I have my ways." Then he turned his full attention to Ben. "We both know that you have the money. You just don't want to pay." He had expected Ben to try to weasel his way out of the bet once he lost, but he wasn't that worried about the money. He had other ideas for how to deal with him. Ben spread his arms, shrugging. "Say whatever you want, but I don't have the money. Search me." George smiled. "All right, I'll take your word for it. Since you don't have the money, though, we need to find another solution. Here's my suggestion. Get up on stage and provide us with some entertainment. I was thinking of something nice for the girls. How about a striptease?" "No way," Ben snapped. "Are you kidding? I won't do it." George raised his eyebrows. "Just remember, I tried to do this the nice way first." Then he leaped on stage and took the mic from the DJ. "Hi again, everybody. Thanks for being so patient with me and my friends this evening. Did some of you win some money betting on me? A few people in the crowd cheered enthusiastically. "I'm glad to hear it," George continued somberly, "because I don't seem to be getting a cent. Ben placed a huge bet against me, and now that he's lost, he says he won't pay. Can you believe that?" The crowd booed obediently. I even offered him a way out. I said it would be fine if he came up and did a little dance for everybody. A little strip tease to get the night going. He owes us at least that, right? The crowd cheered again, but I think he's feeling a little shy. He could use a little more encouragement. What do you say? Will you help me? The crowd roared in affirmation once more, and several people ran back to stand around Ben. He was so surprised, he slid off the sofa and ended up sitting on the ground. He looked up and eyed them nervously. "Who are you? What do you want? I didn't do anything to you."
"I lost money betting on you," one person in the crowd said sourly.
"We all honored the bets we placed tonight," added another, "but you're trying to get out of paying. I don't think that's fair."
"I can afford it," another one growled, "but I don't like you."
Now, you've got two choices. Get up on stage and start dancing, or start dancing right here. Which would you prefer?
They glared down at him like tigers, eyeing their prey. Ben was so scared he was trembling. He had thought he would be able to sneak out quietly, but now he was surrounded. There was no escape. He wondered what would happen if his family found out. Even worse, he wondered what would happen if these people found out who his family was. Some of these people were even wealthier than his father, Robert Davison. Multiple hands reached out to grab him and drag him on stage, tearing at his clothes as they pushed him along. Even though he had just been fearing what had happened if anybody found out who his family was, he found himself screaming,
"Stop! Stop! Don't you know who my father is?"
One of the people nearest him sneered. "Who's your father?"
"Robert Davison. My father is Robert Davison."
The person rolled their eyes. "Well, I've never heard of him. Come on, you're going on stage." Episode 71. Ending the show. When the others in the bar heard Ben using his father's name to try to intimidate the people dragging him on stage, they burst out laughing.
Are you kidding? If you're going to fight, do it yourself.
"I don't even know who that is."
I kinda know who that is. I guess he's got some influence. I still want to see him dance.
As they dragged him along, they started ripping his clothing from his body, chanting all the while that they wanted to see the striptease George had promised Ben would perform. Amid his panic and embarrassment, some small part of Ben was genuinely impressed with George's method of revenge. It was vicious and cruel. It was exactly the kind of thing he might have cooked up himself. By the time they pushed him onto the stage itself, most of his clothes were gone. He clamped his hands down desperately over his boxers, afraid that someone would reach out to yank those down too while he wasn't looking.
"Are you kidding me with this?" he yelled at the crowd. "Where are the owners? Where's the management? Is anybody even running Torrent Bar? Who allows their customers to be treated like this?"
The people in the crowd stilled their movements, momentarily uneasy. Even though they all agreed that Ben had gotten himself into this situation, they realized he had a good point. Where were the managers of the bar? Was it that the staff didn't care what happened to Ben? Or were they all about to get into a lot of trouble? A few whispered of an incident not too long ago when there had been another similar disturbance in Torrent Bar. The managers had not hesitated to call the police. Some people had even been arrested and taken to jail, languishing there for days before they finally made bail. They began to wonder if they were taking the joke too far. None of them wanted to get arrested. What they didn't know was that the Torrent Bar was owned by the Williams family, who answered directly to George. Since George had become a figure in the Rudd family, his photo had been circulated to every venue managed by the Williamses. The bar managers had already instructed their staff not to interfere with George's actions against Ben. If he needed their help, they were to step up and support him. No one else in the crowd knew this, But after a few moments of hesitation, they reasoned that if the staff had any issue with the way they were treating Ben, they would have spoken up or tried to stop them before Ben had reached the stage. The DJ raised his mic and said,
It's Ben, right? Thanks for playing, Ben. It looks like you've got two choices. Your first option is to start dancing. I guess you've gotten most of the striptease part out of the way, but I bet you could still give us a little wiggle. I've got a nice big playlist here. We can put on your favorite song. Your other choice,
he continued, his voice taking on a harsh edge,
is to stand there and do nothing. But that would be a shame, don't you think? After all, you're already on stage. We can all see you. And I think some of these folks would be very, very disappointed to see you try to weasel your way out of an agreement again.
He turned to the crowd.
Isn't that right?
The crowd screamed their approval. Ben looked across the sea of faces and knew he was utterly trapped. He swore to get revenge on George, but in the meantime, he knew he would just have to suffer. He lifted his chin and strode over to the DJ's platform.
A playlist, huh? Let's see it.
The DJ showed him a list. Ben could barely see the words in the bright glare of the spotlight, so he just jabbed his finger randomly at a song. As the music began, he started to dance. He couldn't decide what to do. He knew small, tame gestures would make him look weak, but he wasn't that keen to give the crowd a show. No matter what he did, they yelled and laughed and jeered. He hadn't been this embarrassed since grade school. He clenched his jaw so hard, it made his face tremble. He swore to remember this humiliation forever. He would never stop working to get revenge on George. He wanted to kill him. George wasn't too far away. He had found a relatively quiet corner of the bar in which to stand and watch the scene. When he caught Ben's eye, he gave him an encouraging thumbs up and laughed. Ben lost his temper. He stopped dancing and rushed towards George, screaming that he was going to kill him. The staff jumped to attention. "Protect Mr. Rudd," one of the bartenders ordered. They ran out to help him. But before they could get between Ben and George, Ben's foot caught on one of the electrical wires from the DJ's platform. He fell to the ground with a harsh thud. Some of the crowd winced sympathetically, but others yelled at him for abandoning his performance. "Leave that guy alone," one shouted, gesturing toward George protectively. "You lost your bet to him. He's just helping you stay honest." "Just dance. You were doing okay there for a second." "No, he wasn't. Don't lie to the guy. He's a terrible dancer." "Technically, he never finished that striptease. I say those boxers gotta go." It took Ben a few moments to scrabble to his feet. Just as he opened his mouth to yell back to the crowd, the police walked into the bar. The crowd froze at the sight of the officers, but their leader didn't spare a single glance at any of the people in the crowd. He raised his hand and pointed only to Ben. "We've received a report of a disturbance. Sir, please step down from the stage." George bit his lip, trying not to smile too broadly. He had called the police while the crowd was dragging Ben on stage. He knew it was probably the only peaceful way to get Ben out of the building. On the phone, he had said, "One of the people here at the bar has had way too much to drink. He's taken off most of his clothes. Now he's on stage bullying the DJ into playing music to dance, so he can dance for everybody. The thing is, he's saying his father is quite influential. So we're all a bit nervous about what will happen if we get in his way, if you know what I mean. The staff here are doing their best, but I think we need help." As the officers wrestled Ben off the stage, George stepped forward to thank them for their help. "Perfect timing, officers. We appreciate you coming out here tonight." When he saw George approaching, Ben tried to lunge for him again.
"I was framed,"
he screamed at the officers holding him back.
"He forced me to do it. Ask anybody here."
George stepped back with his palms raised in surrender. He shrugged at the officers as if to say, "See what I mean?" The head of their team shook his head in disgust. "Sir, we're going to take you somewhere quiet, where you can cool down. I think you're going to be pretty embarrassed when you sober up." Episode 72. Settling the Tab. No matter how Ben struggled or swore or pleaded with the officers, he wasn't able to get free. The team held him firmly and marched him out the door of Torrent Bar. George watched him go with a smile. He had been annoyed when he realized that he and Ben were at the same bar, but it had all worked out perfectly. He looked across the room and saw Gina and all the people she had introduced him to that day staring at him in awe. He shrugged modestly at them and was rewarded with the sight of their huge, approving grins. Jason even mimed applauding for him. Gina had already been shocked at George's high alcohol tolerance. Now, she was impressed with his shrewdness too. He had managed to outwit Ben and get the whole bar on his side without anyone else getting caught in the crossfire. Once Ben was gone, the crowd was quick to disperse. George knew it was time for him to settle the bill and made his way over to the bar. As he walked, the bar manager came out personally to greet him.
"You must be George Rudd. Mr. Rudd, I should say," he corrected himself, smiling. "My sincerest apologies. I should have greeted you the moment you came in."
George squinted at him. He looked vaguely familiar. "Are you related to Flora?" The manager smiled.
"I am. My name is Felix Williams."
"Nice to meet you, Felix." "Thank you, and please, thank all your staff for me for putting up with all that. I'll be sure to mention to Flora as well what a big help you were," George added. Felix inclined his head modestly.
"That's very kind of you. We're always here to help."
George could feel the sincerity of Felix's words. His manners and way of speaking were very like Flora's. "I'll admit, I sort of knew this establishment was owned by the Williams family. Thank you for confirming it," said George. "I am sorry for all the trouble, though. Please, total up the cost of all the alcohol and any damage, and I'll take care of it." Felix shook his head. "No. We run the business, but you own it. You're drinking in your establishment. I couldn't possibly charge you for anything." Felix gave him a conspiratorial smirk. "After all, Flora would kill me." George shrugged. "I don't completely understand how it all works yet, but I'll take your word for it. Thanks again for your help. I'll clear out before I accidentally start another drinking contest, though." Felix stayed with George as he gathered his friends and told them it was time to go. He even walked out and made sure everyone made it safely to their cars before going back to the bar. Once inside, he retreated to his office to call Flora directly. "It's all resolved. George is safe. We barely had to do a thing." Felix told her the whole story. How Ben had tried to start trouble for George by challenging him to a drinking contest. How George had easily handled his share of the drinks and embarrassed everyone who tried to challenge him, and how he neatly resolved the issue and humiliated his opponent in the process. As Flora listened, her eyes flashed first in astonishment, then admiration, and then deep appreciation. The next day, George woke up bright and early in the hotel room he had booked for himself the night before. He rolled out of bed and headed off to Harrison University to attend his classes for the day. After his first class, he called Charlie to ask how her father was doing in his new suite. He was happy to hear that Greg was settling in and getting lots of rest. George planned to go and visit him later that day. After his afternoon class, he was surprised to get a call from Ben. In the message, Ben said, "Hey, it's me. I'm sorry. I took it too far, and I got what I deserved. I want to give you a real apology. A phone message just doesn't feel like enough. Can I take you out for a meal? Then I can say this properly to your face." He left the address of a restaurant and the time he wanted George to arrive. George blinked in surprise. This was a fast turnaround. Ben sounded calm, almost friendly. He wondered if Felix had followed up with Ben in some way without telling him. He didn't entirely believe that Ben had good intentions, but he was curious to see what he was up to. After he was finished with the call, Ben threw down his phone in rage. He had had a horrible night. After the police dragged him out of the bar, they shoved him into a patrol car and drove him off to the station. They had been calm and almost polite in the bar, but once they were outside, they got much rougher. He already had a few bruises by the time they shoved him into a holding cell. They refused to give him any clothes, and the other people being held there had a great time laughing at him. It took several tries to reach his father, Robert Davison, and several more hours before his father would come down to the station to see him. When the police told him that his son had stripped down in a bar and danced on stage, he had almost decided not to help him at all. He let Ben spend the night in the holding cell, refusing to pay bail until morning. Ben rarely had to face the consequences of his actions, and having his father abandon him in his time of need was another stinging blow. By the time his family came to collect him in the morning, he was seething with rage and hatred for George. In the car, he had to beg his father to listen to him so he could explain what had happened. How George had set him up to humiliate him in front of the entire bar. He pleaded for Robert to help him get revenge on George. After thinking about it, Robert nodded gruffly.
Of course, I'll help. He can't get away with this. Get him to come to us, and we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget.
Making plans together to ruin George instantly repaired any leftover bad feelings between them. A few hours later, George stepped out of his car. He eyed the hotel Ben had asked to meet him at curiously. It wasn't particularly large, but from the outside, it looked very elegant. What little he could see of the inside looked luxurious as well. He wondered if his apology was going to be genuine after all. It looked like Ben was going to treat him to something rather nice.
Mr. Rudd.
George turned, startled. A middle-aged man in an immaculate three-piece suit was waving at him. He had a broad, friendly smile. George thought he recognized something of Flora about him, and Felix too. The Williams family resemblance. He wondered how many of Flora's family members knew his face now. The man came toward him and politely held out his hand to shake.
Mr. George Rudd, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I'm a member of the Williams family. My name is Fritz.
Episode 73. A Rough Start. George smirked. Every single person he had met from the Williams family had a name starting with the letter F. Of course, he said, laughing. Your brother's name must be Ferdinand and Flint. Fritz gasped, delighted.
How did you know? Have you met them already?
George laughed again. Fritz had so much energy. He looked at George as if meeting him was the most exciting thing that had ever happened to him. I haven't yet, George admitted. I just met Felix yesterday at Torrent Bar.
I hope you were satisfied with his care,
Fritz said promptly.
And I hope you will be satisfied with us. Welcome to the Tide Pool, our hotel. Is Flora here with you?
George realized suddenly that Fritz must be the manager of the hotel. He was pleased to be in another Williams establishment. It might prove useful if anything went wrong. No, I'm afraid Flora's not with me today, said George, thinking carefully. I was invited actually by a friend. Well, not a friend, sort of an enemy. He's apologizing to me? He invited me here for a meal so we could sit down and talk in person. Fritz nodded.
And who is this person?
Ben.
Davison? As in Robert Davison's son?
Fritz's expression suddenly became anxious. Oh, you know them? That's helpful. Could you take me to the dining room? I'm embarrassed to say I've never been here before, so I don't know my way around.
You can't go,
Fritz said firmly.
I don't know what he told you, but he has not invited you here with good intentions. I passed by their room earlier. It's not just Ben in there. He has his father with him, and they have plans to do you great harm.
George nodded slowly. Thank you for telling me, but I hope you understand. I can't just show up. I know him. He'll use the opportunity to start rumors that I refuse to accept his apology. Fritz frowned, perplexed.
I understand what you mean, but I'm still concerned.
George smiled at him. I appreciate it, but I need to go in there and see him. Our reputation will be affected by this. He was pleased to see Fritz stand up a little straighter when he heard the words, "our reputation."
"If you wish to confront him, then I will support you," Fritz pledged. "I'll stand right outside the door and look out for you. How does that sound?"
George gave him a thumbs up. "Sounds great. Thanks, Fritz." They made their way to the room Ben had booked for their meal. On the way, they were joined by 2 bodyguards. They agreed that the guards would follow him inside, but that Fritz would wait by the door. George strode into the room with a confident smile. Ben was standing, pacing by the table. But his father, Robert Davison, was seated and relaxed. Behind them stood a cluster of men, who were prepared to fight if called on by their boss. George focused on Bento's start. "Ben, thanks so much for calling me. I appreciated your sincere words on the phone. I'm ready to hear your apology, face to face." But the sight of George made Ben fly into a rage. He picked up one of the small plates from the table and threw it at George.
You want to start with that? As if I owe you anything.
It was a clumsy throw, and George easily dodged the little missile. Ben was tempted to leap across the room and wrap his hands around George's throat, but the sight of his bodyguards made him pause.
Ben, please, his father Robert drawled. Mr. Rudd here is our guest. Let's not be rude.
Robert turned his head to look George up and down coolly. George gazed back at him with frank curiosity. Ben often boasted about how powerful his father was. It was interesting to finally see the man in person. He was cunning, a much greater challenge than his son. Behind them, Ben took a seat at the table, still fuming. "Mr. Davison, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," George said politely. "Ben speaks very highly of you. Just as he says, you seem like quite an amazing man." George hoped starting with flattery would smooth out the rest of what was bound to be an annoying meal. He was gratified to see Robert smile back at him almost instantly.
He talks about me, does he? Robert said. And what does he say?
"He always calls for you when he's in trouble. It's like he thinks you can solve any problem." George smiled and then did a pantomime of Ben's pleading from the night before.
"Don't touch me. Do you know who my father is?"
Like that. Robert kept his grin fixed on his face, determined to show George that he was unruffled by his little performance. But inwardly, he was seething at the idea of his son behaving so pathetically in public. He would have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, the boy would continue to drag his family through chaos and failure. But Ben was not so patient. When George began mimicking him, he stood up abruptly, knocking his chair over. He snarled as he rushed toward George. But the 2 bodyguards stepped forward, flexing their hands meaningfully. They were not run-of-the-mill security hires. Each was a member of the Williams family and highly trained in specialized martial arts techniques. The one on the left was called Florence. The one on the right was Floyd. Fritz had called them up, especially once he realized there might be trouble because they were the best he had in the entire hotel. Ben was quick to back down. He knew he didn't have the strength or the skills to get past them. He had taken enough rough treatment from the police the night before, and he wasn't ready to take on new bruises. He knew the fighters his father had brought with them today wouldn't move until Robert ordered it. He stood in place uncertainly, glaring at George as he stepped forward with a friendly smile.
"Ben, sit down," Robert said tightly. "He's our guest. You know this is not how we treat guests."
But Ben was reluctant to retreat. With a sigh, Robert stood and stepped up, so he stood in between Ben and George. He drew his hand back, planning to give George a blow across the face. But when he swung, George dodged unexpectedly. The force of the blow carried Robert's hand around, so he ended up giving his son a tight slap. Ben staggered back, clutching his cheek. He was shocked.
You said you were going to help me."
Robert was equally shocked. He hadn't expected George to be so light on his feet. But he was determined not to let this show. He kept his face calm as he said to Ben,
"I am helping you, but you need to be quicker."
Episode 74, respect. Robert was surprised at George. The young man was so much more competent than he had expected. But he was also angry to see his son losing control so quickly. He knew Ben was failing because he was getting flustered. He turned his anger toward George instead, deciding to get straight to the point of their meeting.
So, you know who I am. If so, then why do you continue to disrespect me by bullying my son?
George nodded. There's no way I can avoid knowing who you are. Your reputation precedes you. Even if Ben wasn't constantly talking about you, you're well known in the business world. But I'm not the bully here. Your son made the mistake of attacking me, repeatedly. What else could I do? I had to defend myself. He gave Robert a canny look. But what about you? Are you happy with your son's behavior? And if you are, then frankly, why should I respect you? Robert narrowed his eyes at him.
I've been in this game a long, long time, and no one has ever dared speak to me like this before. You claim that you know who I am, but I don't think you have any idea what you're getting yourself into. After all, who are you? Just some poor kid from my son's school.
George thought quickly. Robert didn't seem to have any idea about his family background. He decided to play into his expectations. He raised his hands defensively. I guess you're right. It's just school stuff between me and Ben. Why are you taking it so seriously? I'm nobody. I've got no money, no influence. I can't do anything to Ben. Please, let's all just calm down. Robert was quick to take the bait. He smirked at George.
Now you want us all to calm down? I think what would calm us down is a good apology. Let's hear it.
Yeah, Ben added in, trying to get back into his father's good graces.
Beg for mercy. Otherwise, you don't know what we'll do. You may not understand who I am, but I looked into you, said Robert.
This was only partly true. Most of what he knew was rumors.
Your parents are gone. You work part-time at disgusting little jobs, picking up garbage and taking care of people's coats. You're nothing. Imagine everything you think you could do, and then multiply that by 10. I could make you disappear. Who would miss you?
He saw what he thought was real fear in George's eyes and let out a cold snort.
Even if I don't take it that far, I can still make your life miserable. Imagine getting kicked out of university. Imagine ending up homeless by the side of the road. No job, no prospects, no hope. Whatever aspirations you're chasing now, I can make them disappear. Those are the consequences we're talking about for your disrespect.
Robert had only intended to make some threats and cow George into behaving better in the future. But his words about his son Ben had touched a nerve. The idea of someone as poor as George looking down on him and telling him he didn't deserve respect appalled him. Now he was determined to give George a painful lesson. He kept an eye on the bodyguards behind George. He could tell from the way they carried themselves that they were skilled. But he didn't think they could compare to the group of fighters that he had clustered behind the table. Besides, he assumed George was too poor and insignificant to have secured real protection for this meeting. These were probably just some friends or cheap thugs with a little unusual talent. That's scary stuff, said George. But are you sure you want to try me? Ben burst out in exaggerated, tense laughter.
Are you kidding? My dad just explained everything to you. You still think you can take him on? Who do you think you are? Who do you think can save you now?
Robert couldn't help but smirk as well.
I don't know how to make you understand how much trouble you're in. What do you think you can do to help yourself in this situation except beg me to go easy on you?
The fighters behind the table were all smiling and chuckling too. They had appreciated George's confident entrance at first, but now they could see he was in way over his head.
He talks like he's in an action movie,
one guy said to the other fighter nearest him.
He's not going to look so cool once we're finished.
They were all just waiting for Robert's signal. Once they got the go-ahead, they were going to crush George. All his boasting and posturing would come back to haunt him. George lifted his chin and looked Robert directly in the eye. If this is what you want, then fine. Don't say I didn't try to warn you. Robert laughed.
You tried to warn me? Oh, kid, I think I'm doing the world a favor by taking you out of it. Folks,
He shot a look over his shoulder at the hired fights.
it's your time to shine. Tear him apart,
Ben said savagely.
make him beg for mercy.
There will be no begging, a loud voice announced from outside. At least not from him.
The door flew open, and Fritz strode in with a furious look on his face. Robert frowned at him.
You? Fritz, please, mind your own business.
This is my business, Fritz said coldly. If you're going to start a fight in my hotel, then it is my business.
After a moment's hesitation, Robert laughed.
Fritz, please don't worry. We're having a good time. It was just a joke. I would never make a mess in your fine establishment. Please return to whatever it was you were doing.
But Fritz continued to glare at him sternly. With an awkward cough, Robert continued.
Fritz, I hate to get you mixed up in my family's problems, but there's been an issue between this boy here and my son Ben. We're just resolving it now, teaching him a little lesson in manners. Ben, have you met Fritz? You should bring your friends here in the future. Bring some good business to him. Say hello.
Hello, Fritz, Ben said obediently.
It's a beautiful hotel. I'll have a party here in the future.
George had to fight hard not to snort out loud at Robert and Ben's sudden switch from threatening him to kissing up to the hotel's manager. They didn't seem to understand that Fritz was here to protect him, not them.
Call me sir, young man, Fritz said severely. We are not friends, and I'm not interested in meeting any of your people. So, we're teaching lessons today, are we?
Ben nodded eagerly.
Smack!
Florence had turned and knocked Robert down in one blow. Ben's jaw dropped open. He looked from his father to Fritz to Florence to George, again and again in sequence, as if the scene would change if he kept looking. Finally, he said,
I'll get you for that. I'll get you for hitting my dad.
He rushed forward, but another blow from Florence knocked him down, so he lay next to his father, wheezing in pain. Episode 75. Discipline. Robert and Ben lay on the floor, both clutching their sides in pain. Florence returned to stand at George's side, ready to fend off a counterattack from either of the men on the ground or the hired fighters they had brought with them.
How dare you?
Ben gasped from the ground. He was so disoriented from the blow that he resorted to his usual tried-and-true threats.
Do you know who my father is?
He's laying on the ground next to you,
Fritz replied calmly. Robert glared coldly at Ben. Getting hit was bad enough. Following it up by saying something so stupid was even worse. He raised one hand to signal to his fighters still clustered at the back of the room to attack. However, they held back, glancing at each other nervously. Now that they had had a chance to see the skills of the bodyguards George had brought with him, they were very reluctant to get involved. Each of them privately felt that Florence and Floyd's skills far surpassed their own. None of them wanted to get shown up in front of so many other fighters, especially since they all belonged to Leander's organization. Fritz stepped forward, giving them an imperious look.
Well, are we going to have an altercation here?
The fighters all raised their hands and shook their heads.
There's no problem here,
said one in particular, who was standing toward the front.
I think we're all in the wrong place. We'll clear out. It's a very nice hotel, by the way.
What? Ben yelled at them.
My dad spent a ton of money hiring you guys to fight for us. You can't just refuse to do the work we're paying you for.
He turned to his father.
Dad, these guys are weak. We'll tell their boss, right? Leander should know his guys were completely useless.
The fighters all froze in place. It would be very bad if word got back to their boss that they had not lifted a finger to help Robert and his son. It was a difficult situation. George's bodyguards were impressive, and the Williams family was clearly on his side. Leander would also be angry if they started trouble with the Williams. It seemed like there was no way to get out of the situation without making somebody angry. No one wanted to argue about the finer details with Leander. Robert sat up, breathing shallowly.
You can't leave. Stay and do what I've paid you to do. You all know I'm on good terms with your boss. I've been very good to your organization in the past. Do you want to ruin that?
The same fighter who had spoken up before now said,
Look, we can't win here. You didn't tell us we'd be picking a fight with the Williams family. We're out.
Once he said it, the group seemed to come to a final decision. They started to move toward the door. Robert began to panic when he saw that his threats were not working. He reached toward the ankle of one as he passed by.
Don't go. You don't want to know what I'm going to tell your boss.
Startled, the fighter kicked his hand away.
Forget it. We're not getting dragged down with you.
As they left, the fighter who had ended up as their spokesman turned to incline his head respectfully to Fritz.
I'm sorry for the trouble. We'll get out of your way as fast as we can. Nobody touched the kid. We promise.
He waited for Fritz to say something, but the hotel manager held his gaze calmly. Gulping nervously, the fighter asked,
With your permission, can we leave?
Fritz thought about making them stay. He felt that the whole group should be punished just for showing up. But they all looked terrified, and Fritz wasn't interested in wasting time with cowards. They were only here because of money after all. It was Robert and his son Ben who was really to blame. As he reached this decision in his head, George also began to laugh. Come on, he looks like he's about to wet himself. Let's let him go. Fritz nodded.
As you wish, sir.
The fighters scurried away like cockroaches under a harsh light. In the confusion, Robert and Ben tried to escape as well.
Not you two,
George sneered. Fritz, stop them. I'm not done with them yet.
Of course, sir.
Fritz signaled to Florence and Floyd to grab the pair before they could escape. Outside the doorway, more of the hotel's security staff had gathered to lend their support if it was needed.
Hey, Fritz! It's Fritz, right? Please help!
Ben called to him desperately. Robert was also looking nervous.
Fritz, I thought we had an understanding. Why are you taking the kid's side?
We have no such understanding, Fritz told him curtly. Please, don't act so familiar.
Robert's expression changed quickly into a ferocious scowl. Have you been paying attention at all? George crossed his arms. Fritz isn't just taking my side. He works for me.
George,
Ben howled.
What are you talking about? I picked this hotel, not you. We booked the room, not you. They're working for us.
Despite everything, he still thought his father's money would somehow fix the situation. With perfect timing, Fritz turned to George and smiled.
Mr. Rudd, of course, you have my full support and the support of the entire Williams family. Please, tell us what you would like to do.
Robert's jaw dropped open. He hoped desperately that he had misheard Fritz's words. He was confident George was a nobody. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened him so freely. How could he possibly command the respect of any family, let alone as powerful as the Williams?
Mr. Rudd, Ben laughed wildly. Who are you calling Mr.? He's nobody. He's just George. Shut up, Ben, Robert said tersely. What? Dad, I told you. This guy is clearly in charge.
Robert smacked his arm.
Now keep your mouth shut and let me deal with this. He's not in charge, Ben snapped. Quit hitting me.
But he knew his father was right. Whoever George was or wasn't, all the staff was listening to him and doing what he said. He clearly had more power than Ben had ever understood. George stood and watched them both for a long moment. Finally, he turned to Ben. I came here today because of your phone call. You said you had something to say to me in person. What was it? Ben flushed red. George was referring to Ben's promise to apologize, sincerely and in person, for causing trouble at the bar. But before he could say anything, his father turned to him and roared.
Ben, how could you make such a mess? You promised this man an apology, and instead forced me to threaten him on your behalf.
He turned to George and continued.
Mr. Rudd, I will take care of this. My son is still a child. He needs to be taught a lesson.
You can watch if you like."
He pulled himself free from Floyd's grasp. Taking a strong stance, he pulled his arm back and punched Ben in the mouth. Episode 76. A Suitable Punishment. George was a bit shocked when he saw Robert turn and punch his son. But then he caught Robert glancing at him as if trying to figure out whether or not he had made the right move. George shrugged at him, smiling. With a gruff nod, Robert raised his fist and punched Ben again.
"This is my fault for not disciplining you properly,"
he roared as he landed another blow.
"I'll have to catch up on teaching you now."
If the feud between Ben and George had been limited to the scene at the bar the night before, maybe this form of revenge would have been over the top. But George had a mental catalog of all the ways Ben had tried to make his life difficult in the past. The blackmail attempt stood out in his mind in particular. Trying to stage photos to make it look as though George had assaulted Alice had been a particularly low point. Thinking of Alice gave George even more reasons to hang back and let Robert beat Ben. He didn't care for Alice anymore. She was spoiled and selfish and had made his life miserable, when all he had ever tried to do was be a good boyfriend. But he had seen how Ben treated her and felt that Alice had traded down significantly. Ben constantly lied to her. He even hit her. It was time he was taught a lesson. George was confident in his power now. He knew any one of his supporters could easily handle Robert and Ben. But it felt much sweeter to make the two of them deal with each other instead. Finally, Ben started yelling for mercy.
I was wrong. I'm sorry. Dad, quit hitting me. I won't cause problems anymore.
Robert snarled.
"You're apologizing to the wrong person. Say his name."
Robert landed a few more punches for good measure. He was hoping that this scene would satisfy George for a good long time, and maybe even prepare the way to create an alliance between them. The truth was, he had no idea how he was going to handle George in the future. His original plan had been to appeal to one of the Williams family members, such as Fritz, while George's back was turned. But he could see now that George's people were loyal to him.
George, Ben called desperately, I'm sorry, okay? I am. I've had this coming for a long time. I get it now. I'll stay out of your way from now on.
Behind him, Robert was nodding. When George caught his eye, Robert gave him a conspiratorial wink, as if they had planned his revenge on Ben together. George looked back and forth between the two of them critically. It was interesting to see how far Robert was willing to go to try to get back on his good side. Ben's face was swollen with bruises. After deliberating for a moment, George chose to smile. Thanks for apologizing. I know we've got a lot of bad blood between us, but I hope we can start putting the past behind us. Ben nodded, sniffing blood back up into his nose.
"Ben," his father barked, "he's forgiving you. What do you say?"
Thank you, Ben said humbly. I'll do whatever you say from now on.
He hoped that if he could just say the right things, George would let him and his father go, so they could start planning revenge for the latest fight. Robert was thinking much the same thing. He didn't care about embarrassing his son in the short term if that was what it took to get away. I think actions speak louder than words, though, George continued thoughtfully. Saying you're going to do better really doesn't mean anything unless you follow it up with real change. I hope you don't mind me pointing that out. It's just that you've apologized before and then turned out to be lying. If this is going to work, you need to earn my trust. Ben frowned, confused.
What do you want me to do?
George thought for a moment. You know, last night I tried to give you a way out of paying the money from that bet. All I wanted was for you to do a little performance for everybody in the club, but you ruined it by trying to attack me. The police even had to get involved. It was only a little dancing. Ben flushed red under his rising bruises.
It was a whole striptease.
Yeah, and the crowd had to take your clothes off for you, George nodded. You were supposed to do it yourself. Behind them, Robert cleared his throat uncomfortably. Tell you what, let's try it again. said George. "You're not a great dancer, so I'll make it a little easier. I want you to strip down and run a lap around the block, outside the hotel. Actually, why don't we make it a father-son activity? You both look fit enough. I'm sure it won't take you long." Robert and Ben's jaws dropped as one. Robert found himself trembling with fury. He would have happily supported George in making his son run around the block naked, but he never would have imagined that he would get dragged into the punishment too. His mind raced, trying to think of a solution that would satisfy George's thirst for revenge and save his skin. He couldn't be seen to embarrass himself like this. His business rivals would find out and chase him out of the industry. He would be ruined.
"Surely a private performance would be more comfortable for you," he said, attempting to smile. "Why, I bet Fritz would make you very comfortable indeed with a good drink. The food here is incredibly good," he added, gesturing to the abandoned dining table. "We never got to sit down and partake. Doesn't that sound better?"
George shrugged. "I wasn't the only one Ben disappointed last night. A lot of people bet money on him in the drinking contest and felt cheated when he didn't pay up. It would be selfish of me to keep his apology private. I think his apology, and yours, should be shared with the world. Besides," he continued with an icy smile, "awful things tend to happen in private rooms. People hire thugs and try to attack their guests. Can you imagine? No, I think it's better we take our business out to the open street, so everyone can see we're being honest with each other. You should start taking that nice suit off here, so it doesn't get ruined outside." At this, Robert had no choice but to launch into his apology. Red-faced and shaking with rage, he explained as calmly as he could that what George wanted him to do would ruin him. Ben stood by, shivering with fear. The repercussions of his fight with George were getting worse and worse. Whatever happened now, he would still have to deal with Robert's rage when they got home. Finally, George nodded seriously. "I think I understand. Running around the block is too severe for you. All right, how about this instead? I'd like you to spend some time helping out the hotel today to make up for your mess you made here. I'm sure Fritz can help provide something to hide your face." At the slightest hint of mercy, Robert tried to gain ground again.
"Surely you must understand. At my age—"
"Hey," George said sharply, "I'm being pretty nice here, all things considered." Robert sighed, defeated.
"What do you want us to do?"
"It's not too strenuous. I just want you to help greet the guests coming into the hotel." Episode 77, Masquerade. Robert and Ben were forced to admit that this form of punishment was much, much preferable to being made to run naked outside. Fritz did indeed come up with a solution to hide their faces. He didn't have any full masks on hand, but the hotel kept plenty of face paint on hand for children's parties. Ben was painted to look like a pig, while Robert made to look like a monkey. Instead of stripping completely naked, they only had to strip down to the waist. This was to make room for the sign hanging around each of their necks, which said, "Welcome to Tide Pool Hotel." The children of the hotel guests adored them. They ran straight up to them, tugging on their trousers and demanding photos. George was happy to help every family get the best possible shot as a keepsake. He took a few photos of his own future blackmail material. Through it all, the pair kept fixed grins on their faces to hide their rage and embarrassment. At last, George permitted them to leave. Fritz and his staff threw the rest of their clothes at the pair and chased them out into the street, faces still covered in paint. As they ran, they each thought privately of how much they wanted to get revenge on George. Each swore to discuss it further with the other when they finally reached their home. George watched them run for a while, highly satisfied with himself. He didn't believe for a second that this was going to lead to peace, but it felt good to kill two birds with one stone. Just then, his phone rang. It was Natalie, calling to ask if he was attending the masked ball at their university that night. He had completely forgotten about the ball. The university held it every year. Some of the students went into a lot of trouble to come up with the elaborate costumes. After taking a few minutes to speak with Fritz and thank him for all his help that day, he caught a taxi outside the hotel to take him back to campus. Fritz had offered to arrange a private car for him, but he felt it was better to continue to keep a low profile. In his form room, he found the cheap costume he had kept from last year's ball. It still fit him, so he decided to use it again. It would help keep up the pretense that he was still just a poor student, struggling to keep up with his richer classmates. The ball turned out to be an even grander affair than he remembered from the previous year. Students in masks mingled freely, with drinks and sweets in their hands. Because it was difficult to recognize one another in costume, many ended up speaking with people they didn't ordinarily spend time with. The ball was known for helping people make new friends. Natalie was already there, wearing a cute princess dress. She had decided to dress up as Snow White this year. She was looking forward to seeing George again. She hadn't been able to successfully capture his attention last time they had been together. It was almost as if he was determined to see her only as a friend. But this time, she swore she would get closer to him. She couldn't forget the sight of him buying that house. She had fantasies of becoming his girlfriend and receiving that house as her first gift. She was confident she would be able to recognize George through whatever costume he wore. George grabbed a glass of wine for himself and hovered awkwardly by the refreshment table, unsure of what to do. He couldn't see Natalie anywhere, and to be honest, he wasn't that interested in seeking her out. But then he heard someone say in a sweet voice, "Hello, Harry Potter." His costume was indeed a fairly simple Harry Potter outfit. He turned to see who was speaking to him, and his eyes widened in surprise. The girl in front of him was wearing a fairy-like blue gauze dress that left her shoulders bare. Her neck was long and smooth and elegant, surrounded by lovely curls. Her face was covered by a sparkling white mask. Although he couldn't see her mouth, he could tell from the crinkle around her eyes that she was smiling at him. "And you must be a fairy," he said, a bit dazed. What's your name?" The girl laughed at him, but not unkindly. "It's only been a few days. Have you already forgotten about me?" George blushed a little. A lot had happened over the past few days, but he was struggling to think of a girl as refined and elegant as this, who had ever spoken to him so nicely in all the time he had attended Harrison University. Charlie was nice to him, of course, but she was more of a down-to-earth kind of girl. This girl reminded him more of his richer classmates, but with better manners. "Well," the girl shrugged playfully, "since you don't recognize me, I guess I have to introduce myself again. My name is Charlie. I'm a student here." George's eyes widened in surprise. "Charlie? Is that really you? I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. This is such a different look." "Of course it is," she said, laughing again. "It's a masked ball. Hey, don't worry. It took me a second to recognize you too." George felt the tension and embarrassment leaving him. It was good to see Charlie again, and it was especially good to see her being more cheerful, now that her father was taken care of. They eased naturally into the conversation, chatting about the ball and admiring the costumes of the other students. In another corner, 3 people were whispering to each other.
"Is he here? I don't see him," Terry muttered ferociously. "I just saw him," Alex assured him. "He's wearing that same costume as last year, that dumb Harry Potter outfit. We'll get him."
Terry nodded and turned to Lex.
"Did you call the girls? When will they get here?"
Lex nodded, glancing down at his phone.
"They should arrive any minute now. Do you want me to call and check on them just in case?" "Do it," Terry ordered him. "We can't miss this opportunity. This is the perfect time to mess with George."
Episode 78. Dance Lesson. Lex nodded and obediently called Chelsea on Terry's behalf. He quickly got her confirmation that she and her friends would be arriving at the masked ball soon. He had been sticking close to Chelsea for the past several days, planting the seeds of future schemes to work against George. The plan had many small parts, but the overall goal was to get George to fall for Chelsea. Once he was under her influence, Terry would be able to use her to mess with him. Terry felt certain that George was due for a rebound after his horrible breakup with Alice. Chelsea was a perfect choice. She was beautiful and haughty like Alice, and could be very demanding. Since that seemed to be George's type, he was sure to fall for Chelsea. Lex wholeheartedly supported the plan. He had feelings for Chelsea himself, but he was looking forward to watching George suffer. "She's a tricky one," he commented lightly to Terry, pretending to be overwhelmed. "A classic stuck-up beauty. It's been a bit of a challenge keeping up with her, to be honest. Thanks for your help getting her on board for this." Terry patted his shoulder. "It'll all be worth it in the end." He had suspicions about Lex's feelings for Chelsea, but he wasn't interested in learning more. All that mattered was using her to trick George. A voice on the intercom announced that the ball had officially begun. Music began to play, and students wandered toward the dance floor. George swallowed his nerves and smiled bravely at Charlie. "Hey, what do you say to a dance?" Even after all his success over the past few days, asking a girl to dance still made him feel uncertain. Part of him was very afraid that Charlie would suddenly reject him. Charlie smiled shyly. "I don't know. To be honest, I've never danced with anyone at one of these things. I don't really know how." She looked a little embarrassed. George was utterly charmed by her, and his confidence surged. "I can teach you," he said gallantly, holding out his arm to her. She took it, still protesting gently. "I'm not kidding. I don't know how." "I'm not kidding either," George told her warmly. "I'll teach you. We'll have fun." That made Charlie smile. She wrapped her arm around George's and let him lead her to the dance floor. It was sweet, but slow going. Charlie was still very nervous and frequently stepped on George's toes. Every time it happened, she would stop dancing to apologize. But every time, George just shook his head and smiled. "It's fine," he assured her. "You've got very light feet. You're not hurting me. Let's keep going." They were so focused on each other that they didn't notice a small group approaching them. Emma, a popular student with a strong online following, led the pack. She had an arm wrapped possessively around the bicep of her new boyfriend, Tyler. Tyler, like many of the students at Harrison University, came from a newly wealthy family. Joanna and Esther, her friends, followed close behind them. The three girls had all dressed as slinky, elegant cats, pairing ears and tails with cute, slightly skimpy dresses. When Emma had spotted Charlie dancing clumsily with a boy in a Harry Potter costume on the dance floor, she knew she had to take the opportunity to show her new boyfriend off. If she had recognized George, she might have stayed away, but since she didn't, she plunged right in. "Wow, look at her," Emma said to Tyler loudly, so that Charlie would hear. "Doesn't she look lovely in that dress? It's so weird though. I could have sworn she had just done a live stream online begging for money. Can she afford to be dressing up? I heard she was doing some pretty wild things for money, but I don't know," she added mischievously, alluding to the rumor she had started that Charlie had been stripping for the camera to get better tips. George had called her out on it, but as far as she could tell, he was nowhere to be seen. So she wasn't too worried about that anymore. Behind her, Joanna sneered. "It's not a very good quality dress. It can't have cost much." "Maybe she rented it from some little shop," Esther threw in sweetly. "I wonder if any nasty stains are hiding under that skirt." "At least she looks better than her partner," said Joanna. "Who dresses up as Harry Potter anymore? And that costume looks ancient. See that big hole in the cloak? I don't even think he washed it before he put it on." Emma leaned her head against Tyler's shoulder and sighed sadly. "Tyler, remember how I was telling you that somebody made trouble for me online a little while ago? It was that girl. Can you help me get back at her?" Tyler bristled. "I'd never let anybody get away with bullying you. I'll take care of it." Emma smiled at him. She felt full of confidence with him at her side. Charlie had stayed quiet through all of this, staring down at her feet nervously. But George looked directly at Emma and said, It's just a costume. It's none of your business." Emma shot him a cold glare. Raising her voice a little more, she said,
"Charlie, are you escorting him or is he escorting you? I don't want to tell you how to get money, but that seems like a dangerous line of work. Pick your clients wisely."
Charlie looked up, flushing beet red under her white mask.
"You know I'm not." "Being careful? I agree. Amazingly, you can still pretend to be such an innocent little girl. Do they pay extra for that?"
Emma sneered.
"Cut it out, Emma,"
Charlie said quietly.
"Fine, I can be nice. You look very pretty in that dress, Charlie. Did one of the men you're working for buy it for you?"
George frowned. Emma was horrible, but he was a little distracted. He had been wondering where Charlie had gotten the dress too. He knew she had been working hard to raise money for her father's medical bills. It seemed strange that she had suddenly gone out and splurged on a costume. Charlie caught his eye and seemed to notice the traces of doubt in his expression.
I didn't do anything wrong."
George nodded seriously. "Of course not. Don't worry about that." He turned his attention to Emma and her friends. "It's pretty bold of you to walk across the room just to insult our costumes. What are you three supposed to be? Werewolves? It would explain why your clothes are barely there. Do your dresses rip off when you finish transforming into monsters?" Emma, Joanna, and Esther all gasped in horror. Then they began looking at each other uncertainly, reassessing their outfits. They were supposed to be cats. Could their costumes be interpreted as something else? Episode 79. Redirected Anger. Emma, Joanna, and Esther were overcome with paranoia. They had carefully planned their costumes together. They wanted something that would show off their figures and entice the rich boys at their university, but nothing that would take too much time or effort. Throwing cat ears and tails on top of dresses they already owned seemed like the easiest way to go. But now George was saying they looked like werewolves, like monsters. Since their costumes were mostly made of clothes they normally wore, it was as if he was saying that they always looked like monsters. "I'll tell you what the real problem is, though, if you want," George offered. "Dressing up as monsters isn't that big of a deal. It works for a costume party, and monsters can still be cute. Look at all the monster romance movies we've had coming out in theaters lately. But you three took your outfits a little too far. Don't you want to know where you got it wrong?" Emma sneered at him, but Joanna leaned forward with an expression of great interest. If she could salvage her outfit before too many people saw her, she wanted to know what George had seen that she hadn't. Esther rolled her eyes.
"This is dumb. We don't need fashion advice from you. Your costume is full of holes."
George raised his eyebrows at her and grinned. "Well, it's not about how you look," he said. "It's about how you smell. It's monstrous." Esther turned an interesting shade of red. Joanna tried to subtly lift one arm so she could sniff herself. She wondered if maybe in the rush to get their costumes together, she had forgotten to put on deodorant. Emma quickly noticed what she was doing and smacked her arm. George saw their sudden awkwardness and laughed. Even Charlie was failing to hide a few small chuckles behind her hand. Joanna quickly redirected her embarrassment into anger at Charlie for laughing at her.
"What are you smiling about? You think I won't rip up that ugly dress?"
She lunged toward Charlie, but before she could get near her, George threw out an arm to stop her. With his other hand, he gestured at Charlie to take cover behind him. "Watch it," he said sternly. "You think I'm going to just stand here and let you hurt her? You're the one who came over here and picked a fight."
"Who are you?" Esther snapped. "Get your hands off Joe, or I'll get security over here."
George ignored her, turning to glare at Emma instead. "I thought you learned your lesson last time." Emma blinked, genuinely puzzled. She didn't understand what he meant. As far as she knew, this was her first time meeting him. But then she saw Charlie peeking shyly over George's shoulder and thought back to that night when she had tried to cause trouble for Charlie online. George had been the one to intervene and embarrass her. She looked him up and down, trying to pick out his features through his costume. If this was George, then she had just picked a fight with him all over again. She decided it was time to retreat, but George read the fear and understanding in her eyes, and knew this was the time to make his point. You came over here because you thought Charlie wouldn't have anyone to help her if you picked on her. Is that right? I warned you to leave her alone. You should have turned and walked away as soon as you saw her. Esther and Joanna were beginning to realize that something about this situation was more complicated than they had originally thought. Even Tyler was tugging nervously at his collar, looking around for a way to escape. I just came over to say hi, she said uncertainly. You heard me. I said her dress looked nice. Joanna and Esther were the ones who started making things ugly. Joanna and Esther turned to glare at her in disbelief. Emma, are you kidding? Esther snapped. You told us to come with you. Where are you going, Emma? George asked in a kind voice. You keep stepping back. Don't ditch us now. Joanna gave her a hurt look. You're ditching us? What? No, Emma gabbled desperately. I'm just trying to create a little more space so we can all breathe. Open up the circle a bit. Joanna, quit letting him lead you. He's just trying to get us all to fight with each other. Don't you see? You're my best friends. If that's how you treat your best friends, I'd hate to see what you do to people you dislike, said George. Joanna and Esther were still giving her doubtful looks. Emma put on her freshest smile and tried to assure them. Don't worry about him. You guys know who I am. You're a great actor, said George, but we're getting off the subject. I warned you that there would be consequences if you messed with Charlie again. Emma tossed her head back proudly. What consequences? What are you going to do? What can you even afford to do? How much money have you managed to save up from all those gross little part-time jobs you have picking up trash? I hope you didn't think you were going to get much out of him, she added viciously, directing her gaze to Charlie. Did he promise you a lot of money for spending the dance with him? He won't be able to pay. He's trash. Under her mask, Charlie's face went very cold and still. All of her nerves disappeared. She stepped in front of George and said in a deadly calm voice, Say that again. Emma narrowed her eyes. He is a disgusting, low-life, worthless piece of trash. Smack! The slap left a vivid red mark across Emma's cheek. Charlie winced and shook her hand. Delivering the blow had been more painful than she had expected. She had never hit anyone before. But she said, You can say anything you want about me, but don't you dare say anything bad about him ever again. George watched her in astonishment. Joanna, Esther, and Tyler stared at her too. But Emma was quicker to recover. She lifted one hand and began taking off her earrings, preparing for a fight. Thinking quickly, George took his phone out of his pocket and turned the camera toward her. If you don't mind me capturing it all on video, then go ahead, Emma, he warned her. It'll be clear that you started it. And besides, it'll just be one more piece of evidence that you've been bullying Charlie. I've got plenty more. His words made Emma freeze in place. She turned to him in disbelief. What other video? George shrugged. Try me if you don't believe me. Joanna and Esther stepped forward to cluster around Emma protectively. What should we do? Joanna whispered to the others. Emma, if there are videos of the other times, then we're in serious trouble, Esther said in a low voice. We need to get out of this. Episode 80. Honest Work. Emma frowned as she looked at George. She couldn't think of how or when he could have recorded any videos of her being cruel to Charlie. But he looked so confident. She was shaken by the sight of his cold expression. If he had videos, then she needed to get them from him and destroy them for good. Something like that could ruin her reputation and make it difficult to find a good, rich husband to settle down with. Their family would want a girl to marry into their family to have the best possible behavior. Suddenly, this was about more than just her petty fight with Charlie. She felt like this was a life or death situation. She turned her head, hoping to see if Tyler was still there. Maybe he would be able to support her. But he was hanging back, a doubtful look on his face. Emma had told him he was supposed to be helping protect her family from an online bully. The situation had quickly gotten out of hand. Emma resolved to dump him later, but for now, she needed to fix things with George and Charlie. She raised her hands in surrender.
Okay. I'm sorry, okay? I took things too far. I'm worked up. I've always had some issues with Charlie, but I can see now that I'm going about things the wrong way. We should talk, really talk, and settle this once and for all peacefully.
Charlie had retreated a little to stand by George again. Emma caught her eye and tried to give her a friendly smile.
It's jealousy, I guess, Emma lied. You're just so sweet, and people seem to instantly like you. I get insecure. That's what this is all about. Right, girls?
She turned and gave Joanna and Esther a meaningful look. After just a moment's hesitation, they knew what to do. Joanna reached out and gently wrapped herself around George's arm.
We've all never really gotten to know each other. It would be nice to sit down and talk.
Esther took his other arm and pressed herself to him.
Truce, can you get rid of the video? It'll be hard for us to get along if we're holding things like that against each other.
George blinked, trying hard to focus. He could feel his face turning red and wished he could make himself stop blushing. Emma, Joanna, and Esther had crafted their looks tonight to be as slinky and form-fitting as possible. When they pressed against him, it felt like there was barely anything stopping them from touching skin to skin. He had never had a girlfriend get this close to him, let alone girls he barely knew. His train of thought was still fairly clear. He knew better than to take their flirting seriously, but he didn't know how to push them away without it looking as if he was attacking them. He felt trapped between the two girls.
Videos last forever, Emma said sorrowfully. It's tough to be haunted by things you did when you were young and silly. A video of me and Charlie fighting could look bad for both of us. I don't just mean around our classmates, but forever. You could ruin our lives. Both of our lives.
She added with emphasis,
I mean, what if somebody got a video of you doing something embarrassing? Something like hitting girls at a dance?
Charlie was frozen on the spot. She understood exactly what the girls were trying to do. She understood why George was hesitating to move, but the longer he delayed pushing them away, the less certain she felt. George was still trying to figure out what to do when he caught Charlie's eye and saw her doubtful look. He realized he needed to take action before she misunderstood and thought the worst of him. As quickly as he could, he wriggled out of their grasp. He kept his hands raised high so no one would think he was hitting or pushing them. After much struggling, he managed to get a few steps away and catch his breath. I see your point. Okay, we can get rid of the videos, but I have conditions.
And those are?
Emma cried eagerly, dropping all pretense of sorrow. George gave her a stern look. First, you need to apologize properly to Charlie.
Oh, fine,
Joanna said happily, greatly relieved.
Easy.
That's not all, George continued. Second, you need to come clean to everyone we know about the rumors and lies you've been telling about Charlie. Everyone has to know the truth. Emma's face fell.
Oh, that's impossible. How will we convince everybody?
George frowned at her. He couldn't believe how quickly she changed from expression to expression. Third, he said, I think it's time you guys learn something about what hard work is. You need to work for Charlie for a month, doing all the things you think are beneath you. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, all of it. Esther pursed her lips.
George, you're going overboard.
Is that overboard? George demanded. I thought maybe sending all those videos of you guys being cruel to Charlie was overboard. I thought maybe that would, how do you put it, Emma? Ruin your lives? Emma bit her lip. I'm giving you all a chance to make this right, he said. Do you think you're in a position to say that what I'm suggesting is too much? You really can't handle 1 month of honest, hard work? The girls all exchanged bitter looks. They couldn't see any other way out of the situation. But first, Emma said, "You have to promise that the videos will be completely gone when we finish at the end of the month." George smiled confidently. "Of course, that's the deal. You have my word." Esther and Joanna nodded doubtfully, still feeling a little uncertain. But Emma took the lead. She lowered her gaze and walked over to speak to Charlie. "Charlie," she started slowly, "I've been giving you a hard time for a while now." Charlie waved her hands, panicking. Gosh, I don't, there's no need to." But Emma, Joanna, and Esther each made their apology in turn. George watched them with a guarded look, but they made no snide comments, and none of them rolled their eyes or made faces when Charlie wasn't looking at them. They seemed sincere. By the time they were finished, Charlie's eyes were filled with grateful tears. George came up to her side and gave her a gentle pat on the back. "It's okay. I'm here." She looked up at him and smiled, nodding. "I know. Thanks, George." He looked back at the three girls. "Okay, we're good for today. You can get to work on the next part of your apology tomorrow." Episode 81. Comparing Partners. Emma gritted her teeth and said, "We'll keep our side of the deal. George, you'd better keep yours. It's best for everybody if those videos disappear." George smiled triumphantly at her. Then he took Charlie's hand, and together they walked away. Emma, Joanna, and Esther stood and watched them leave, glaring holes into their backs. "Emma, you can't be serious about this," said Joanna. "Are we going to spend a month cleaning up after that little brat?" "Forget the work. I'm worried about the rumors," Esther growled. "If we have to go around telling everyone we lied about Charlie, no one will ever trust us again. Not our classmates, not our teachers. We can't just roll over and let them win." Emma shook her head at the two of them. She was certain that if she had confronted George and Charlie on her own, the outcome would have been very different. It was all Esther and Joanna's fault for messing up and dragging her down with them. "Why do I have to think of all the answers?" she demanded. "Why can't one of you step up for once and help out?" Joanna's jaw dropped. "You're blaming us? How can you blame us? The whole thing was your idea, and now we're—" Esther rolled her eyes and pulled at Joanna's arm. "Knock it off. That's not helping." She turned back to Emma. "You're right. You're the smart one. We've always followed your lead," she said, playing to Emma's ego. "We'll support you no matter what, but you need to come up with a plan." Emma sighed. Secretly, she felt that Esther was right. She had a very low opinion of Esther and Joanna's intelligence. It seemed natural to her that she was the only one who could come up with a solution. She nodded and said, "I'm on it." At this moment, Tyler reached out to brush her arm, trying to get her attention. She elbowed him away and snarled, "Go away! You were completely useless back there! We're finished. Don't call me." Although they were relieved that Emma and her friends finally walked away, the mood was somewhat spoiled. Neither George nor Charlie was in the mood to dance anymore. They found a quiet corner where they could watch the other students and talk. But nearly as soon as they had settled, new people came to them looking to cause trouble. The man was dressed as Elvis, and the woman as Marilyn Monroe. When George looked at them carefully, he realized that it was Terry and Maddie.
"What is that old costume?"
Terry said loudly.
"Harry Potter? Your cloak is full of holes. You know that."
Maddie said nothing, but watched George's reaction with glee. Occasionally, her eyes drifted over to Charlie as if she was thinking of nasty things to do to her. George didn't think Terry had recognized him. He felt it was probably better to just get out of there. He bent toward Charlie and said, "We should get out of here. Come on, Charlie." Terry raised his eyebrows in surprise. When he looked closer, he could see it was Charlie, dressed as some kind of fairy princess. The dress showed off her lovely figure and pure, pale skin. She looked incredibly striking. Dressed up like this, she suited Terry's tastes perfectly. A perfect first-class beauty.
"It's Charlie, right?"
he said, turning his attention to her.
"I'd heard rumors, but you are gorgeous. My name is Terry."
She tried to give him a polite smile. It came out as a grimace. Terry gestured at George.
"Do you know who this guy is? I'd be careful if I were you. His name is George. He's in my class and he's got a bad reputation. I don't know what he's told you, but he doesn't deserve to dance with you."
Charlie didn't bother trying to look polite anymore.
I'll dance with whoever I want. It's my choice, not yours. I don't even know you, and you're already trying to tell me what to do.
"Whoa, hey now," Terry chuckled. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm just trying to help you. George has a reputation for doing nasty things for money. This guy's a thief."
He kept his tone light, but secretly he was very annoyed. He had gone to a lot of trouble to get Maddie to come with him to this dance. He had been pursuing her for nearly half a year, and she had only just agreed to one date with him. It had been incredibly hard work. He had paid attention to her for ages and given her many expensive gifts. No matter what he did, she acted like she was too good for him. He had been ready to give up, but then his father had told him more about Maddie's family background. She came from an incredibly good family. She wasn't just good girlfriend material, but ultimately ideal wife material. But George, fresh off a breakup and apparently with no effort at all, had managed to get a date with one of the most beautiful girls Terry had ever seen. He had heard rumors that she was quite something, but the sight of her in person blew him away. Maddie had spent all evening looking down her nose at Terry. Even with the knowledge of her status as an incentive, Terry realized he wasn't interested in pursuing her any further. He decided to switch his attention to Charlie. Besides, as far as he knew, Charlie didn't come from any kind of important family. He could have all the fun he wanted with her and then just break it off once he got bored. He put on a somber expression and said,
"Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you. I heard your father isn't doing very well."
Charlie flushed red.
Thank you, but
"I heard he's been lying in a bed in some hospital for quite some time now,"
Terry continued relentlessly.
"That must be very hard."
Charlie bit her lip. She knew the polite thing to do was to thank him for asking. But really, she just wanted him to leave her alone. George seemed uncertain of how to handle the problem too.
"Is there anything I can do to help?"
Terry asked, plastering a big, benevolent smile on his face.
"I heard you need money."
Finally, Charlie found her voice.
no thank you, she said firmly. I don't need your help.
Terry's smile dropped off his face instantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught George smiling proudly at the sight of Charlie speaking up for herself. Then, he saw Charlie reach for George's arm. It was infuriating. He had no idea what George had done to trick this beauty into liking him so much. But he had to do something about it. He turned his gaze to George.
"Hey, will you come over here for a bit? I have something to say to you."
Episode 82. Dance Competition. George frowned in confusion. Why do we need to go anywhere? Just say it to me here.
"What are you acting all shy for?" Terry demanded. "I just want to talk with you. What's wrong with that? What, are you scared of me now or something?"
George sneered at him. There's nothing to be scared of. Terry laughed loudly.
"That's a lot coming from you. I don't know what's with you lately. You've started acting like somebody who matters. Somebody with power. You're still the same guy picking up trash to pay his tuition fees."
One of his friends nearby was quick to pick up the theme.
"Yeah, seriously. You've started acting so arrogant. We all know you, George."
Other students nearby also overheard this and began talking amongst themselves about George mockingly. Terry was thrilled that he had managed to start so much chatter with so little work. He wanted to embarrass George, to show Charlie that she should pick different friends. He wanted to make all the beautiful young women standing around them laugh at George. But Charlie stepped forward, looking furiously.
You need to back off. It's just a dance. Why are you trying to start a fight?
Terry looked down his nose at her. She glared back at him.
I don't know you, she continued, voice calming slightly, but I never would have expected someone from our university to behave like this. Why are you trying to bully your classmates?
Terry looked over her head at George.
It's nice of her to speak up for you, I guess. Do you make her do everything for you? That fits. You always seemed like a coward to me.
George gave Terry a cold look, but didn't say anything. Terry shrugged.
I was only asking you to come over and talk because I wanted a place to bet with you. That's all. That's what you're making a big deal about. Just a bet. That's what your little girlfriend here is protecting you from.
Their conversation was starting to get a lot of attention from the other students nearby. George noticed all the heads turning their way inside. He had thought going off alone with Terry was the dangerous option, but now Terry was using the attention from the crowd to entrap him in some new game. If he refused to play along, Terry would only get louder and louder. "Oh, a bet," he said lightly. "You said you wanted to talk. I thought it was something serious. I was even going to suggest we go get some food so we could sit down and discuss things. When was the last time you ate at Palace Garden?" This was an allusion to that night at the restaurant when the two had schemed to make each other pay the bill. Terry's face turned red with anger as he remembered that incident.
I don't remember, he growled. All I was going to do was challenge you to a dance competition.
George frowned, genuinely confused. Dance? Terry raised his eyebrows at him.
Really? That's too scary for you? Come on.
But then George gave him a slow smile. No, it's not that it's scary. I'm just confused as to why you're going to the trouble of issuing the challenge. If I bother with this competition, I'm going to need your assurance that you won't try to weasel your way out of it. That made Terry laugh.
I don't need to weasel out of anything. I've won awards for my dancing. I know I'll do well tonight no matter what. What about you?
What will happen if you lose? George asked, ignoring Terry's question. Terry's eyes flashed with hatred.
I won't lose.
In the unlikely event that you lose, what happens? Terry shrugged.
You need a dream to hang on to? Fine. I'll kneel and declare you the greatest, right in the middle of the dance floor.
George nodded. Deal.
And you agree to the same conditions when you lose?
If I lose, George corrected him, smiling. See you on the dance floor. To Charlie's surprise, George selected her as his dance partner. Charlie worried about this. She had already proven to George that she wasn't a great dancer. Choosing her seemed like an unnecessary risk. Maddie was displeased to find that Terry had decided on her as his dance partner. She had only wanted to watch the competition between Terry and George, not get roped into it. But Terry begged her incessantly, and finally, she decided it was probably worth making sure that Terry won. Soon, the music began. At the start, there were many couples on the floor, swaying together and having a good time. But two couples stood out from the crowd, dancing passionately and with great skill. One by one, the others on the dance floor backed away to give the couples more space, until only Maddie, Terry, George, and Charlie remained. Anger infused every one of Terry's steps. He was trying to focus on his moves, but he could see out the corner of his eye that George was dancing well, much better than he had anticipated. He had heard that George couldn't dance at all. The plan hinged on it. As he moved, he tried to figure out who had told him wrong. Maddie was a decent dancer, but she was nervous about the competition. It made her movements rigid, and she frequently resorted to safe, practiced motions that had no passion. Compared to his angry, frantic movements, Charlie and George were a pleasure to watch together. They looked only at each other, genuinely trying to have a good time and enjoy themselves. Charlie was thrilled to find that she felt almost graceful with George taking the lead. He guided her expertly across the floor, making her forget her nerves and flow with the music. She didn't step on his toes once. At the end of the song, the crowd broke into applause. Many of the students cheered and yelled wildly for George and Charlie, shouting the names of their costume characters to make it clear who they supported. Maddie and Terry were awarded only very polite applause from those nearest them. A voice resounded over the intercom.
What a way to kick things off. We seem to have a competition on our hands. But I don't think we need to take an official vote, because the answer is clear. The winners are Harry Potter and the Fairy Princess. Elvis, Marilyn Monroe. Good effort. Thanks for playing.
The students began a new round of applause, but a voice screamed over them.
Wait!
It was Terry, huffing for breath. He ripped off his mask and glared across the floor at George and Charlie.
That didn't count. That was a warm-up. I want a new song right now. Now we'll do the competition for real. Get ready, George.
Episode 83, Rematch. The students all began to whisper to one another when Terry shouted out George's name. They were shocked that George had turned out to be such a good dancer. He was mostly known for his odd, menial part-time jobs. When had he had time to train? What other skills was he hiding? Charlie was elated. She hadn't been sure of George's dancing skills either, but he had been wonderful. He had even made her look good, and she knew for a fact that her dancing skills were quite weak. She was incredibly relieved that she hadn't embarrassed him in the competition. Maddie was shocked. She had assumed Terry had entered this dance competition with a plan or some kind of assurance that George would perform poorly. She hadn't even wanted to participate in the first place, and now she was part of the losing team. George, meanwhile, danced with the skill of an international competitor, and the girl on his arm sparkled. She whirled on Terry in a jealous rage. Who is that girl dancing with George?
Charlie.
Terry raised an eyebrow at her.
Why do you care?
Maddie's expression twisted. She looked back over at the other couple to glare at her. As she looked around, she could see many other students now gazing at Charlie with appreciation. One person in the crowd was not so thrilled with the competition. Natalie gritted her teeth as she watched Charlie chatting with George. She had called George especially to make sure he was coming to the dance, thinking it was her chance to try to win him again. Instead, he had become swept up with a mad dancing competition with some other girl. George wasn't shocked when Terry began yelling for another song, claiming their first match hadn't counted. He had expected Terry to try something like this. "You want another dance?" he called over to Terry. "Sure, we can do that." "Same stakes as before?" Loser kneels on the center of the dance floor and acknowledges the winner. Terry snarled.
What a boring prize. I think we should make it more interesting. The loser has to work for the winner and do whatever he says.
Interesting. If I win, you're going to be running around the school field naked tomorrow morning. George winked at him. The crowd watched this back and forth with great interest. Natalie rolled her eyes. It was all just so unfair. She would have been an amazing dance partner. George didn't seem to have any idea how valuable an asset she could be to him. If they were about to start another dance, then this was her chance to cut in and make an impression. She got up and strode confidently forward. But she caught the heel of her stiletto on something slippery. She slid, arms flailing as she tried to catch herself, and fell to the ground with a yelp. Hardly anyone paid her any attention. The face-off happening on the dance floor was too exciting. A new song began, and the couples stepped into place. Terry had talked himself into the belief that George's success during the first song had been down to beginner's luck. This time, he was determined to show off his skills. He launched into the most technically difficult, complicated moves he knew how to do. The crowd gasped appreciatively, applauding at certain intervals. The more noise he heard from them, the less his nerves bothered him. Maddie was not having such a good time. Terry was so focused on making himself look good that he wasn't being careful with her at all. He held her waist too tightly and dragged her along at his pace. George and Charlie started slow and simple, unfussed by Terry's exertions. The strategy quickly paid off. Having started big, Terry struggled to continue to impress. His energy flagged, and his dance ended with rather mundane moves. Meanwhile, George and Charlie slowly began adding new and exciting variations to their movements, making their audience forget the handful of flashy tricks Terry had employed at the beginning of the song. When the music faded, the crowd was back on George's side again. The voice on the intercom rang out, confirming that there could be no doubt that George and Charlie were the winners. Even the teachers smiled at each other, while the students screamed and clapped and stamped for George and Charlie. They had had no idea George had such skills. Terry was beside himself with rage.
Where did you learn stuff like that? He demanded. When did you even have time to practice?
George gave him an indifferent look. It's weird how much you think about what I do with my time. What? Did somebody tell you I was a bad dancer? Where's all this coming from?
So you did it on purpose, Terry guessed. You started the rumor that you were bad at dancing just to trick me.
George rolled his eyes. This is getting ridiculous. Terry, I don't spend that much time thinking about you. You're the one who seems to be obsessed with me. You keep trying to start drama and cause problems for me. I wouldn't have a problem with you if you just stopped being such a jerk. The dance competition was your idea. I never would have suggested this. I just came here to have a nice night. Now I've got to deal with you throwing a tantrum because you lost. Terry was lost for words. His throat felt dry and tight. But George didn't give him time to recover. You set the terms, now you have to honor them. Kneel here and declare me the winner. And then tomorrow, you're running a lap around the school. Nobody forced you to take this bet, so don't try to get out of it now. A hush fell over the crowd as they waited to see what Terry would do. He looked around. The other students had stepped closer to the two pairs on the dance floor, forming a tight ring around them. He wouldn't be able to run away. Even if he escaped, he would be mocked endlessly. He tried one last desperate appeal.
George, you're so rigid and cruel,
he said, raising his voice.
It was only a joke. You're taking it way too seriously. Is this really how you want people to see you? Do you want people to know that you're cruel to your classmates? We could be friends.
George blinked at him in amazement. Every time he thought Terry was out of ideas, he came back with something new and absurd. George tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Are you kidding me? Now you want to be friends? Episode 84, On Trial. Terry stepped back nervously. The crowd was too thick and close for him to make any real escape, but he wanted at least a few more inches of distance from George, who was still laughing madly.
What's funny? He demanded. I'm just saying we should try to get along.
George shook his head, still chuckling. Outwardly, he looked carefree, but inside, he was full of fire. I tried for ages. You've been horrible to me since we both set foot on campus. Hassling me about my part-time work, trying to get me in trouble. You tried to frame me for stealing last week. Now you're standing there demanding to know why I'm not trying to be friendly to you? The other students listened to his words with shocked looks on their faces. They began whispering to each other quietly. I knew George was kind of a loner, but I didn't know why.
So Terry's been targeting him this whole time. That's awful. I'm surprised George hasn't tried to get revenge before now.
George has been pretty patient with everything when you think about it like that.
I can't believe Terry framed him.
Their voices rose as they all became angry on his behalf. Some started calling for Terry to hurry up and kneel so he could declare George the winner, as he had promised. Terry felt as if someone was dropping ice cubes into his stomach. He could sense his reputation getting ruined in real time. He couldn't imagine how much worse it would get if George forced him to run naked around the school the next day. He couldn't bring himself to kneel. Sensing his hesitation, Charlie stepped forward with her arms crossed.
I knew you two didn't get along, but I had no idea you'd be giving George such a hard time. Who even cares about the dance competition anymore? I think it would be better if you spent a minute apologizing.
Terry scoffed, desperately trying to look bored.
What? Am I on trial now? George claims I'm being mean to him, and you all just believe him? He's making it up. I've never gone after him. He's making me sound like some kind of obsessed freak.
Liar,
said a quiet voice. It was Natalie. She had recovered from her fall and pushed her way toward the front of the crowd. Several people in the crowd stepped back to give her space to speak. Inwardly, she preened a little. She was finally getting the attention she had wanted this evening.
I've seen him, Natalie raised her voice. Everything George said is true. Terry has always had it out for him.
The students turned back to look at Terry with hateful, disapproving expressions.
Just apologize, Terry,
said Charlie. More voices joined in, demanding that he apologize. A teacher stepped forward.
This is very serious, Terry. I've got half a mind to note everything I've heard here tonight on your permanent record. We might even have to ask you to suspend your studies for a while, so you can take time to rest and think and come back a better student.
That was the final straw. Terry realized he had no choice.
Okay, I'm sorry. George, I'm very sorry for my behavior in the past. Everyone. He glanced around him. I'm sorry for causing trouble. It's not fair to any of you.
There was a pause as everyone let his words land. Finally, George said, "Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it." Terry's heart rose. Escape was in sight. "Let's just wrap this up," George continued. "No need to kneel. Just declare me the winner." Terry grimaced.
Don't you think you're enjoying this a little bit too much? The judge already said you won.
The air changed instantly as all the goodwill Terry had earned with his apology evaporated. The students surrounding them began muttering again. It was too much. Terry decided to make a run for it. He shoved George as hard as he could and then threw himself into the crowd, trying to fight his way out. But there were too many people. They locked arms and pushed him back out onto the dance floor, where George was waiting for him. They shouted judgment at him. "If you're so scared of the consequences, why did you insist on making the bet in the first place?"
All you have to do is say he won. You're being ridiculous.
Oh, bug off,
he roared back at them.
It's not even anybody else's business anyway. Don't you all have anything better to do?
Maddie stood off to the side, doing her best to blend into the gathered crowd. It was almost funny how jealous she had been earlier of Charlie for stealing the spotlight. Now, she hoped desperately that nobody would recognize her as Terry's dance partner. She wanted to disappear. The students were becoming so angry that even George and Charlie were being forgotten. Even though the whole thing had been started by Terry attacking George, Terry's shameless behavior was concentrating more and more of the crowd's attention on himself alone. George was fine with that. As soon as Terry had suggested a public competition, he had hoped the situation would backfire. Things had worked out even better than he had imagined. Not only had he won the dance competition, but now everyone seemed to finally understand what a jerk Terry was. George hoped the confrontation would finally result in some peace for himself in the future. He caught Charlie's eye and jerked his chin, hinting to her that they should take the opportunity to escape. He was grateful to her too. None of this would have worked without a good dance partner. He knew she had been nervous and shy about her lack of experience, but she had performed beautifully. As they walked away together, she asked,
George,
I had no idea you were so skilled. When did you start dancing?" In truth, George had started very young. His mother loved dancing and put him in dance classes when she worried that he was too reluctant to try sports. Originally, he had been unhappy about it, complaining to his father that she was forcing him to waste his time. But the training had paid off. He attended lessons from the age of 4 to 15, learning many styles and even winning awards at international competitions. But he just said, "Oh, I like watching videos of dance competitions online. I'm just imitating things I've seen. But you did well tonight, Charlie," he added, self-consciously brushing at his hair. Charlie smiled gratefully at his praise. But then she glanced at the clock on the wall and saw the time. "Oh," she said sadly, "it's time for me to go." "Go? Why?" "I have to go back to the hospital." "Oh, they're taking very good care of him," she assured him quickly. "But I just don't like him being alone there." "Let me go with you," George offered quickly. "We could get a taxi." But she said he ought to stay and enjoy the rest of the dance. George suspected she wanted some privacy with her family, so he had no choice but to nod and watch her leave. Somewhere behind them, the crowd of outraged students was still giving Terry a hard time. But George didn't care about that anymore. He watched Charlie walk away with a big smile on his face. Episode 85. Changing Partners. Once Charlie had left the dance, George found himself suddenly feeling very tired. Of course, he had just worked very hard to win that dance competition, so this made sense. But before he could find somewhere quiet to sit down and rest, he ran into Lex and Alex. He was surprised to see they were accompanied by Chelsea and Quinn.
"Where are you going, George?" Lex laughed. "Don't you want to see who joined us?"
"Hi again," George said to the girls in a neutral tone. "What are you two doing here?"
"More importantly, who was the beauty you're dancing with?" Lex laughed. "Only now she's gone. Did the clock strike midnight? Did her carriage turn into a pumpkin?"
"Oh, she's just a friend," George said quickly. He hoped one day that he would get Charlie to be his girlfriend, but he knew they weren't at that stage yet. Besides, he didn't want to draw too much attention to her. He still had a lot of suspicions about Alex and Lex's intentions toward him. He thought he could detect a malicious glint in their eyes, even as they laughed.
"Hi, George," Chelsea said softly. "It's good to see you again." "You were great out there," Quinn added, nodding.
"Thanks. You two look like you're doing well," said George, stalling. Something about the way they were speaking to him felt off.
"We're well. I'm just happy we arrived in time to see your moves out there," said Chelsea. "You were brilliant."
Then Chelsea flashed him a coy smile, and then he realized what it was that was making him nervous. She was being nice to him. "Oh, that was just stuff I learned from the internet," said George, repeating the lie he had told Charlie. He had had quite a lot of training, but he didn't feel like explaining all that right now. But Chelsea was eyeing him knowingly.
"You learned all that just from videos?" "I don't think so. I was watching you very carefully. You have real form. I'd say you're at genuine competition level."
George grimaced. Denying it would probably just bring more unwanted attention to the issue, or worse, make him look like he was playing up some kind of false humility about his skills. So he shrugged and said, "All right, you got me. I used to take classes. I just didn't want to make a big deal about it." Alex and Lex gave each other a sly look and then beckoned for George to step to the side to speak with them alone.
"You know I've invited Chelsea here, right?" Lex whispered to him. "I know you're interested in her. The dinner was rough, but now she's had a chance to see the real you, and she's into it. This is a good opportunity for you."
"I'm a little jealous," Alex said. "You're making a great impression on all the ladies tonight, but I'm happy for you, man. Chelsea's gorgeous, and she's got a good family background." George blinked, confused. He didn't understand what they meant at first. He didn't think he had done anything to indicate that he was interested in Chelsea, yet they kept going back to that idea as if it was obvious. When he didn't speak, Alex and Lex jumped in with more assumptions.
Oh man, look at you. So excited you can't even spit the words out,
said Lex, ruffling his hair.
That's okay. This is how we're going to be from now on. We're all brothers. We've got each other's backs.
Of course, brothers help brothers, Alex threw in. So once you get Chelsea, don't forget to recommend us to her friends, you know?
George put on a fake smile to buy time. He didn't know why Alex and Lex were going to so much trouble to be friendly with him. They had said they wanted to make up for helping Terry frame him for the theft, but this seemed like overkill. He was sure there was some hidden purpose behind it all, but he wasn't sure what it was yet. Until he could figure it out, he felt it was best to play along.
Hey, how much longer are you guys going to ignore us?
Chelsea called over to them, sounding a little more like her usual haughty self. Alex and Lex laughed, a little too loudly, and pulled George back over to the group.
What were you talking about?
Quinn asked.
Oh, roommate stuff. Stuff about our dorm, Lex said quickly. Can I get you ladies anything? A snack, a drink?
Alex looked excited.
I'd like a snack.
Lex rolled his eyes at him. He always had to do all the work. Alex never seemed to contribute or take a hint.
I could use a drink, Quinn said, but I can't see where the table is.
Oh, I'll show you. I could use some more hands if we're grabbing refreshments for everybody. Alex, come help,
Lex added pointedly. The three walked away, leaving Chelsea and George alone together. Chelsea tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and said sweetly,
Hey, can we talk about last time? I was so freaked out and I ended up yelling at you. That was unfair. The situation wasn't even your fault, but I took it out on you. I'm so sorry.
George gazed at her, slightly dazed. He was still having difficulty processing the change in her behavior, but he said, I get it. It was a scary situation. It's fine. I don't mind. She looked up at him curiously.
And?
And what?
Don't you have something you want to say to me?
Her smile was still lovely, but it was becoming somewhat fixed. George scratched his head. Not really. What do you mean? Chelsea's expression took a little more of her usual sharp edge.
Lex said you had something to say to me. I came out here to hear it.
She stamped her foot for emphasis. She cursed Lex in her mind. She had agreed to help seduce George to help Lex get what he wanted, but she was already starting to lose her temper. Talking to George was like talking to a stupid dog. She didn't think he understood a word she was saying. The wheels turned slowly in George's mind as he tried to guess what Lex had claimed he wanted to say. This had to have something to do with the way Lex kept pushing him and Chelsea at each other. I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake, he said finally. I don't have anything else to talk to you about. Everything's sorted out now with Whale Corp, isn't it? They're leaving your family alone. Everyone's safe? Chelsea gave him a strange look.
What do you know about my family?
George swallowed. He didn't want to tell her he had instructed his assistant to solve the issue. But Chelsea jumped to her conclusions.
Oh, I guess Lex must have told you. Yes, we're fine now. Lex was amazing. He managed to help us solve the issue entirely. I was impressed. I didn't think he was such a capable guy, but he came through.
Even though he had decided not to tell Chelsea it was him who had helped, George was still struck by what she was saying. Wait a minute, he said carefully. Are you sure it was Lex who helped your family and not someone else? Episode 86, Rivals. Chelsea laughed coldly.
Of course, it was Lex who helped my family. He said he used some connections. Besides, who else could it have been?
I hope you're not going to suddenly claim it was all thanks to you that Whale Corp backed off.
Everyone's already told me that you don't have those kind of connections.
George blinked at her, stunned. She kept changing her attitude toward him as if switching between personalities. The conversation had started so gently and sweet, and now she was back to ridiculing him. He was also surprised at how many good things she had to say about Lex. It seemed like the two of them were starting to get close. Chelsea began to sense that she had been too rude. She took a deep breath and shook herself.
Sorry, George. That was just a stressful time, and I want to give credit where it's due. I didn't mean to insult you.
She changed the topic quickly.
I got to watch your dancing a little bit. I had no idea you had such good moves. I'm a little jealous of that girl you were dancing with. I hope you'll dance with me next.
George frowned at her. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see her friend, Quinn, chatting to somebody else. He knew Quinn was usually much nicer. He wished she could be part of this conversation, so he could measure Chelsea's attitude against hers. Part of him wondered if he was doing something to upset her. When she had first approached him, she seemed so pleased to see him. Now that she was flickering between liking him and loathing him, he felt embarrassed, but also annoyed. He didn't think he was that irritating. It was more likely that she was up to something.
George, a voice called. There you are. I've been trying to find you all night.
George looked over his shoulder, frowning. Another princess was approaching him, but this one didn't look so good. Her hair was a mess and her makeup a little smeared. Her face was further distorted by the hostile look she was shooting in Chelsea's direction. She also appeared to be limping. "Natalie?" he asked uncertainly. "Is that you?" Usually, Natalie was extremely well put together, fresh and beautiful. Her outfits were always immaculate, and her manners were very good. Now she looked disheveled and huffy.
Of course it's me, she said unhappily. I've been waiting around for you to show up for ages, and you've been talking to other people. I'm the one who called you about the dance in the first place.
"You were looking for me?" George shrugged. "Sorry, I didn't realize. I kept running into people." She rolled her eyes before composing herself.
Of course, I was looking for you. I want to dance. The competition between you and Terry was very exciting. I'm glad you won. You can take me across the dance floor for a victory lap.
She reached for his arm, smiling. Chelsea had been momentarily stunned by her appearance. When she realized Natalie was trying to take George away, she snapped out of it.
I'm so sorry, she said in a kindly tone of voice. He's just agreed to dance with me. You're going to have to wait.
Natalie gave her a confused glare before turning back to George.
Who's she?
She's just a friend, George stammered. Natalie brightened.
Oh, just a friend. Well, I'm George's girlfriend. I'm sure you understand he has to dance with me first, but it's so nice to meet you anyway.
Chelsea frowned at her.
Girlfriend? I was told he's single. Since when does he have a girlfriend? You must not know him very well, Natalie said sweetly. Anyway, it's not any of your business.
She grabbed George's hand and tugged him along onto the dance floor. Chelsea watched them go, consumed with embarrassment and fury. She bit her lips, trying to calm down. She spotted Lex nearby and walked over to speak with him. On the dance floor, George lowered his head to glance down at Natalie's leg in concern. "That looks painful. Are you sure you want to dance? Shouldn't we get you a bandage?"
Of course I want to dance, Natalie said breezily. It's not that bad.
George looked around them. "It's crowded here. I'm serious. I'm worried about you. What if you fall again, or somebody spills something on your leg?"
George, I want to dance with you, Natalie said stubbornly. Please, I worked so hard to find you.
"How about this?" George said. "Let me take you to the infirmary to get patched up. If there's time, of course, we'll dance. If there isn't, then I'll take you out for dinner tomorrow. It'll be my treat. I'm not trying to get rid of you, I just don't want you to get hurt anymore." Natalie was very pleased with this speech. This time, she agreed and let George walk her away from the dance floor. As they worked their way slowly across the room, Lex and the others approached them. "George, where are you going?" Lex asked unhappily. Alex was also frowning. "You're not leaving, are you? It looks like you're sneaking off." George raised his eyebrows at them both, confused. It was weird to have them tracking his movements. Natalie's hurt. he said, pointing at the obvious. "We're just going to find some bandages."
Oh, Lex laughed. Is that all? Alex can take care of her if you want. But George, you can't leave. Quinn and Chelsea came out here to see you, and now you're making them wait.
At Lex's hint, Alex stepped forward to offer his arm to Natalie. She batted him away coldly. "I don't want to go with you." Lex smiled to hide his impatience.
"Then I'll go with you instead."
"I don't want to go with you either," Natalie snapped. "George is taking care of me."
"George needs to stay and talk to his friends."
"I'm his friend. He's being nice to me. What's wrong with you?" Natalie demanded. "You're just Harry's little henchman. Why are you trying to order people around?"
The fake smile dropped from Lex's face. His expression was bitter and cold.
"What did you just call me?"
Natalie was shocked at the change in him. She pressed herself to George fearfully.
"Okay, he's freaking me out. Lex, stop it. You're scaring me."
Episode 87. Secret Romance. George knew he needed to intervene before Lex and Alex got into a real fight. "Lex, I think I need to be the one to make sure Natalie's taken care of. She got injured looking for me." That seemed to snap Lex out of it a little. He gave George a glum expression.
"Are you sure? Chelsea is going to be disappointed if you abandon her like this."
"Chelsea isn't my friend," George insisted. "You and Alex are her good friends too. Come on. You said we were all going to help each other from now on. Right now, I need to help Natalie. You can help me by keeping Chelsea and Quinn company." He smiled and patted Lex and Alex each on the shoulder firmly. "Okay, I'll be back in a while, once Natalie's taken care of. Thanks." Alex and Lex watched as the two walked away, Natalie still limping badly. Eventually, they returned to Chelsea and Quinn, sharing dark expressions.
"I told you not to go," said Quinn, frowning anxiously. "He's just trying to help his friend. What's wrong with that? It's not a big deal if he leaves for a little while. Why did you want to stop him?"
Alex rolled his eyes. "But if he's not here, it ruins the plan." Lex elbowed him in the ribs.
"Would you shut up?"
Alex smacked a hand over his mouth, embarrassed. Quinn blinked at them in confusion.
"Plan? What plan? What are you planning for George?"
Lex thought quickly. Quinn didn't know anything about their intentions for George. They needed to feed her another story.
Our plan for his birthday. It's his birthday, and we wanted to surprise him. But if he leaves, it might screw everything up."
Lex laughed loudly.
"But honestly, it's no big deal. If it doesn't work out right now, we can always do it back at the dorm, right, Alex?"
Alex was slow to catch on, but when he finally did, he also laughed loudly. Of course. It's going to be an amazing surprise." Quinn's eyes widened.
"It's his birthday? I had no idea. He didn't say anything. Oh, gosh, we should have gotten him a present. Now I feel rude for not bringing anything," she complained.
Alex and Lex smiled awkwardly, relieved that she had believed them. Lex soon caught Chelsea's eye and gave her a meaningful glance. At his signal, Chelsea stepped forward and said,
"Oh, Quinn, I'm so hungry. There's supposed to be some good food here. Let's go find something to eat." "Oh, of course."
Quinn followed Chelsea obediently. Chelsea shot Lex another significant look before she walked away. When they reached the snack table, Chelsea suddenly said,
"Oh, Quinn, I'm sorry, but my stomach feels so weird. I need to go to the restroom. Can you grab me some snacks?" "Are you okay?" Quinn asked, concerned. "Do you want me to go with you?" No, Chelsea waved at her apologetically. "I'll be back soon."
Quinn thought this was all a bit unusual, but she didn't worry about it too much. There was a quiet spot near the bathrooms. It was a good spot for students to meet if they wanted to be alone together. People walking by rarely noticed it. Lex was waiting for Chelsea at this spot. He looked up excitedly when she came toward him.
"Took you long enough. I've been missing you,"
he said mischievously. He opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace.
Sorry,
she said in between kisses.
It was hard to shake Quinn. I had to give her a ton of excuses so I could get away.
She felt his hand on her thigh and pushed it away.
Hey, watch it.
Lex groaned.
Is this all we're going to do? Just kissing? There's nobody around. We could make it a little more exciting.
Chelsea glanced around nervously.
Here? Are you kidding? I'm so exposed. What if Quinn comes looking for me? Besides, it's so dirty.
It's not that dirty, Lex protested. They mop every day. Chelsea rolled her eyes at him, but she couldn't help but smile. She and Lex had become very close. Since he had stepped in to help her when Whale Corp started targeting her family, she had realized that he was a very reliable person. Even after the trouble was finished, he had stayed when he saw how shaken she was, and had spent a great deal of time cheering her up. Finally, Chelsea had agreed to go on a date with him. They talked for hours over dinner and then continued their conversation at the bar. Finally, they agreed it was far too late for either of them to go into their own homes, so they had booked a hotel room together. After that, they began to see each other frequently. Lex knew all kinds of quiet corners all over the campus where the two could hook up, tantalized by the knowledge that they might be found. It made them feel like they were acting out of some kind of high-stakes affair, like in a romance novel. Lex enjoyed the excitement. He hadn't dated anyone in a while. Chelsea could behave like a spoiled princess at times, but at least she had spirit. Chelsea was attracted to the power Lex seemed to have. Anyone who could influence Whale Corp's actions must have strong connections. Her father had tried to have Lex investigated but found no solid leads. Finally, her father had to admit that he couldn't confirm anything about Lex's identity, which made him even more exciting about Chelsea. She didn't always love the places Lex picked for them to meet. This hallway in particular was a big disappointment. But he backed off and listened to her when she said it wasn't clean enough, and Chelsea loved that he did what she said. Since they were continuing to get more and more serious about each other, Lex had asked her to help him trick George. Chelsea was happy to do this. She had a very low opinion of George. She thought he was clumsy and rude. Besides, helping Lex could only work well in her favor in the future. The pair continued to kiss. Soon, despite Chelsea's protests that the hallway was too dirty for them to do much else, they began to get carried away. George had not taken Natalie to the infirmary in the end. Instead, he had walked her back to the girls' dormitory so she could get some rest. When he returned to the dance, he felt a pain in his stomach and walked as quickly as he could toward the restrooms. But just as he walked into the hall, he heard a strange sound. He froze on the spot, listening intently. With a blush, he realized it was the sound of a couple kissing loudly. Episode 88. Very Good Luck. George couldn't believe somebody was making out in the hallway during the dance. It was like high school all over again. The spot near the bathrooms was known for being a meeting place, but the sound of the couple enjoying themselves there still made him blush. He wished they had booked a hotel room for themselves like real adults. George sighed. He wondered if he could tiptoe past them and still make it to the restroom without them noticing. But then the noises stopped. Instead, voices began to speak. Chelsea pulled away from Lex, her face red with the heat of the moment. But she spoke clearly.
Lex, I've been telling my father about you. He wants to meet you. What do you think? You could come over to my house.
Lex blinked. Oh, that's amazing. But I think we should wait a little while longer. Chelsea frowned at him.
Well, how much longer? Why can't we tell more people about us? You're so shy about this stuff. Don't tell me you're scared of my dad, she said, pushing him away. What? You think he's going to lecture you?
It's not like that, Lex protested. I just think we should finish up our other business first. I've been wanting to get back at George for ages. It's all I can think about. Once we finish this up, I'll be happy to do whatever you want. I'll go right up and shake your dad's hand, I promise. The expression on George's face darkened when he overheard this. He had suspected for a while that Lex still had ulterior motives. But part of him had also been hoping that his apology and attempts to repair their relationship was in good faith. He was disappointed that it was all some big scheme for revenge after all. George pursed his lips, and then he pulled out his phone. He made sure the sound was off and then began taking as many pictures as he could of Lex and Chelsea in their intimate embrace. Chelsea was smiling up at Lex. "All right, I see how it is. But you have to promise that the first thing we do after you finish wrecking George is to introduce you to my dad. He's been asking about you for ages." "Of course, don't worry. I'll wear a nice suit and everything." She chuckled. "You're so bad. I can't believe you." "Me? Bad?" Lex bent down to start kissing her again. "What about you, huh?" George watched them kissing through his phone as he filmed them with a bored expression. This explained a lot. He had said over and over that he wasn't interested in Chelsea, but Lex kept pushing her to him. Lex wanted Chelsea to seduce him, and then use his feelings for her as some kind of revenge or humiliation. Maybe they thought he would let Chelsea string him along the way Alice used to. This explained why Chelsea had been trying so hard to be nice to him since she arrived at the dance. It also explained why Lex and Alex had been so upset when George left to escort Natalie back to her dorm. It was too bad they had gotten clumsy and revealed themselves like this. If George hadn't stumbled on the pair of them kissing and whispering in the hallway, they might have fooled him. Finally, George felt he had gathered enough blackmail material. He pocketed his phone and turned to leave, but before he could escape, his shoe squeaked on the tile. Lex pulled away from Chelsea. "Who's there?" he shouted into the hall. Chelsea clung to him, whining. "Oh no, did someone see us?" Above her head where she couldn't see him, Lex shot her a disgusted look. He was having fun messing around with her, but to him, it wasn't a serious relationship. All this talk about having to meet her father was putting him off. He was only spending time with her because she was important for his plan to get back at George. But she wasn't his idea of a good girlfriend. She was more like an expensive escort he was getting to play with for a discounted rate. George had flattened himself against the wall, chest heaving as he tried to stay quiet. It would be such a shame if he were to be discovered right after having all this juicy blackmail material practically land in his lap. Lex pushed Chelsea away as gently as he could. "Who's there?" he called again. "If you don't come out, I'll have to come back there and find you." George was looking around, desperate for a way out when he spotted a cat sitting on the windowsill in the hall. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he opened his mouth and said, "Meow." The first meow wasn't very good. It improved when he pinched his nose and pitched his voice a little higher. Chelsea turned her head toward the noise and spotted the cat. She laughed wildly in relief. Oh, Lex, look. That's all it was." "Are you kidding me?" Lex hissed. He kicked the wall with a loud bang, which sent the cat scurrying. "I can't believe it was just a cat," Chelsea continued to laugh. But then she stopped and gave Lex a sweet smile. "That was exciting, though. I got all excited thinking I was going to get to watch you beat someone up." She wrapped her arms around him. Above her, Lex was frowning. The sound the cat had made when it ran away was different from how it had sounded when they first heard it. But finally, he decided that he was probably just overthinking it. Meanwhile, George had made his escape and was reviewing the images now stored on his phone. He couldn't believe his luck. He would play along with whatever the game was, for now, agreeing to everything that Lex and Alex suggested. But he would keep an eye out for the right time to pull the rug out from under them and reveal he knew exactly what they were doing. The next day, George was flipping through his textbooks before class when he heard someone say, "Hey, George." He looked up. It was Chelsea, smiling sweetly at him. "Can I sit with you?" She was dressed in a cute outfit and looking at him expectantly, as if she thought he would be delighted to see her. When he didn't say anything, she sat down in a chair next to him and gave him a questioning look. "Aren't you going to ask me how I found you?" George gave her a tricky smile. Okay, I'll ask. Who told you where to find me? Was it Alex or was it Lex? Episode 89. Getting Friendly. Chelsea smiled a little too hard at George's question, trying to keep herself from frowning. She felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed like he might be aware of the game. He was giving her such a calculated look. No, silly, she said, trying to be playful. I found you all by myself. I had to chase you down. See the little bruise on my leg? She said, trying to draw his attention to her long, shapely legs. I tripped going up the stairs. This didn't quite work the way she intended. When he looked down, George noticed some interesting-looking bruises on Chelsea's knees. He tactfully chose not to comment on those. He looked up again with a faint smile. I'm sorry you got hurt. Was it that hard to find me? It was, Chelsea pouted. I'm so sore now. My calves are killing me. Would you? She raised one leg and placed it on his lap, wiggling her toes pleadingly. I got hurt for you, she added in a low voice. You should take responsibility. Responsibility? George raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? What should I do? At that moment, a few students passed by on their way to find their seats. They happened to spot Chelsea and George sitting together. One whistled. Hey, George is doing well today. Who's that girl? Before George could say anything, Chelsea waved at them playfully. A secret admirer. Not so secret anymore, I guess, she said with a coy smile at George. The students walking by laughed and winked at George. Good job. She's pretty. You scored. You're working up a good record these days. At this, George blushed and pushed Chelsea's leg away as carefully as he could. He thought he understood what they meant. He had been seen walking around with Natalie, with Charlie, and now with Chelsea. It was starting to look suspicious. Besides, he didn't like Chelsea. He knew she was a manipulative schemer, not to mention working with Lex on some kind of plan against him. Whatever had brought her here to sit with him, it was all part of their scheme against him. He turned away from her. That's not what we're all here for, right, Professor? Can we get started? The other students looked around guiltily. When they realized their professor had arrived and was preparing to start the lesson, they hurried to their seats. A few minutes into class, Chelsea leaned over to George and said, I wasn't lying. My leg is sore. Can you rub it for me? George leaned away from her. Sorry you're in pain, but we're in the middle of class. I can walk you to the infirmary later if it still hurts. Chelsea frowned at his stubbornness. Determined, she lifted her leg again and placed it in his lap. I won't distract you, she whispered. You don't even have to think about it. It's not like it's unpleasant, right? My legs are nice and smooth. She was wearing a long skirt and had to hike it up to her thighs to lift her leg. Panicking, George pushed her leg away. Before he had been careful, but now he didn't bother. Chelsea fell to the floor with a loud bump, hitting her hip. When she cried out, the professor looked up from his notes.
Stop messing around. If you want to get silly, leave my class.
George lowered his head in embarrassment. The professor only gave Chelsea a cursory glance before returning to his lecture. Chelsea scowled at George. She had expected him to at least apologize, but he didn't even offer an arm to help her get up. George, she hissed at him, help me or I'll start yelling. Do you want people to think you're harassing your classmates during lessons? Being coy and sweet never seemed to work with George anyway, so she was happy to switch back to being forceful with him. George gaped at her. Are you kidding me? He had expected Chelsea would continue to follow him around and cause trouble, but he had never expected her to sit in on one of his classes like this. He didn't want to get kicked out over something so ridiculous. But her expression was adamant. Finally, he rolled his eyes. Fine. He reached down and helped pull her back up onto her seat. As soon as she was up, she put her leg back up on his lap. She leaned close again and whispered,
Now do as I asked. Please, it's only a small favor. Otherwise, I'll tell the professor you grabbed my leg.
George shot her a dark look. She was relentless. But he could see he had no choice. There was no point in trying to fight her in the middle of the lecture. He needed to keep her quiet for the rest of class and deal with her later. So he put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, very well." Chelsea settled back, satisfied until she felt George pinch her leg. He raised his eyebrows at her startled look. "What's wrong?" "I'm only trying to help. If you don't like what I'm doing, you can put your leg down." She narrowed her eyes at him and then put on a big fake smile of her own.
Not at all. That feels lovely.
She sat back, resolved to keep her leg in his lap, no matter what he did to her. She couldn't believe she was having to put so much effort into seducing someone as beneath her as George. She swore to remember this and make it part of her grudge against him. George spent the rest of the lesson coming up with new, annoying things to do to her legs. From pinching to pulling to tapping his nails on her knee in erratic patterns. He didn't want to hurt her, but he didn't want her to enjoy it. Chelsea endured all of this patiently, cataloging every detail in her mind so she could complain to Lex about it later on. The most important thing was to make sure George kept touching her. Maybe eventually he would start enjoying it and stop trying to annoy her. As soon as the class finished, George pulled his hands away and kicked her leg off his lap. He hoped nobody had seen what was going on under the desk. He gathered up his books and prepared to leave. Chelsea caught his arm.
Where are you hurrying off to? I thought we could go get something to eat together.
She gave him a sweet smile. George wanted to tell her to buzz off, but then he had an idea. He blinked and said, "Oh, are you sure? What do you want to eat?"
Whatever you like, George, she cooed.
He smiled. "Are you sure? I'm a pretty simple guy. You might not like my tastes." She shrugged.
It doesn't matter what we eat. As long as we're eating it together, I just want to spend time with you.
George raised his eyebrows. He was willing to eat some pretty disgusting food if it meant Chelsea would eat it too, just to be around him. But he had a small, inexpensive restaurant on campus in mind. It was near the south entrance of the school. Chelsea said she was happy to walk there with him. She was less happy when she saw the place, but he shrugged and pretended not to see the way she wrinkled her nose. "Take a seat. I'll go get us some food." Chelsea nodded and sat gingerly in one of the chairs. When he was gone, she muttered to herself,
"Oh, geez. When was the last time these were cleaned? This is so gross."
She glared at the table suspiciously. She thought she could see stray crumbs left over from the other meals that had been eaten on it that day. It never occurred to her that George might have brought her here on purpose. She took the grim little restaurant as proof that George was utterly beneath her. She wished she had pushed him to take her somewhere more upscale, so she could at least be comfortable while she pretended to flirt with him. She told herself to be patient. It was all temporary and would pay off when they revealed the truth to him. She happily imagined a future full of laughing at George. He soon returned with a tray of food. "Yours is still being prepared." She forced herself to smile.
"Oh, no rush. I'm not even that hungry."
Just then, a text alert rang out on her phone. She glanced at the screen and saw that the message was from Lex. It said,
"How's it going? Is he falling for you? Don't forget to ask about the money."
Chelsea hissed in a breath. Of course! She had completely forgotten to ask about the money. Episode 90, Negotiations. Part of Chelsea's assignment that day was to learn more about George's money. She needed to find out how much he still had left over from his winnings. She couldn't believe she had nearly forgotten about this. She put away her phone and turned back to George with a big smile.
"George, I heard you got very lucky recently. Something about a big prize in the lottery? That's so amazing. How much do you have left over? Have you spent it all?"
George looked at her suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" Chelsea shrugged. I'm just curious. It was such an amazing story to begin with, and I wanted to learn more. I want to get to know you a little better. Don't people ask each other on dates what they would do if they won the lottery? And here you are, and you've already done it." George smirked at her. He raised one finger and crooked it at her. "Come here." She frowned at him, but curiosity got the better of her. She leaned forward and offered him her ear to whisper in. "I've been trying to keep this quiet," he murmured, "but I like you, so I want to tell you. I still have a good chunk of it left. Not just lottery money, but some money from the demolition of my old house. It was transferred to me. Altogether, it's around $50,000. Chelsea was slightly surprised. She sat back and looked at George seriously. She knew he had some money, but she hadn't realized it was that much. But in a moment, she realized she had reason to be proud. She considered herself to be quite charming, but she had just managed to get George to confide a big secret to her just by smiling at him. "Excuse me," she said suddenly. "I'm just going to the restroom. I'll be right back." She said all this with a big smile, but she made sure to grab her bag as she went. George managed to stop himself from sneering until she was safely out of sight. First, she had openly asked him about his money. Now that she had her answer, she suddenly had to go to the bathroom, and with her phone too. In the bathroom, Chelsea called Lex to report her findings to him. The phone rang a few times before he answered. Chelsea nearly stamped on the tile floor with impatience. "He's got $50,000, she told him proudly, still thrilled with her success. "He just told me. I got it out of him in no time. Am I amazing or what?" "You're amazing," Lex agreed, but he sounded distracted. Chelsea went on to tell him that the money was from both his winnings and a demolition fee from his old house. Lex mulled this over. He had never heard George mention the house before. He had assumed all of George's money came from the lottery. Since George had been spending so much recently, he had thought he must nearly be out of money. He had guessed that George might have a couple of $1,000s left. $50,000 was a much better result than he had anticipated. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. He said to Chelsea, "You need to go back and find a way to get the rest of his money." Chelsea's face fell. She wasn't interested in spending more time with George. Moreover, she was annoyed that Lex sounded so happy about the money. He had barely congratulated her for doing a good job. "How will I do that? What am I supposed to do? Ask him to transfer it all to me? I have my own money. He won't believe that I need any from him." Lex rolled his eyes at her whining. He took a deep breath and, in his nicest possible voice, encouraged her to be patient. He made sure to flatter her before telling her his idea for getting George's money. Chelsea bounced out the bathroom door and headed back to their table. She had to fight to keep a sweet expression on her face. Just looking at George made her want to scowl. But she sucked it up and said, "You know, I was thinking, it'd be nice if you got a good car. You can afford a good one now, right?" George shrugged, looking bored. "I don't need one, though." Chelsea tossed her head back proudly. "This isn't about you, it's about me. I don't like your other car, but I'd agree to be your girlfriend if you got something new. Something we could look good in together. You could drive me around campus. We get to spend more time together," she added with a blush, giving him a coy look. George leaned across the table with a smirk and reached for her hand. "Drive you around? That's not what I'm interested in, you know. I do want to spend more time with you, but in private, if you know what I mean." Chelsea pulled her hand away, startled. I'm not sure I know what you mean." Inwardly, she cursed George for making her flinch. She found him so repulsive, and she was so sick of having to pretend to be in love with him. Now he appeared to be getting weird ideas. Flirting with him when he had been ignoring her had been difficult enough. Now that he was paying attention to her, she felt even worse. George laughed. "You know what I mean. Sure, it would be good to date, but it's a lot to ask me to buy a car just to show you off before we've had any real fun. Put it like this. If we have a good time tonight, I'll go out early tomorrow morning to get you your car. How about that? Forget it, Chelsea snapped without thinking. He had escalated everything too quickly for her to think clearly or find some clever way to argue with him. He leaned back, laughing. Sorry, I'll slow down. We can talk about a car some other time. Let's just take things slow, okay? You set the pace. His words infuriated her, but technically he was giving her exactly what she had wanted. She pursed her lips and nodded. Soon, she made another excuse to go to the restroom. George nodded and watched her leave with a wicked gleam in his eye. She dialed Lex as quickly as she could. It's no good. He wants me to do something gross before he buys a car. I need to think of something else. What should I do? Episode 91. George's Plan.
Chelsea, you have to agree to George's request,
said Lex.
Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. You're my woman and I'll protect you. If George dares to touch you, I'll give him a really hard time,
he added, trying to comfort her. He was worried that she would go back on her word.
After you finish with George, come and see me. I'll tell you exactly how to deal with him, he continued.
Okay, Lex, I trust you, replied Chelsea. She felt at ease after speaking to him. As long as he was around, she would feel safe. Lex won't let anything happen to me. He loves me, she thought. Chelsea walked back to the table and sat in her seat. George, I thought about what you said. I know you like me, and that's why you want us to get together. I'm willing to get a room with you tonight, she said. George was surprised. He thought for a moment and looked at her. That's right. I really like you, and I know that you like me too. If you treat me well, I'll treat you even better, he said. If tonight goes well, I'll take you out tomorrow and buy you a car. He was extremely excited at the prospect of fooling her. Since Chelsea wants to play games with me, I'll play along with her, he thought. It seemed to Chelsea that George was captivated by her. She smiled and excused herself to go to the restroom again. George knew that Chelsea was reporting back to Lex and figuring her next moves. When she returned from the restroom, George stared at her and smirked. Chelsea, you've been to the restroom 3 times since we got here. I hope there isn't a problem, he asked. Chelsea laughed nervously and said, No, I just drank too much water. Oh, okay. Well, let's book a room for tonight. I'll show you how to have a good time. You won't be disappointed, said George, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Chelsea felt a chill down her spine. She was afraid that George would take her to a hotel straight after dinner. I can't get a room with him just yet. I haven't spoken to Lex about his plans, she thought and panicked. She had to make up an excuse to leave. George, I suddenly feel quite unwell and want to go home and rest for a while. I'm sure I'll feel better by the time I see you tonight. Besides, I want to dress up for you and surprise you, she said, smiling. All right, I'll take you home, said George. No, there's no need for you to take me. You should stay and eat. Otherwise, all your food will go to waste. I'll go home by myself, Chelsea replied quickly. George frowned. All right, if you insist. Be careful on your way, he said. Chelsea grabbed her bag and left without turning back. George knew that she had left in a hurry because she wanted to see Lex and not to rest. He wondered what they would be discussing. He looked at the food on the table. It was still warm. He figured he'd rather eat it instead of following Chelsea. He would just have to be on his guard. Chelsea got a taxi at the intersection to the Park Hotel. When the taxi stopped outside the hotel, she paid the driver and rushed inside. Lex was waiting for her in one of the hotel rooms. He had a small bottle in his hand and was turning it over. When Chelsea knocked on the door, he got off the bed and went to open it. He pulled her into the room and they started kissing. After a few minutes, Lex took out the bottle and placed it in Chelsea's hand. Take this bottle and pour it into George's drink when he's taking a shower. If you can trick him into drinking it, he'll think you've slept with him. Then, you can make any request and he won't be able to refuse you. he said with a sly look on his face. Chelsea looked at the bottle in her hand and put it into her bag.
All right,
she said.
Now then, there are still a few hours before you meet him.
Let me take care of you, said Lex, pulling her closer to him. They continued to kiss as they got into bed. After going home and changing her outfit, Chelsea went to meet George. They were to go to the Park Hotel, where Chelsea had met Lex earlier. She knew it well as it was where they often met for their secret liaisons. Lex had stayed at the hotel and was hiding in the lobby. At 8 p.m., Chelsea met George outside the hotel as scheduled. They walked inside without saying much to each other. After getting their key, they immediately headed to the elevators. As soon as they entered the room, Chelsea started to get nervous.
George, you should go and take a shower first. I'll wait here for you,
she suggested. George walked over to Chelsea and placed his hands on her shoulders. Taking a shower will be a waste of time. There's a good show on later that I don't want to miss. We should hurry, he said, stroking her arms. Seeing that she was reluctant, George looked at her with displeasure. He took off his shoes and got onto the bed. Before we start, we should have some fun, he said. Chelsea frowned and crossed her arms, giving him a displeased look of her own. Dance for me, he said. Give me a little striptease. Chelsea's face flushed with anger. She couldn't believe that George wanted her to do that. Episode 92, The Act. Chelsea swallowed her anger and did as George requested.
Is this all right?
She asked, gyrating her hips in the silence of the room. George sat back on the bed and looked Chelsea up and down. He found the show amusing but held back his laughter and put on a serious expression. Well, it's not quite Roxy Mila, he said, deliberately putting disappointment in his tone. Who's Roxy Mila? Asked Chelsea curiously. Oh, she's just a model who has become very popular online recently. You look a bit like her, George remarked. He took out his phone and searched for a picture to show Chelsea. He looked between Chelsea and the picture as if studiously comparing the two women. Chelsea's face turned red. She was so angry that she wanted to curse him. How dare you? She began. But when she saw George staring at her with a cold expression, she checked herself and suppressed her anger. Chelsea, what were you going to say just now? George asked, pretending not to notice anything. He had just provoked her and was waiting for her to erupt. But she had restrained herself. He found it interesting. It's nothing. I just wanted to know where you got that picture from, she said with a smile. He smiled back and couldn't help but be impressed with her recovery. She was so angry just then, but now she was smiling. My roommate, Lex, sent it to me. He really likes women like that, said George. He wanted to break the image that she had of Lex. That's impossible. Lex wouldn't like women like that, she retorted. Really? How do you know, Chelsea? Have you talked about it with him in private? George asked, frowning. Let's not waste time talking about this, she said, quickly changing the subject. Didn't you say there was a show that you wanted to watch soon? Why don't you go and take a shower and then we can begin? She threw a flirty glance at George, not wanting him to become suspicious of her. No, we should play around some more. Let's roleplay. How about you be my maid and I'll be your master, he said excitedly. He rubbed his hands together and gave her a lucarious look. Chelsea was so frightened that her body froze. Come on, Chelsea, let's have some fun, said George, and pulled her onto the bed with him. She felt his hand on her body and cried out. No, I don't like it. George let go of her. Well, seeing that you're so unwilling, I'm having doubts whether you really want to be with me, he said. Of course I don't. I'm rich and beautiful and you're a dirty scumbag, she thought. She couldn't believe that she was fooling around with such a lowly person like him. However, if she didn't agree to his demands, the plan wouldn't work, and Lex was downstairs waiting for her message. She decided to bite her tongue and go along with it. When it was all over, she would get Lex to break George's arms and legs. She gritted her teeth. George, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that you surprised me. Come on, You can do whatever you want to me, she said with a smile. She lay back on the bed and gave him a welcoming look. Well, you're being very cooperative, he said happily. He took out a scarf that he had acquired earlier and placed it over Chelsea's eyes, lifting her head to knot it at the back. She pursed her lips tightly. She felt disgusted, but lay still without making a sound. He looked at her stiff body and the disgust on her face. He wondered how she would be able to spend the night with somebody she hated. She was obviously very good at acting, but George didn't want to take advantage of her and no longer had any interest in teasing her. He shook his head and removed the makeshift blindfold from her face. I'm not playing with you anymore. It's boring, he said as he got off the bed. What do you mean? She asked, confused. George sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Stop pretending. I know that you don't like me. You only agreed to come here because you're working with Lex. You both wanted to plot against me and watch me make a fool of myself, he said. Chelsea's heart started racing. What are you talking about? I don't understand, she cried, not daring to look at him. George decided not to waste any more time with her. He took out his phone again and played back the video that he had recorded at the masquerade ball. All right, said a woman's voice in the recording. I see how it is, but you have to promise that the first thing we do after you finish wrecking George is to introduce you to my dad. He's been asking about you for ages. Of course, don't worry. I'll wear a nice suit and everything, replied a man's voice. Even without looking at the video, it was clear that the man and woman talking in it were Lex and Chelsea. Her body froze in shock. She looked at George in disbelief. How could he have recorded that conversation? She wondered. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't think of an explanation to give. Oh, and one more thing, said George calmly. Lex wasn't the one who helped you out with Michael. It was someone else. Episode 93. Lex gets the cold shoulder. George, you just want to stir things up between me and Lex. I don't believe you, said Chelsea. There was a big difference between Lex and George. Lex came from a good family and was well respected, whereas George was a poor and lowly person who just got lucky by winning the lottery. She wouldn't believe him over Lex. George looked at her and smirked. Lex didn't help you out with Michael. He doesn't have the ability to, he said. She still didn't believe him. If Lex didn't take care of it, who did? She asked. George remained silent. He didn't want to tell her that it was he who had helped her out with Michael. He didn't want to expose himself. Well, you can find out for yourself. I'm going now, he said as he got up and walked to the door. After he left, Chelsea started thinking. She recalled what he had said and remembered how confidently he had said it. She was filled with doubt. If what he said is true and it wasn't Lex who helped him with Michael, who could it be? She wondered. No, what am I thinking? How could I be so easily fooled by George? When I meet Lex later, I'll just ask him. George looked content as he walked out of the hotel, humming a small tune. This made Lex, who was hiding in the lobby waiting for news, wonder whether George had actually slept with Chelsea. After all, he had the money, so he would easily be able to seduce her. If something had happened between the two of them, George would be laughing at him. Although he was just using Chelsea, he didn't want other men to touch her while he considered her to be his woman. If this ever got out, he would be humiliated. He decided to give Chelsea a call and ask her about the situation. Once he got George's money off her, he would think of a way to get rid of her. Lex watched George until he left the hotel and then took out his phone to call Chelsea. Chelsea, how is it going? Did you get the money? He asked anxiously. Chelsea was just about to tell him that they had been fooled by George. However, when she heard Lex asking about the money instead of her, she became disappointed. She wasn't interested in talking to him anymore. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I have things to do now, she said gloomily. She had to reevaluate her relationship with Lex. She wondered whether he really loved her. If he did, he would be concerned about her and not just whether she had done what he had asked her to do. She, on the other hand, had strong feelings for him and was even willing to do things for him that she disdained. She just wanted a man who cared about her. She decided to distance herself from Lex.
Chelsea, what's wrong with you? What are you angry about?
Lex asked, confused. He didn't understand why she was acting so cold toward him. Without saying another word, she hung up the phone. The events of the last few minutes had put her in a bad mood.
Who does she think she is? Once I get the money, I can't wait to get rid of her, thought Lex.
He became even more suspicious of Chelsea and George. He wanted to go up and find Chelsea, but thought it would be better not to since she was in a bad mood. He decided to leave her for the night and go back to his dorm. He was sure that she had strong feelings for him and would come and find him eventually. He sneered and got up to leave. George was back in his dorm with Neil. It was quiet there, as Alex had gone to work at his part-time job. George lay down leisurely on the bed, playing with his phone. As soon as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, he began humming and acting happy. When he saw Lex come in, George greeted him with a smile. "Lex, you're back! I have to thank you for today. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have had the chance to experience the joys of life," he said happily. "Lex, what did you do for George?" Neil asked curiously, looking over his own phone. Lex's face changed color. He glared at George. Seeing that Lex wasn't answering him, Neil pursed his lips. "George, what are you talking about?" he asked. "Did you try some delicious new food? Why didn't you bring some back for me? We've been roommates for years, and we've always shared food." "It was indeed delicious. If I get another chance, I'll take you with me," said George, smiling. Lex's face flushed with anger. Neil nodded happily. "You're the best, George," he said, glancing at Lex. He thought Lex was a show-off and cursed him under his breath. He put his earphones in and started watching a video on his phone. Lex had a strange expression on his face. He was seething. However, George was feeling really good. He had deliberately said those things to provoke Lex. He knew that Lex wouldn't be able to use Chelsea to plot against him anymore. Lex gritted his teeth.
It's no wonder that Chelsea was giving me the cold shoulder tonight. She slept with George, he thought.
Episode 94. The Altercation. Although Lex suspected that Chelsea had slept with George, his mood changed after listening to George. He saw the complacent look on his roommate's face and wanted to punch him right there in front of Neil.
How dare he touch Chelsea? Even though I don't want her, he doesn't have the right to touch her, he thought.
But he knew he couldn't do anything to George just then. He suppressed his anger and said with a smile,
"George, I'm glad you're happy. Don't forget to invite me to the meal too. After all, we're all friends here."
"Of course, Lex, don't worry. I'll treat you just like Alex. Whenever I experience anything good, I'll always think of you guys," said George, grinning. Lex smiled and went to lie down on his bed. He sent Chelsea a message but didn't get a reply from her. Meanwhile, Chelsea tidied herself up and left the hotel. She immediately took a taxi back home. As soon as she got there, she started contacting a few people that she knew. She wanted to find out who had sorted out the issue with Michael. When she saw the text message Lex sent her, she threw her phone on the bed. She didn't want to reply to him. After half an hour, her phone rang. She hurriedly answered it. It turned out that the issue with Michael wasn't taken care of by Lex. George had been telling her the truth. Her heart sank. She had really thought it was Lex who had helped her out. Once she calmed down, she sent Lex a message asking him to meet her at the Chrysanthemum restaurant. As soon as he received her message, Lex immediately left the dormitory and headed to the restaurant. George watched him leave and sneered. So, he wanted to mess with me, but he'll soon face the consequences, he thought. He knew that Chelsea must have found something out and had contacted Lex to confront him. As Lex left the dorm, he called Chelsea. He wanted to meet at Park Hotel instead. It's less expensive to eat at the hotel. What's more, after talking to Chelsea, I might even be able to get some money off her, he thought. However, Chelsea had guessed what he had in mind. She insisted that they meet at the restaurant, even though it would be better to go to the hotel since there was more privacy there. In the past, she didn't think too much about what Lex said, but after thinking about it, she realized that he disliked the chrysanthemum. Not because there wasn't enough privacy, but because it was too expensive. The hotel restaurant was much cheaper, and he could even take advantage of her there. There were even a few times when he had taken her to a hidden place to do unscrupulous things with her. In the beginning, she was extremely reluctant to do anything, but she soon gave in to his requests. She couldn't ignore the fact that he had helped her with Michael, and she felt indebted to him for that. Lex gritted his teeth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get Chelsea to agree to meet him at the hotel. He hung up the phone and silently cursed her. In order to get the money, he had no choice but to agree to meet her at the restaurant. He took a taxi to the Chrysanthemum, went inside, and saw that Chelsea was already there waiting for him.
Chelsea, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to meet me here so late at night? I've told you before that it's better for us to go to a hotel, he said in greeting.
Lex, let me ask you something, she said, looking straight at him. Who sorted out the issue I had with Michael? He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly changed the subject.
Chelsea, let's not talk about this now. Did you get the money off George? He didn't do anything to you in the hotel earlier, did he? He asked, not daring to look at her.
Her expression changed when she heard his strange reply. George was telling the truth. It wasn't Lex who had helped me with Michael, but someone else, she thought. Lex, you're a scumbag, she yelled.
Hey, why are you talking to me like that? What did I do? He asked, getting defensive. I was talking to you nicely just now, yet you're attacking me. Who do you think you are?
Anger flashed in his eyes, and he looked at her with extreme displeasure.
How dare she sleep with George and then have the audacity to lose her temper with me, he thought.
Chelsea was so furious that her hands started trembling. Lex had not only lied to her about helping her out with Michael, but he had also been using her to get money from George. She looked at him disdainfully.
Chelsea, you're crazy, he roared.
He was puzzled. He couldn't understand the sudden change in her behavior. He wondered what had caused her to become so angry and whether he had said something wrong. Yes, I'm crazy, Lex. Crazy for trusting you. Why are you still pretending? She cried hysterically. The sound of her voice shook the entire restaurant. You didn't help me. I've already checked. She had thought that Lex was the one who had helped her out with Michael. She felt that she owed him a favor and had agreed to his excessive demands. Although she wasn't in love with him, she had thought that he cared about her, and she liked him because he seemed to be a man of status. But at that moment, Chelsea wanted to kill Lex. Episode 95. Humiliation. Lex's mind went blank. He was completely dumbfounded by Chelsea's behavior. At that moment, her mind was racing. When she saw his expression, she became even more certain that she had been fooled by him. She got up and turned around to leave.
Chelsea, let me explain, he said, grabbing her arm.
She was angry and annoyed. She had no feelings for him, only extreme disgust. She hated him for lying to her. She couldn't look at him anymore. Get off me, you scumbag! Don't touch me with your dirty hands, she yelled. She swung her arm and flung his hand away. He fell back and hit his side against the corner of the table. He cried out in pain. She didn't care about him anymore. That serves you right, she said coldly and walked off. His face drained of color. He didn't want to give up and decided to go after her. But when he noticed the mocking gazes from the crowd, he felt embarrassed and gave up chasing after her. He sat down at the table instead and slowly began to calm down. He started thinking about the whole situation, wondering why Chelsea had decided to investigate the matter when she previously hadn't thought of doing so. He thought that someone must have put it into her mind, but he couldn't think who it could be. He had noticed Chelsea's change of behavior after she had been with George. She was moody then, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Since he wanted to use her to get money from George, he had pretended to care about her. Suddenly, he remembered something and his face turned red. "It's him, isn't it? George. He must have put doubt into Chelsea's mind," he muttered under his breath. The only other person that Chelsea had been with that night, other than himself, was George. He guessed that George must have said something to make her want to investigate the matter. She had found out that it wasn't he who had helped her out, and had insulted him just now as a result. He angrily smashed his fists onto the tabletop, causing the glassware on the table to fall and break. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "George, how dare you play a dirty one on me? I'm going to kill you." He stood up to leave, but was stopped by the manager of the restaurant.
"Sir, I'm afraid I have to ask you to wait. Since you've broken these items, you have to pay for them,"
said the manager firmly. Lex looked at the broken glass on the table. He did indeed just cause them to break. "How much will it cost me?" he asked nervously.
"Well,"
the manager took out a tablet and quickly scanned through a couple of screens.
"those items are crystal glassware. It'll cost $350 for the 2 glasses, and the crystal jug costs $500. That's a total of $850, said the manager. "Would you like to pay by card or by cash?" he asked, smiling.
"What? How can these trashy things be worth that much money?" asked Lex in shock. They looked like ordinary glasses to him. The smile on the manager's face quickly disappeared.
"Well, it looks like this gentleman doesn't want to pay. We'll have to follow company rules and call the cops,"
he shouted to one of his colleagues who was standing by a phone at the service desk. "No, don't do that. I didn't say I'm not going to pay. It's just that it's a lot of money. It's nearly $1,000, Lex protested.
"Well, everyone here saw you just break those items in your little fit of anger," said the manager calmly. "So you can either reimburse the restaurant, or we'll call the police."
Lex was scared out of his wits. He took out his wallet in a panic and handed over his credit card. He realized that he would only have a few $100s left in his account. He was annoyed at himself and regretted losing his temper. After he had paid for the damages, the manager ordered him to leave the restaurant without even looking at him. Lex was stunned. He couldn't believe he was being kicked out after paying for the things he had damaged. He stood awkwardly in front of the entrance to the restaurant. The customers still inside the restaurant looked at him through the windows with disdain clear on their faces. He couldn't stand being stared and pointed at by others and hurriedly left the chrysanthemum in a sorry state. He got a taxi back to the dorm, sulking the entire way. He had been humiliated, and he blamed it all on George. He decided that when he got back, he would teach George a lesson. He would knock George out for what he had done to him. His eyes were full of anger. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anticipation. "George, where are you? Come out now. I'm gonna skin you alive today," he shouted as he approached the dorm. When he reached the door, he angrily kicked it open. George was playing cards with Mr. Long, the local thug, in their dorm. They had been playing for almost an hour. George had lost quite a bit of money in order to stall Mr. Long, which made the thug grin with delight. George had deliberately done this to keep him in the dorm until Lex returned. With Mr. Long around, Lex wouldn't be able to cause George any trouble. As Lex stormed in, George looked at him and smirked. Lex saw George with Mr. Long and frowned. "Why's that thug here?" he wondered. He was surprised that he was playing cards with George. Mr. Long glanced up at Lex.
"Oh, look, little Lex is here," he said mockingly. "What are you so angry about? Who were you yelling at just now?"
Episode 96, Money Troubles. Lex laughed, trying to lighten the mood.
"You guys look so serious.
I was just joking with George. Don't worry about it. We're like brothers. We give each other a hard time." George smiled as Lex said all this, but stiffly as if he was tolerating the joke rather than in on it. Then Lex looked around, taking in the scene. "George, why didn't you tell me when Mr. Long got here? I'm always down to play cards." "He's been here for over an hour," said George. "You didn't hear him come in?" Lex pretended to be surprised. "I didn't hear a thing. I was listening to music. You know I like to study with the music on. George, is this any way to treat your brother? You should have come and got me." George didn't know what to say to that. He pressed his lips together and shrugged. "You've been busy," Lex suddenly said magnanimously, waving off his accusations. "But you must still have so much prize money left over. Have you paid up for your protection fees?" "Mr. Long needs to be taken care of. I know you couldn't afford it before, but that's not a problem now, is it?" Again, George was lost. He wished Lex would just stop talking. Lex slapped him on the back companionably. "I don't know what's with you lately, but it's a good thing I'm here to keep an eye on you. What do you think, Mr. Long?" He flashed Mr. Long a bright smile. Mr. Long smiled back and nodded in agreement. The protection fees were just his way to get money from all these college students. George had been too poor to keep up with those payments in the past. Once Alex and Lex had even invited Mr. Long and his associates over, saying that George was finally ready to pay. When this had turned out to be untrue, he had had to leverage the fee from another student, Terry, instead. Alex and Lex had paid in bruises, but now it sounded like George did have the money. He tilted his head at George.
"George, what do you have to say about all this? Did you come into money?"
George sighed. "Here's the thing. I did win some money. My first instinct was to treat my classmates, so I took us all to Palace Garden for a meal. I thought everyone would order simple dishes, but they went a bit overboard. Everyone was excited, I guess. Then I fell for this incredibly beautiful girl. She's stunning. I got in a bit over my head and told her I'd just bought some property. I guess Lex heard about this, though I don't know how he heard about it so quickly." George looked Mr. Long in the eye and continued. "I thought by playing cards you would probably win a good amount of me anyway. All I ask is that you leave me enough so I can still afford a little food." Mr. Long beamed at him and reached over to pat his shoulder.
"I understand. Don't worry. You're going to be fine."
Privately, he still had some doubts, but he couldn't deny that George seemed utterly sincere. Besides, his clothing was still quite shabby, so his life hadn't changed much. Not only that, but he had openly confessed to mismanaging his money and making some incredibly careless mistakes. It didn't seem like the sort of thing someone would do if he was trying to look cool. After George was finished charming Mr. Long, he turned his attention to Lex. He was angry that Lex had tried to start trouble for him with Mr. Long. He gave Lex a friendly smile. "Lex, we've been waiting for you to get here for ages. Sit down, let's all play. You were saying earlier that you wanted to treat Mr. Long too. This is the perfect opportunity." Lex's expression froze. He knew playing with Mr. Long was a fast way to lose money. He didn't have that much cash left himself, and he didn't want to risk losing it. But now that George had drawn Mr. Long's attention to him, it was going to be very hard to get away. "What are you waiting for, Lex?" asked George, overly cheerful. "It's a big deal to get to play with Mr. Long. Most guys don't even get the chance. You don't want to spend time with him? Have you got somewhere else to be?"
"You're not rushing off, are you, Lex?"
Mr. Long joined in, sounding displeased. "Of course not," Lex said in a panic. "I'm happy to play, but I haven't played for a long time. I'm worried it won't be any fun for you guys to babysit me through a game."
"I'm sure it will all come back to you quickly,"
said Mr. Long. He was starting to get impatient.
"Hurry up and sit down. I'm going to shuffle."
One of Mr. Long's lackeys stood so Lex could sit down. While Mr. Long was busy shuffling the cards, Lex took the opportunity to shoot a fierce look in George's direction. George was starting to get on his nerves. All the trouble with Chelsea had already been bad enough. But now, George was getting him into worse trouble with Mr. Long. Every one of them had enough trouble with that guy without them pushing each other into worse situations. A hint of mirth flashed through George's eyes in response. It felt good to get to openly antagonize Lex, knowing he couldn't respond. Mr. Long dealt the first hand of cards and they settled into the game. To everyone's surprise, Lex won the first round. His stomach flooded with relief as he watched George and Mr. Long push their money toward him. He hadn't been lying when he had said that he hadn't played in a long time. He had assumed he would do nothing but lose because he couldn't remember how to play properly. But this was looking all right. Maybe he would get away from the game with more money than he expected.
Beginner's luck, Mr. Long crowed. If you haven't played in a while, then this must be the card's way of welcoming you back. How wonderful to do so well on your first round.
This was Mr. Long's way of dropping a hint. Lex immediately recognized what he meant and divided his winnings, pushing half toward Mr. Long.
It's only right to share my luck with you, he said politely.
Episode 97. Getting Carried Away. Lex made a big show of being happy to share his winnings with Mr. Long. Inwardly, he was cursing the older man for being so greedy. But he also knew he had been very lucky to win the first round. He had come to the table with very little money. Now, at least he had a small pot to bet with, even if Mr. Long had taken half of it. George lost the second round as well. He didn't say anything but pretended to be depressed. He paid Lex and Mr. Long their winnings with a deep sigh. Lex beamed at him.
Are you okay, George? That was a bit unlucky, but it won't put you out too much, right?
He made a big show of counting the money, knowing it would irritate George further. Despite all his hesitation to join the game, he was very, very happy with how things were going. If things continued well, maybe he would walk away having won a decent amount of money. But Mr. Long frowned.
Careful with your attitude, Lex. Everyone will win or lose in their turn. Who knows? George might clean us out in the next round. Don't discourage him from playing.
The truth was, he was a bit irritated with Lex. He thought the boy was acting like a complete amateur, getting so arrogant after winning just 2 rounds. He also didn't want to discourage George from betting in the next few hands. He planned to win as much as he could off the students, as long as they were willing to pay. Lex smiled awkwardly and opened his mouth to apologize, but Mr. Long turned away from him. He was annoyed at being scolded, but Lex decided to let it go. George gave Mr. Long a grateful look, which Mr. Long answered with a small nod. Sure enough, Lex's luck quickly turned sour. He lost the next few hands and, in a desperate bid to win back what he had lost, started betting too much. The bets started getting more and more costly, and he kept losing. He thought about folding, but then realized he was completely out of money. He quickly texted Alex and Ashley to ask to borrow some money so he could keep going. They transferred cash to him, and he put it all in. George watched all this quietly. He knew he could easily step in and tell Lex to calm down, to quit digging himself into a deeper hole. But he was fed up with Lex, so he said nothing. He felt Lex had brought the situation on himself. Mr. Long was very happy to see Lex betting so enthusiastically and let him play. Soon, Lex was on the verge of tears. He couldn't believe things had gone wrong so quickly.
I don't get it,
he confessed, looking at his cards with a shocked expression. Mr. Long smiled.
I'm getting a bit tired. I think I'm going to call it a night. Let's square up and head out.
George nodded in agreement. When the totals were calculated, it turned out Lex owed Mr. Long nearly $8,000, and George $3,000. When Mr. Long read out the totals, Lex nearly fainted on the spot. He hadn't had much to begin with. Even with his winnings from the first 2 rounds, he was now deeply in debt. Mr. Long gave him a fierce expression that could almost be taken for a smile.
How do you want to pay? Have you got the cash on you? Or are you going to get out your phone to make the transfer?
Lex took a few shallow, panicked breaths.
Mr. Long, I'm sorry, but I seriously don't have any money on me. Can you let it go this time? You've got a lot of cash from me when we've played before.
It wasn't that he was trying to get out of paying. It was that he genuinely had no money to play with. His savings were cleaned out. Mr. Long frowned as if he hadn't been expecting this.
You mean you can't pay? You played even though you can't pay?
His lackeys stepped forward with menacing looks on their faces. Each one of them was tall and sturdy and was curling their hands into fists. Lex gave them a fearful look. He had been beaten up by Mr. Long's thugs before. He hated pain. He looked back to Mr. Long with a desperate expression on his face.
I will pay you back, I swear.
Good,
said Mr. Long. His face relaxed into a friendly smile.
Since you don't have it now, let's make this official. Write a promissory note. One for me, one for George.
Lex immediately took the pen and book and began scribbling down calculations. When he was finished, Mr. Long looked over each note carefully to make sure he hadn't left anything out. Soon, he admitted he was satisfied and that it was time for him to go. As he handed George his note, he gave him a sincere smile.
George, I had a lot of fun tonight. It was good to see you.
George was a little surprised. Mr. Long was the terror of their dorms, with many young students owing him a great deal of money. It was weird to have someone like that treat him as a friend. But it made sense. Mr. Long had won a good amount of money from him throughout the evening. Besides, looking friendly with Mr. Long would upset Lex even more. And at that moment, George was happy to do anything that upset Lex. So he smiled back and said, "It was great to see you, Mr. Long. Have a good night." As soon as Mr. Long and his thugs had cleared out of the dorm, Lex rounded on George furiously.
You set me up, he growled. You knew I didn't want to play.
George smiled back at him coldly. Nobody asked you to barge in and start trouble. I assumed you just really wanted to be involved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you to play. When Lex raised a fist, George stepped back with his eyebrows raised. Careful. You only just avoided getting into a fight with Mr. Long's guys. I'm sure they haven't gone far. Do you want me to ask them to come back? Lex gritted his teeth, seething. He couldn't believe he owed George so much money now.
I don't know how I'm going to get you back, he admitted finally. But I will. You've got guts, but you're going to regret it.
He slammed the door behind him as he left. George rolled his eyes. He wasn't scared of Lex anymore. Episode 98. Trust Issues. George thought back on the evening with satisfaction. It was a shame about losing money to Mr. Long, but it had been worth it. He had been able to take revenge on Lex for his latest schemes, and now Lex owed them both a lot of money. Lex had promised he was going to get him back, but that was just the way of things now. George expected they would probably always give each other problems. For now, George had won, and he was happy with how everything had gone. He washed up as he thought about all of this, and went to bed with a smile on his face. Soon, he was fast asleep. Outside, Lex was pacing around the halls of the male dormitories angrily. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chelsea's number. Chelsea was very rich, and they had been seeing each other for a little while now. Lex figured she wouldn't mind giving him the money to repay the debt. She didn't answer on his first attempt or his second. Finally, on the third call, she answered the phone with a stream of swear words.
Why are you awake? Why are you calling me? It's so early. What is wrong with you?
But by this point, Lex was so wound up with stress and fear that he couldn't tolerate being scolded.
Don't talk to me like that.
he snapped. "Never mind what's wrong with me. What's wrong with you? What? Do you think you're just such an amazing girl that I'll put up with whatever you throw at me? Grow up, princess." Chelsea was stunned. Her hands shook with rage. She wished Lex was standing right in front of her so she could slap him for speaking to her that way. He barreled on, not even bothering to apologize. "I'm freaking out. I'm in a ton of trouble. I need to borrow some money. It's an emergency. It's $10,000, maybe $15,000. That's nothing to your family. I know they'll give it to you if you ask. Help me out here." Chelsea's jaw dropped. She was completely disgusted with him.
Go play in traffic,
She snapped at him.
You think you can just say whatever you want and then ask me for money? Don't call me again.
She hung up. Lex screamed a few more curse words in the hallway and frantically began dialing her number again. After many attempts, it became clear that she wasn't going to answer her phone. Finally, Lex had a desperate, horrible idea. While things had been going well between them, Chelsea had texted him special photos at his request, teasing nude or almost nude selfies taken in the bathroom. He attached one of these photos to a text message that said, "Don't forget how well we know each other. If you don't help me, I've got this and plenty more to post online. What will your friends think? Or your teachers? Or your parents? Then again, maybe I can raise the money I need by selling these. If you don't want that to happen, then you need to help me." When she received his message, Chelsea sat frozen, staring at her phone. She was enraged. She texted back, "Is all of this really over some money? Fine, I'll meet you at your campus." She named a time, and he agreed. He was happy with the results. Chelsea's tone seemed to have changed quickly once he established who was boss. Feeling in control once more, Lex headed to campus. On her way to meet him, Chelsea placed a call with another friend, someone Lex didn't know about. The place Chelsea had suggested they meet was a familiar spot. They had met there before since it was a good, secluded spot for an intimate meeting. Lex arrived first. He sat down on a rock and waited for Chelsea's arrival. He heard someone call, "Lex," but it wasn't Chelsea. He stood quickly, preparing to leave, but when he stood, he saw that a small group of people was approaching him. They didn't look like good people. A few were stretching their arms as if preparing for a workout. One was even carrying a short lead pipe. They were led by Chelsea, who was smiling at him menacingly. "Chelsea?" he asked nervously. "What's going on?" "You'll find out," Chelsea smirked, and waved at the men behind her to go ahead. "Please take care of my friend here. He thinks picking on girls makes him a tough guy." The men stepped forward and quickly surrounded Lex, cutting off any chance of escape. They didn't beat Lex that much, but his terror heightened the experience, making the pain seem much, much worse. When they had each landed a few blows, they stepped back, still forming a tight ring around them. Lex crouched in the middle of them, bruises starting to darken into a deep purple. "That's enough," said Chelsea, stepping forward. She stepped through the ring so she could rummage through Lex's pockets. She quickly found his phone and gave him a cold look. "I sent you those photos because I trusted you. I thought I liked you. I can't believe you would threaten me like that." Panting, he tried to form the words of an apology, but she shook his head. "You think I'm going to be satisfied with words? Take off your clothes." Lex's hands were shaking too hard to move quickly. Two of the men stepped forward and began stripping his clothes off for him. The others all pulled out their phones, ready and waiting to take pictures and videos. "Chelsea, come on," Lex pleaded as his clothes were ripped away. "I was upset. I didn't mean it. I would never actually sell those photos. They're too special to me." "You were special to me too," Chelsea admitted, "but not anymore. First, you lied to me about helping my family, and now this? How am I ever supposed to trust you again? I need security." The impromptu photo shoot was quick and merciless. In addition to the photos the rest of the gang took, Chelsea made sure to take plenty of her own. She felt the burning hatred that had filled her stomach since Lex had threatened her dissipate. When she was finally satisfied, she ordered the men to finish with him. They knocked Lex out, threw him into a van, drove him to the front of the university, and dumped him out by the entrance. Episode 99: A Vision of the Future. Lex was left laying out in front of the university for some time. As other students passed by, they glanced at him with concern and whispered to each other.
Do you know who that is?
Maybe he partied too hard.
Maybe he pissed somebody off. Look at those bruises.
It took about an hour for Lex to regain consciousness. He sat up with a groan, his head throbbing with pain. It took him several moments to realize that he was still naked, but soon he noticed the other students pointing at him. He jumped up, covering himself as best he could with his hands, and took off running. At this time, Terry was approaching the university in his car. He spotted a naked man running in the distance. When he pulled closer, he realized it was Lex.
What are you doing?
He yelled out the window.
How did you get like that? Hurry up and get in.
Terry pulled over so Lex could jump into the car. He sat in the passenger seat, panting raggedly. Terry looked him up and down in concern.
Are you all right? What happened to you?
Lex shook his head.
It all got screwed up. Chelsea found out I wasn't the one who helped her family when they got in trouble with Whale Corp. So she dumped me. Then, when I got back to the dorms, George was there with Mr. Long. I got forced into playing cards with them and lost a ton of money.
Terry said, his tone becoming somewhat detached.
Well, money's not the most important thing.
He didn't want to take responsibility for Lex's expenses. He knew very well that dealing with Mr. Long could quickly get nasty. He thought Lex had been lucky to get away at all.
You're right, it's not,
said Lex grimly, inventing on the fly. He was annoyed at Terry's lack of interest and determined to drag him in.
I'd say it's reputation. Want to hear about yours? They had some interesting things to say about you.
Terry squirmed in the driver's seat.
What did they say?
They said,
Lex started, thinking quickly,
that you're only good for handing out money. They said you're all money and no brains, easily manipulated. They said they thought of you as an honorary lackey, only good for taking orders and giving out cash.
A fierce scowl appeared on Terry's face.
They said that about me? Behind my back? Where are they? We're going now.
Hey, ease up,
Lex said as fast as he could.
I didn't tell you so you could go get yourself killed. Losing your temper isn't going to solve it. Mr. Long is still really powerful. It's not good to offend him, and you don't need to start anything new with George.
Terry took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. It was hard to think clearly, but what Lex was saying made sense. He came to a decision.
You're right about Mr. Long, he admitted. I can't afford to fight him, but I can afford to fight George.
He pulled out his phone and dialed George's number. George slept soundly and woke up feeling incredibly good. As he lay in bed, appreciating the light coming through the window, he remembered that he still had some things to do. He had bought that house for Charlie, but still hadn't had a chance to show it to her. He got dressed and then called Charlie to ask her to go out with him. "Hey, Charlie," he said, smiling when she picked up. "Where are you? What are you up to today? Are you free?" Charlie was a bit taken aback by his questions.
Yeah, I'm free. What's going on? What do you need?
George chuckled. "Don't worry, it's a good thing. I'm going to take you somewhere. It's a surprise. Meet me on campus at the West Gate." Charlie was a bit confused and wanted to ask him what this was about, but he hung up before she could ask him for more information. Shaking her head, she got ready and went out to meet him. When she arrived at the West Gate, he was waiting for her in his red Beetle. He opened the door for her and beckoned for her to sit in the passenger seat. "Come on."
George, where are we going? Where are you taking me?
George smiled at her as he turned on the engine. You'll see. In Blue Sky Corporation's high-end residential area, there were rows and rows of large houses. The facilities were all surrounded by security guards, who kept an eye on who was entering and leaving the neighborhood. When George drove through the gated entrance, no one stopped him. Charlie's eyes widened with amazement and curiosity.
What is this?
George smiled and shook his head as he parked the car. Close your eyes and take my hand. I want to show you something. George walked her slowly and carefully up to a house, the one he had purchased recently. He gently told her to open her eyes. What do you think? He said as she blinked at the house. Do you like it? It's going to be yours. I checked it out. Not only is it close to the hospital where your dad is staying, but it's also near the place where you work part-time. We're even pretty close to the university. It took Charlie several moments to speak. She kept looking from the house to George and back.
George, are you serious? I can't accept this.
George thought quickly. Hey, but you said you were going to help me with some things, right? You said you were determined to help. This is the favor I want. I want you to take care of this house for me. I think this is the best way, don't you? It's a good spot. He had anticipated that she might reject the offer, being too modest to accept his help with both the hospital fees and securing a good place to live. By reframing it as a job instead of a favor, he hoped she would accept. It seemed to work. She blushed a little but nodded and said,
If this is how I can repay you, then I'll do it. I'll take care of the house for you.
George's heart swelled. He was still entertaining daydreams of marrying Charlie, of sharing this house with her. Next in his plan for the day was to take a tour of the house so they could both get to know the layout. Then he was going to drive with her to the local supermarket and start stocking up on her favorite foods. He was thinking happily about the next step of his plan when he received a call from Terry. He raised his phone to his ear, trying not to frown too hard. Hello?
You disgusting jerk,
he heard Terry say on the other end.
We need to talk. Meet me at the mountain road. If you don't show up, I'll tell everyone what a pathetic piece of crap you are.
George wasn't entirely sure what had suddenly made Terry so angry with him, but he felt lighthearted and secure. He had money and confidence, and he wasn't worried about threats from anyone. Meeting up with Terry to hear whatever his issue was would be no big deal. All right, said George. See you soon. Terry hung up before he could ask any questions. Charlie was watching his face with concern.
Is everything okay?
George sighed. His plans would have to wait. Charlie, I'm so sorry. But I think I need to go solve this right away. I've got to go. Charlie smiled at him.
Don't worry. Go take care of your business. I'll take care of the house.
Episode 100, Mountain Race. George got in the car and prepared to drive over the mountain road to meet Terry. Before he took off, he called Gina. Can you do me a favor? I'm headed to a meeting that I think might get ugly. Can you come with me? No problem, she said quickly and told him where he could pick her up. When he pulled over to let her climb into the car, she wasn't alone. A few powerful men stood behind her and scrunched themselves into the back of his car. It turned out George's instincts had been right on. As he drove up to where Terry had parked, he could see Terry was standing with Lex and a group of men he didn't recognize. Terry was pacing furiously.
What's taking him so long? He demanded. Where is he?
He's probably too chicken to show, Lex assured him. We can always track him down on campus if we have to. But then George pulled up near them. He exchanged a glance with Gina before climbing out of the car. Sorry I'm late, said George, not sounding sorry at all. I was in the middle of something. What can I help you with? Terry spun around on his heel to glare at him. With no preamble, he spat.
I want you to race me.
George raised his eyebrows. That's what this is about? That's why you asked me to come out to meet you. For a race?
Too chicken?
Terry demanded.
Too afraid? It's just a race. I'll make it interesting. The loser has to crawl in the dirt and beg for forgiveness. Oh, and pay up, of course. Every bet should have some money involved. Let's bet $75,000.
George took a moment to think about it and then laughed. Is that all? Terry, you're so dramatic. Fine. If I lose, I'll crawl in the dirt and give you $75,000. If you lose, I want your car. Terry hesitated. He had brought his white BMW, and it was worth double the money he had named as a prize. But then he glanced at the car George had come to meet him in and sneered. There was no way his BMW would lose to that tiny thing.
Agreed,
said Terry. Lex had the paperwork ready for them both to sign to make the term official. The cars were quickly brought to a makeshift starting line. A referee raised his arm, whistle in his mouth, and blew on it sharply to announce the start of the race. Terry took the lead easily, as he had expected to. He was very experienced in racing and had proposed this whole thing knowing that he was sure to have a superior car to whatever George brought to the meeting. He glanced around himself, less to check on George's progress than to take stock of his surroundings. But he was shocked to see George had pulled up and was nearly even with him. Terry blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating, before snarling and putting his BMW into a higher gear. But George stayed calm and collected. He smiled at Terry and waved as if to say, "See you at the finish line." Then he pulled forward neatly and soon passed Terry. What very few people knew was that George had had some training in racing himself. He had worked with Winston Wake, a professional international racer, who had come to visit his family. Although he hadn't raced in a long time, he remembered every trick he had been taught. He knew how to make his car work to the best possible advantage. Meanwhile, Terry was showboating, with no real technique to support him. Terry slapped the steering wheel in frustration. He couldn't understand how George had managed to get ahead of him. No matter what he did or what tricks he tried, George's car pulled farther and farther ahead, until he could barely see it on the road in the distance. It took Terry a long time to reach the finish line. By the time he arrived, George was sitting in his spot, waiting for him. Lex and the thugs he and Terry had brought all crowded to one side, looking awkward. This wasn't the result they had anticipated. Terry had taken an embarrassingly long amount of time to complete the full route. Terry stumbled out of his car, shakily, mind whirling. He had known for the last several miles that he had lost the race, but he hadn't decided what to do or how to get out of it. George stepped forward. "Good effort, Terry, but as per our terms, that car is mine now." Terry tried to laugh. It came out squeaky and weak.
Are you kidding? You don't even know how much it's worth. You wouldn't know what to do with it, even if I did let you have it. Anyone who saw you driving it would assume it was stolen. You look too poor to even touch it.
Terry threw out his hands to shove George. George didn't retaliate, but just dusted himself off lightly. "So, you're backing out on your word."
"It was barely even a real bet," Terry snapped. "What are you going to do about it?"
George shrugged. "Nothing," he admitted, "but my friends might be kind of annoyed." Gina stepped forward. The men she had invited to come with them kept close to her. "I'm happy to help take care of this," she announced. Over her shoulder, she called to her men. "Don't let them get away." As the men began to spread out, surrounding the small group, Lex stepped toward Terry nervously.
"What do we do? There's more of them than there are of us."
Terry felt nervous too, but he had met Gina before and wasn't immediately intimidated by her proud stance and flashy appearance the way some people often were.
"Gina,"
he said in a warning tone,
"this is none of your business. You'd better not get mixed up in this."
Gina sneered at him.
"What? Do you think you're tough? Do you think I'm going to back off after what I just saw? George is my responsibility. He may as well be my brother." She gave him a cold smile. "And you're trying to cheat my brother out of what he won fair and square.
Give him the car keys, or I'll wreck you so you'll never be able to drive again. Terry gulped.
I can't just hand it over, he said quickly. I need to take care of some things. He can have it in a few days. What's the rush?
But George knew better than to take him at his word. The rush is that I don't trust you, said George. What are you going to do? Hide it? Sell it? No. We're finishing this today. Episode 101. A New Car. Terry's smile stiffened.
How could I be that kind of person? I said that I'd give you the car, but just in a few days.
I know full well that you're that kind of person, Terry, George replied without hesitation. He gave Gina a wink, indicating that she should go on. Gina understood what he meant and loudly said, "Okay, guys, he's all yours. If he doesn't give you the keys now, you can beat him until he does."
Don't hit me. I'm doing it, can't you see? I'm giving him the keys.
Terry was terrified and quickly threw his car keys to George. That's more like it. George happily took the keys and said to Gina, "Thanks, Gina. I've got them. Let's go." Gina nodded her head toward George's Beetle, and her group piled into it, while she climbed into Terry's BMW with George. After George and the others left, Terry was furious. He started to vent his anger on the people around him, and when he saw Lex looking as if it had nothing to do with him, Terry started waving his fist and feeded him. He started shouting, and most of it was directed at his friend.
Lex, this is all because of you. You're a jinx.
He took out his phone and used speed dial to make a call. It was answered after a couple of moments.
Dad, you know someone from the Grant family, right?
Terry said without greeting.
His daughter Gina brought a bunch of thugs and took away my car. You have to sort this out for me.
Son, don't worry,
came the response.
I'll look into this for you.
When Joseph heard that Gina had brought people to bully his son, he was unhappy. After hanging up the phone with Terry, he called Gina's father. George had let Gina's men drive away in his car, while he drove Terry's BMW, Gina sitting next to him. "Thank you for your help today, Gina. I wouldn't even know how to deal with Terry and the others if you weren't there." George was sincere with his thanks. She laughed. "Oh, what's the big deal? I already said that you're my little brother. Isn't it normal for a big sister to help out when her little brother's in trouble?" "That's true," he said. He thought about it for a moment and then added, "Let's have a meal together later. I'll treat you all to the best restaurant in Harrison. How does the Palace Garden sound?" George felt a little warmth in his heart. Every time he had something to do, he knew he could ask Gina for help. She never refused him and never asked for anything in return. No matter what, he had to treat her to a good meal and return this latest favor. Gina was about to open her mouth to respond when her phone rang. The caller ID said that it was her father. "Hi, Dad," she said as she answered. "Why are you calling me right now?" She was curious. This was a busy time for her father, so it was unusual for him to be calling her out of the blue.
"Gina, I don't care where you are. Get yourself home immediately,"
he calmly said. His tone was filled with deep displeasure. "All right, I'll be right there." Gina noticed that there was something wrong with his tone. She frowned and hung up the phone. Then she turned to George, looking slightly embarrassed. "Dad wants me to go home. We'll have to eat another day." "Why so urgently? Is something wrong?" George asked, concerned. Gina thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know. I'll find out when I get home." "All right, I'll drop you back at your car," George said, disappointment clear in his voice. He took her back to where he had picked her up earlier that day. Gina nodded her thanks and got out, and then waved to him as she got into her Land Rover and drove off. Once she had gone, George realized that he had nowhere specific to be, so he drove back to school. Just as he got out of the car, he heard someone call his name behind him. It was a woman's voice, gentle, with a hint of honey to it. George couldn't help but shiver when he heard it. He turned around and looked. The woman waving at him was tall and very beautiful. She was wearing tight hot pants, short sleeves, and a pair of high heels. Hi? George said, his confusion making it a question. The woman took off her sunglasses with a smile and said, George, long time no see. You forgot about me so quickly. When George saw the woman's face more clearly, he immediately recognized her. How could I forget? You're Mary's cousin Sophia, right? Humph. I must have made at least a small impression on you then, she said with a snort. You barely remember me. But I've come to your school to find you. George blinked and asked hesitantly, Is there something you need from me? It's like this, George. She let out a bitter laugh and stared at him. The last time we met, I asked you to do something for me, to help me deal with my blind date. He started coming to my bank again and is causing trouble. I can't even get any work done. Men always like to pay attention to pretend to be strong in front of women. Sophia was familiar with this, so she used this bit of weakness to arouse George's sympathy so he would help her. Needless to say, Sophia had hit George's weak spot, and he instantly wanted to help her. What do you need me to do to help you? He nodded enthusiastically as he spoke. I'll bring you to see him this afternoon. I'll tell him that I already have a very loving boyfriend and tell him to stop bothering me in the future, she said, carefully adding, George, are you willing to come with me? Yeah, I promised to help you last time. How could I go back on my word? He replied. Sophia was instantly overjoyed. She affectionately pulled his arm and said, George, I knew you would help me. You're so nice to me. If you were my boyfriend, how happy would I be? He laughed. Is that so? Am I as good as you say? He felt a little lighter in his heart after hearing such praise from Sophia. He also felt that he was a pretty good man. He felt that whoever his girlfriend was, he would do absolutely anything for her. Of course, I swear to God, Sophia said, looking at George seriously. Episode 102, Sophia's Request. George enjoyed Sophia's flattery. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss her proclamation. No need. I believe what you said. When are we going to meet this guy? Do you want to leave now? Sophia opened her mouth, but just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. She took it out of her bag and saw from the caller ID that it was Mary. George, wait for me here. I just need to answer this. She walked a few steps away in a fluster, only stopping when she saw that she was out of earshot. George was puzzled. It's just a phone call, he thought. Why does she need to be so secretive and make sure I can't hear anything? I wonder if she's hiding something.
Sophia, where are you now?
Mary's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'll come and get you, and find George as well. We'll go and see Melton, make him jealous, and guarantee that he'll come to you and beg you to be his.
Why so urgent? Sophia frowned. It's okay now. Let's talk about it another day. She had finally caught up with George. It would be better for her if Mary and Melton just disappeared. That would work quite well to give her and George some private time together. Mary was stunned for a moment.
Sophia, what do you mean? Has something happened? Didn't we agree to?
Yes, I know. I just have some other things that need to be taken care of at the moment. Let's leave Melton alone for now. Sophia looked at George, who was not standing far away, and said, That's it. I'll speak to you later, okay?
What do you need me to do? Is it serious? Do you need my help?
Mary hurriedly said. She couldn't let Sophia go just like that. She had already said that she would help that day, and she was expecting a generous reward from Sophia. She was getting used to Sophia buying her stuff lately, and she had already mentally purchased some new clothes, shoes, and a bag that she had recently taken a fancy to. Once the issue with Melton was over, she would make sure she continued to help with other matters. That way, she could continue to ask Sophia for further presents. It's nothing serious, Sophia said with a smile. I'll handle it myself. You just have to stay in school and study. I've already talked for too long and I still have something urgent to attend to, so let's leave it for now. Of course, there wasn't anything that Sophia had to deal with. She just wanted to seize the chance to be alone with George, and so needed to find an excuse to get rid of her cousin. After Sophia hung up the phone, she saw that George was still waiting for her and ran back to him with a happy smile.
George, I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. It was just a relative of mine. She's just been dumped by her boyfriend and is crying.
Oh, it's fine. I wasn't waiting for too long. George nodded in understanding, thinking, I'm not surprised she didn't want to have that conversation in front of a stranger like me.
Wow, you're so nice and considerate, waiting for me for so long without even a word of complaint.
She looked at him with watery eyes that were sparkling with light. She cupped her hands around her heart as she praised him. Because of her excitement, she felt like she was floating.
Honestly speaking, it's very rare to see a man like you these days, George. A man who's so gentle and considerate like you've been to me.
George felt a bit embarrassed by the way she gazed at him. His face turned red as he listened to her praise. He wanted to say a few words, but found he couldn't open his mouth. Eventually, he decided it would be easier to just change the topic. Sophia, aren't we going to meet that guy then? Shall we go now?
Yes, let's go. It's not easy to get a taxi in this area. We'll have to walk to the intersection.
She smiled and put her arm in his, pointed at the intersection ahead of them, and started walking. There's no need for a taxi. I have a car. I can drive us there, George said. He took the key fob from his pocket and pressed the button. There was a flash of lights as the car unlocked, and then he opened the front passenger door. Get in, he said. Sophia was stunned for a moment. She looked down at the white BMW 7 Series in front of her. It was countless times better than Melton's 3 Series. They were the same brand, but there was such a difference in how they looked and the prestige they suggested. Sophia got in the car excitedly. She had never been in such a luxurious car before, and she wanted to enjoy the feeling and take a few photos to show off to her friends. She felt like she had become one of the most powerful people in the world. Seconds later, George also got in the car. He blinked in surprise when he saw her taking photos with her phone.
I'm sorry, George, she said, embarrassed. It's just such a nice car, so I thought I would take a few selfies. I hope you don't laugh at me.
She noticed that something was wrong with his expression, and she immediately put away her phone, straightened her posture, and turned her pretty eyes to meet George's. It's nothing. Girls love beauty, that's understandable. George smiled. Where are we going then?
To Thousand Tree Plaza, Sophia said.
George nodded, turned to the ignition, grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, and started driving. Sophia sat at his side and looked at George from time to time. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Not only was he rich, but he also had a pretty face. She knew she had to make good use of the opportunity to get along with him and develop something so that she could plan for the future. It would be too boring for them to sit and not talk as they drove anyway. This was a good time for her to start a conversation. First, she had to leave a good impression on him.
George, where did you buy this car? She asked. It's so tasteful. Did you have it flown in from abroad? I don't think I've ever seen this model anywhere around here.
Oh, I didn't buy this car, he replied indifferently. Sophia blinked and looked at him in confusion. She asked hesitantly,
But it is your car, isn't it?
Someone just gave it to me, he said without thinking.
Wow, George! You must have a nice friend to give you such a generous gift.
She was slightly surprised. Not only was he rich and handsome, but even the friends he made were really rich too. If she became his girlfriend in the future, then wouldn't he naturally bring her to meet those other rich people as well? Episode 103, Mary's Plan. He is indeed quite generous, George said with a deeper meaning. Since he won the car from Terry, it wasn't exactly a gift. Terry hadn't wanted to hand it over to him. Why do you ask? He added, glancing at Sophia suspiciously.
I was curious to know about it. I've never been in such a nice car before, right?
Sophia was surprised. A bright smile immediately appeared on her face as she tried to cover her nervousness. "Oh," was all George said. He looked at her doubtfully again, but decided he believed her. As they continued to chat, Sophia didn't dare to ask anything further about cars, money, or other material things. The topic gradually shifted to George's college life and her college life before she had graduated. She was quite optimistic. When she saw the happy smile on his face, she couldn't help but feel pleased with herself. She felt that she had taken a step closer to becoming a rich young woman. After Mary finished her phone conversation with Sophia, she threw her bag onto the table in anger and indignation. She angrily kicked off her shoes and fell backward onto her bed.
"What happened?" her roommate asked in concern.
"Nothing," Mary said in an unfriendly tone. She just lay on the bed and started to get angry.
"Seriously," she thought, "if Sophia isn't going to see Melton today, then why did she ask for my help? Not only will I not get any presents from her today, but I even got up and dressed early for nothing."
As Mary was lying on her bed complaining in her head about Sophia, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Maybe there was still a way for her to reap the benefits. Since Sophia had to take care of things today and couldn't see Melton, maybe she could ask Melton out instead. She could pretend that she was sent by Sophia, testing Melton's character or something, and that way she might still get something out of this. She quickly got up again and grabbed her phone. With a glare at her roommate, she walked off to somewhere a little quieter and started dialing.
"Hey Melton, what are you doing for lunch today?"
she asked after he picked up her call.
"Can you come to my school to pick me up now? It's so hard to get a taxi here. Sophia just called me to say that something had happened at work that she needs to take care of. She won't be able to leave for a while, so she asked me to call you."
After putting down the phone, Mary revealed a smile that said she had gotten what she wanted.
"Maybe today will be a good day after all," she thought.
If nothing else, if Melton wanted to impress Sophia, surely being nice to her cousin would be a good start. Mary thought that he would probably buy her some gifts if she played him right. Meanwhile, Melton was in a private room of a hotel in the city center. He was about 30 years old, thin and average looking. He definitely wouldn't stand out in a crowd. His hair was meticulously trimmed, and there was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. From a distance, it was plain to see that he was quite a shrewd young man. He stood up and said,
"Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be off now. You all take your time here. If there's a chance, let's all meet up again soon."
"Oh, come on, Melton,"
one of the men sitting around the table complained.
"What are you doing? Are you going to look for the chick who works in the bank?"
Although Melton and Sophia weren't officially together, everyone knew about the relationship between them.
No.
Melton immediately shook his head and denied it.
"Well, I'm confused then," the man continued. "You and she have known each other for a long time. I think the two of you are interested in each other. Why aren't you together?"
"I bet you like her," someone else said. "You just like flirting with her. If you wanted something more, then you'd do something about it, surely. She has a nice body and a pretty face. And she works in a bank. Sounds pretty good to me. Don't think about anything else. Just get yourself together quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to start using that bank. You know what I mean?" These people were all friends of Melton's. They all liked to eat and drink together, and women were a common topic of conversation. They naturally knew all about Melton's situation and would frequently tease him about it. "You don't understand," Melton smiled shamelessly and tried to look like a veteran love guru. "With women, you can't be too hasty. You have to take it slow. My current strategy is to play cat and mouse for a bit, make her parents happy, and then I'll bang her. Her parents will naturally love me and urge her to treat me nicely. She'll become the active party, and I'll be able to just sit back and enjoy myself. She'll be eating out of my hand, willing to do anything I ask of her." The group laughed, and several men nodded their heads in praise. "Melton, you're awesome," said one, clapping him on the shoulder. "You know how to play with women," cheered another. When he reached out the door of the private room, Melton turned his head and said proudly, "Oh, right. And do you know who just called me? It was Sophia's cousin, and if I had to guess,
Sophia must have wanted to ask me out, but she was too embarrassed. So she used her cousin as an excuse. That's why she called me instead."
With that, Melton walked out in high spirits. 20 minutes later, he was outside Mary's dorm at Harrison, and she was walking toward him, waving. Due to the amount of time he had spent with Sophia, Mary and Melton were quite familiar with each other. It wasn't out of the ordinary for him to pick up Mary, and occasionally he would buy something for her as well. After all, Melton saw how much Sophia usually doted on Mary. If he didn't want to offend her or damage his image, he had to be nice to Mary too. "Did something happen at Sophia's work?" he asked as he got out of his car. He looked around and was a bit disappointed when he saw that there was no trace of Sophia. Although it was Mary who had made the call, he had thought that Sophia had arranged it and that she would be right next to Mary when he arrived. "Yeah," Mary said simply. "But isn't today her day off?" he asked. "She doesn't usually work on a Wednesday." Melton had been very interested in Sophia's work and life ever since he met her. Naturally, he knew when she was working and when she wasn't. "Oh, I'm not too sure. She just called me and that's what she said." Mary rolled her eyes and quickly changed the topic. "Why don't you take me somewhere to buy something? Then we can go find Sophia together." Okay," he said dubiously. "Where do you want to go?" He was a bit saddened, but he still forced a pleasant smile onto his face. "To the plaza," Mary said. Melton nodded and got back in the car. Mary got in as well, and they drove off. Episode 104. Caught Red-Handed. George parked the car, and he and Sophia got out. They walked through Thousand Tree Plaza, and Sophia pointed to an intimate-looking restaurant. "George, let's go in. I heard that the food there is really good." Sophia's eyes darted around as she started to come up with a plan in her mind. To create a romantic atmosphere, the restaurant had candlelit tables. With the addition of some nice red wine, it would increase the ambiguous feeling between her and George and pull him toward her. "Is this where you were supposed to meet your blind date?" George asked as he checked out the restaurant. "No, that was a coffee shop. But he suddenly texted to say that he had to work overtime, and I wasn't prepared to wait for him for an hour and a half. Since we're already here, we might as well go in and have a meal together. I bet you haven't eaten yet today, and I don't want you passing out on me because you're starved." Sophia tried to make light of the situation, but she also didn't want to be talking about Melton all day. It was her day to be alone with George. She had been maintaining her image and making sure to leave a good impression on him. She couldn't let a good opportunity like this pass. Without really thinking about it, George followed Sophia inside. Not long after sitting down, they had ordered steak, pasta, and red wine. Then they looked at each other. With Sophia staring into his eyes, George felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to just stare back at her as if there was nothing else to look at, so he looked at his surroundings in the restaurant. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After a minute or two, some music started playing, and George looked over to see a man playing a saxophone for a couple at a nearby table. Sophia thought for a moment, and then stood up and walked over to the maitre d'. She whispered a few words in her ear and returned to her seat. "What were you saying to that woman just now?" George asked curiously. Sophia looked at him with an ambiguous smile. "Don't be impatient. You'll find out in a while." Hearing her words, he just became even more curious. After a while, their dishes were served, and the saxophone player came over and stood in front of their table and started playing. "Cheers, George," Sophia said with a smile as she raised her glass. "Yes, cheers." George also raised his glass, clinking it with Sophia's, and then took a sip. As she put her glass back down, Sophia asked, "Do you like music?" "Sax? Oh, I get it. When you just spoke to that person, did you request some music?" George felt enlightened and complimented. "Sophia, I didn't expect you to be so considerate." "George, you don't need to call me Sophia. We've known each other for so long, it sounds a bit weird." Plus, I don't like you calling me that. You should have a special name for me. Sophia fluttered her eyelids as she spoke. Then what should I call you? He was embarrassed for a moment. He couldn't think of anything else that he would call her. Soph didn't quite sound right to him. You can just call me Babe, Sophia suggested. George thought that would make them seem too close and intimate. I don't know, that doesn't seem right. He looked at her in surprise. She was Mary's cousin, and even if she didn't like to talk about it, she was a few years older than him. She could have been his older sister. George, I hate you, she said jokingly, playfully hitting his arm. Can you call me Babe? She put her hand on his and slowly moved her body closer to him. An unknown factor could be seen in her beautiful almond eyes. That close to her, George could smell the unique fragrance coming from the smooth, white skin of her neck. He could feel the warmth of her soft body slowly closing in on him. Candlelight lit up her face with a red glow, giving her a coquettish beauty. George was so stunned that he forgot to breathe for a few seconds. A beautiful woman like Sophia, with her perfect figure, could easily confuse any man who got close enough to her. Half an hour after George and Sophia, Mary and Melton arrived at Thousand Tree Plaza. Mary wholeheartedly wanted to buy some dresses, bags, or anything else that took her fancy while she was there. But she also wanted to talk to Melton first, to make sure he was willing to pay for her. As she looked around, she saw a familiar face in the window of a restaurant.
What's Sophia doing here? She wondered. Didn't she say she had an emergency to take care of?
Then Mary opened her mouth in shock. The person sitting opposite Sophia was George.
It can't be! She must have changed her mind. Why didn't she tell me? Fortunately, I brought Melton with me, so it's worked out fine anyway. Melton, she said out loud. I think I just saw Sophia. Really? Where is she?
When he heard that Sophia was there, his mood instantly lifted. He looked around, trying to find her. Mary pointed to the restaurant and Melton walked toward it excitedly. He didn't say anything and just left her where she stood. When he walked in and saw that Sophia wasn't alone, it took him a moment to react. He shouted angrily, "Sophia, you! What are you doing here?" George and Sophia were both startled and hurriedly sat up straight. The shock also cleared George's head. Whoa, he thought. What am I doing? I almost just kissed her. The atmosphere in the restaurant must have been too romantic. It had affected the hormones in his body. It seemed that apart from Charlie, he couldn't take a woman to a restaurant without doing something stupid. Meanwhile, Sophia was furious. Why does that bastard have to come in here and ruin the moment? And just as I was about to seal the deal, she screamed in her head. He needs to go away and leave me alone. Can't he see I'm with someone? She seethed, as she had been about to succeed and make George her boyfriend. But then Melton had turned up out of nowhere. Melton hadn't expected to see Sophia there. Of course, as far as he knew, she was at work, dealing with some sort of emergency. Now, he just thought this was a setup, and that Mary had deliberately led him there to catch Sophia red-handed. You all... Melton was practically speechless. He had just seen the intimate scene between Sophia and George. He couldn't believe that the woman he had spent so much time with and paid so much attention to would suddenly be in a relationship with another man. He had always thought that she was determined to be with him, and that he could continue stringing her along for as long as he wanted to.